Boy says that before he can choose the position as a royal bodyguard, he wonders, what is this so-called reward from the Demon King? And that is the Demon King from Rain. And the Demon King was deeply moved by his efforts, so he is secretly asking for his cooperation. He promises the same rewards as the goddess, but with an additional gift. He must eliminate all the other heroes in the top 10, except for himself. And if he achieves this, the Demon King's authority would immediately transport him to the 99th floor. However, only one person from the top 10 can receive the Demon King's reward. And if multiple people choose this reward, one of them will be chosen at random. And if no one selects this reward, it will disappear. And Prota is even more surprised by this, his eyes widening in shock. And Viv asks, why is the boy staring into the wind like that? And Prota contemplates ending his life. Everyone there, allowing him to go directly to the 99th floor. And then she asks him to quickly choose one of the two options, telling him to choose his reward. But at that moment, the ghost tells Prota that it's a trap and that he definitely shouldn't fall for it. And Prota says he's aware of that. And of course, it's a trap, because there's no way that Flame Emperor would not have chosen this reward from the Demon King, because instead of being on the 99th floor, he ended up on the 4th floor. Therefore, the reward is nothing more than a trap. He probably chose to walk. And then, he wonders what time it is. He figures it's almost the same time he got drunk the day before and notices that the fire was started by the Flame Emperor to destroy Demon King first. And as soon as he realized it was a trap, he returned to the past. But he thinks he's really tempted, because if he went to the 99th floor and died to the boss, he could, to be alright. But then, the ghost speaks to Ga, begging him not to do it. He insists it's very serious, urging him to look at him, because he is the Sword Emperor, a person who was reached floor 99 and failed. He's telling him that this is a trap, and one of the worst kind, and with his current abilities, he won't be able to defeat the other people in the top 10, and even if he somehow miraculously succeeds, he still won't be able to pass the 99th floor. In response to the question of whether the boss on that floor is that strong, he says that there isn't one, and the 99th floor doesn't have something like a boss. Instead, there's something much more sinister there, and just remembering it makes him sad. He says that, either way, it's a trap, and he warned him. And the protagonist asks what's there that's making him act this way, because he's never seen him act like this before. It's frightening him. The ghost says he didn't want to admit it, but he's leaving. Alright, telling him to keep doing what he's doing. That way, he'll be able to clear the 99th floor naturally. And the protagonist thinks about it, agreeing that he will try to do things the right way. Then the ghost questions what this right way even is. He says he just wants to choose the safest route, and will even ignore the reward because he just wants to see how things play out. And so, the ghost even asks about the goddess's reward, questioning why he doesn't need to go that far. But the protagonist says, it's alright. He's taking a step back now so he can take 2 steps forward. And then he tells everyone that the rewards for the 11th floor are appearing for him now. They ask if that's true, exclaiming that it is the evidence of his murder. Around him, people are saying that anyone with water abilities should use them on the fire immediately. Just then, the Black Dragon Guild arrives, announcing that it will take temporary control. Excellent. The witch then says that she was getting bored, imagining how long it would take for them to receive a quest, and once he chooses his reward, it will be his turn, according to the rank. Therefore, he should take all the time he needs to choose. But he says that he has already made his choice and will not select any reward. And everyone there is very surprised by this, asking what happened. And so, the protagonist actually doesn't select any reward, and the goddess is confused by his decision, as is the Demon King, who is laughing hysterically. And the paladin then asks what he just did. And so, Marco says that since he came in second place, now it's his turn. He can now see and is beginning to understand the boy's choice, saying that he made the safest choice. But he asks if it was really necessary to ignore his rewards, saying he may just be a worried old man, and if he continues to be so overly cautious, he will never evolve. But the boy just thanks him for worrying about him, but he doesn't regret anything. And Marco says that if that's really true, he is happy, but he's not. Thinks this is a tactic he can copy, and says he will choose the goddess's reward. And furthermore, he will also choose the position of chief of the Empire's knights. And the knights, they arrive there swearing loyalty to the great sword of the Empire. And Marcos notes that this is how they are assigned their roles. And then the Inquisitor begins to understand, noticing that this is the way things are. And now, he understood that it's like a game of cops and robbers, but they didn't understand anything the Inquisitor said, and so he chooses and tells them not to worry, because they are about to show him asking everyone to look down there, showing the rewards to everyone. And so Viper is surprised that they can go to the 99th floor, and the witch is too. They think it's just like, of everything, ordering everyone to follow their orders for the time being. And there she is, rank 2, Black Dragon, master of the Black Witch Guild. He mentions that he has many names in this city, and game of cops and robbers. The Inquisitor says it is for convenience's sake. He asks why he doesn't call the people who side with the goddess police officers, and those who side with the demon king of thieves. But there's a significant difference. The thief is at a much greater disadvantage there than in any game of cops and robbers. And they have 9 police officers, including the vice captain of the police force herself. And the paladin says that he is right, because if they can trust her, they will be able to arrest that thief. The Inquisitor questions how they can. See, that game totally favors the cops, and he talks to Kanja, saying that he doesn't think it was a good idea for him to ignore the reward. He respects the boy's decision, but as such, he will choose the great general of the empire, Ein, and everyone swears loyalty to the empire's greatest banner, and he asks if he's saying it's better to choose a reward, wanting to be the head of the Royal Coast Guard. And the paladin says that she will choose the Minister of Foreign Relations, as it seems to be the best option for her, and the witch says that she will take the position of Chancellor, telling they must not choose the Demon King, no matter what happens, and reminding them not to forget that if no one chooses him, he will perish on his own. And to the Countess, order that. Don't worry, because of course she will choose the Minister of Finance, and everyone gets their share, thus finalizing the distribution of rewards. And the ghost wonders whether everything will be okay, because he knows he chose the safest route, but he questions if this didn't go too far. And the protagonist says no, because this is the right answer, wondering when you should run towards your prey and when you should give up and retreat. And so all the top rankers made their choices, and King Gong, Swordsman, Inquisitor, Viper, Paladin, and Witch. Another woman says that the area is secure, but there might be survivors inside. They're going to send in a rescue squad, and that's rank 5, Master of the Rayless and Pharmacists Guild. Black were the ones who chose. But among the unclaimed rewards, 1 remained, and the number of people who received the goddess's reward was 8, and this leaves everyone there surprised, and the people who received the Demon King's reward. And so, all the top rankers made their choices, and the witch gets increasingly angry, saying they are idiots because she warned them, that no matter what happened, they should not choose the Demon King's reward. And then Zidor says it's surprising, because choosing the Demon King's reward, even though the position of thief is at a complete disadvantage, is going too far. And Viper thinks they're screwed, because the atmosphere is just like when they went on their first tower raid, and he's feeling a chill down his spine, and some people are definitely going to die that day. And the Countess asks if he's talking about Kona's 5 big guilds? Actually, there were 10, and many died there, too, and they also killed many others. So, they shout at the Paladin, ordering her to interrogate everyone with her lie detection ability right now. And so, they wish for luck. Be with them as they implore the Paladin not to ignore absolutely anyone. Then the witch declares, as master of the Black Dragon Guild, that she doesn't know who he is. Extracted it, but whoever it was will receive the most painful death in the world. And she asks the Paladin to immediately interrogate everyone, using lie detection, because if anyone refuses to answer, she will kill them right there and then. Then she says that she will start by declaring herself innocent, and also tells Conquige that, since he gave up the rewards, he will also be free from suspicion. However, even so, she must ask, questioning whether he chose the Demon King's reward. He simply says no, while she confirms that this is true, and the 2 behind them are completely Master Alchemist. And the narrator says, some call her Bon, while others call her First Floor City, and that other one is rank 10, leader of the city's vigilante corporation, disbelieving. Then she asks Holy Sword if he received the reward from the Demon King. He says that, swearing on all his honor, he did not choose it. Then she goes to the Inquisitor, who also claims he didn't choose. He doesn't plan on dying at the hands of the Black Dragon Master just yet, and Viper also denies being the one, just like the Countess. And so, she goes to the Black Dragon, and says that everyone told the truth, speaking with the witch herself, asking if she chose the Demon King's reward, and she says no, it wasn't her, and she confirms that this is true. But Viper asks them to wait, because if none of them were responsible, then who could it be? Who is the traitor? And so, the goddess sends a message lamenting the hero's stupidity, while the demon river laughs, hysterically. Then the Paladin asks them not to panic, because the traitor might have an ability that conceals their lies, and as crazy as it sounds, It's possible that there is someone with multiple personalities, or the traitor could simply be the paladin herself, and that's what Marco suggests to her. And so, the witch asks if he is accusing them now, and he confirms that he is. That's right, because even if Miss Paladin isn't a traitor, it's possible she's lying for the sake of the 5 guilds. While the witch tries to protect the paladin, she states that she has an objection, and it's entirely possible that the paladin times is times a traitor. But the most important thing is for them not to lose control and to remain reasonable, questioning whether they haven't already overcome countless trials together over the years. He continues by saying that if they trust each other, everything will be all right. But at that moment, the Inquisitor starts laughing, saying that she is very naive, talking about trust and such. He says those words are very beautiful. However, it takes a very long time to build trust, and it took 10 years for them to become the 5 guilds and to cooperate. Paladin. He says that's not the problem, as that place has been isolated for 5 years, and they were very lucky. The protagonist then mentions that some still call it the City of Ascension, but it is essentially with each other. In other words, he finds it difficult to trust anyone who isn't in the 5 guilds, as he looks at those people in the back, who are ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th, and the Inquisitor says that waiting 10 long years to trust other hunters also seems quite inefficient. So, she asks him to wait, saying that now is not the time to think about efficiency, begging the Inquisitor not to do that, but he uses the sacred flesh god technique together with Viper, saying that he'll take care of the rank 10 guy, and with that, the two of them attack those people, killing them in cold blood, using teleportation, and finishing off 2 of the people who were there. And so, a hero died, and he was not the Demon King's agent. So, Marcos pulls out his sword, calling them young shits, since they are finally showing their claws, and another one dies too, who also wasn't an agent of the Demon King. But then, he screams that nothing has changed, because if he doesn't stop this, he will personally take action. But the Inquisitor attacks the other one with his technique, killing yet another, and Prota is surprised by what is happening, with several people dying right in front of him. And here, he wasn't the Demon King's agent either, and the Inquisitor starts to think a little, because it wasn't any of the 3 possibilities he considered. And he looks with a smile, angelic to others. My God in heaven, now I really know why his name is Inquisitor, right? Who would have guessed? And he says that now they are in a bad situation, because he was sure that it would be one of them. However, the culprit is still among those who are left, and their 10-year connection is about to be destroyed in moments. And so the Paladin asks him to stop, because he clearly asked to wait, and says that he agreed that he would remain calm, but as always, he is acting ignorantly. He says it's a strange thing to say, seeing as this captain, the same, a city you can't leave once you enter. He figures the residents of that city are used to extreme situations like this, so they must think that this is because he is completely calm, and that was why he suggested that the 3 of them were the most likely traitors. He may even have been wrong, but fortunately, this scene will not be leaked to the media. However, Marcos attacks the Inquisitor, cutting off his arm, but Viper quickly intercepts that attack, and the Holy Sword ends up throwing him back. He speaks to that little believer, crazy, asking him to warn him in advance when he's going to kill someone. At this point, the Inquisitor begins to think it's a shame that he can't complete the rituals of the sacred techniques without both of his 2 hands, and he says he's sorry, telling them that he won't be able to help now. But Viper asks if that's the real problem now, asking someone to help him, because he's going to die there. And then the Paladin speaks to Gong, saying that she will trust his judgment. Since he was the only person who refused rewards, he is the only one she's 100% certain isn't the traitor. While everyone fights against the Sword Saint, she continues to rely on Prota, asking him to please stop the Sword Saint. And so the Inquisitor says that this is a good thing. Because the idea is democratic, it's not the best option right now. He says it would be better to concentrate power in the hands of someone who is definitely not the traitor. And he says that he is also passing his authority to the Gongij, and until they catch the traitor, he will no longer trust his own judgment. And so Prota simply talks to the ghost, asking if his destiny is to be a magnet for psychopaths, because he even received the ultimate authority from the vice captain and the temple master. At that moment, the Sword Emperor says that he is rising in the rankings, congratulating him, and asking if maybe he didn't give up on the reward because he knew this would happen, saying that he is really impressed with his decision. And he says that there was so much tension between the rankers that he assumed that, strange, wondering why the saint hasn't arrived yet, since she isn't the type to be late when it comes to helping in emergencies. The Paladin then remembers that she said she had something to do, that a fight would break out if there was a traitor, and that's why he gave up. but he didn't imagine it would be this bad. He's very sorry for the deaths of those 3 innocent guys, because, anyway, he'll have to come back once. So, he says there's something he needs to know, and the paladin agrees, telling Prota that the Inquisitor has always been that kind of person, and when they got into religion, it was a big problem, with the various religions and sects constantly fighting each other, and that's when the Inquisitor appeared and simply killed them all. And those are the only methods he knows. And the brother says he thought the religious groups had reached a peaceful agreement, but it was just the media covering it up. Meanwhile, the fight continuing, and the Inquisitor says that he is aware that his harsh judgment has caused great turmoil, and that he is very ashamed. While he's giving that speech, Viber is almost dying back there. Then, the Inquisitor says that now that Prota has received his ultimate authority, he wonders if the boy could please stop the Holy Sword. He questions whether he is. Seriously, he says that he can't because they might talk about him in detail later, so he shouts, "Sacred Sword," begging him to please listen and saying that he trusted him. He calls out just now, asking him to stop fighting and resolve things through dialogue, pleading on behalf of Sacred Sword's granddaughter, saying that if she ever enters the tower, he will definitely meet her. Wondering if he can even listen to the words of his future second son-in-law. The Sacred Sword actually stops, saying that he still hasn't forgiven them and definitely won't stop this fight, just to hear him out. Now that they've crossed swords, he's sure he can kill them at any moment, so it won't take him long to kill them after finding out who. Night. And he questions what her meeting was about. She mentions that she's seen the saint spending a lot of time with the Flame Emperor lately, and the Master Alchemist says she doesn't like him because something about him makes her feel uncomfortable, and is the traitor. And the protagonist wonders why he's telling him all this and agrees with him, saying that's right, the old man is correct, asking to leave the traitor to him to kill later. And so, Viper asks, "It's over," and the protagonist tells them to calm down for now, because they don't know who the traitor could be. They might never even find him, but that's not the most important thing at the moment. They can resolve the crisis even without finding the traitor, and the paladin asks how that's possible, because when someone selected the Demon King's reward, it means that he is seeking to take their lives. But the protagonist asks them to take a look at this, and he talks about the message that asks the goddess's great hero to join forces with their partners and destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor. It says there that the Demon King's core is on the 20th floor. They shouldn't focus on finding the traitor, as this is a trap, and the traitor should already be completely consumed by fear. And it might even be possible that the system forcibly created a traitor. So they must beat the Demon King together, and if they get rid of him, them, and the rewards will disappear as well. And it's a very simple problem. The goddess smiles radiantly at the protagonist, while the Demon King is angry. He says that even if the tower always leans east, the solution will always be simple. They must continue climbing, and he receives the quest for the 102nd floor so that he can break the Demon King's core. And so, when they enter the 102nd floor, a red light appears right behind him. In fact, it's a rain of blood, and everyone is surprised. The people of the kingdom begin to feel desolate, thinking that this is the nightmare, and the nightmare rain is falling again. They are cursed, and it's the Demon King's doing. So, he goes and asks what the hell this is, and what's wrong with those guys. Then they start asking, where is? They're calling him such a ridiculous name, even though he has his own, and he's asking what the hell Emperor of Flames is all about, wondering why they don't just call him Zay Foginho, scared. Just then, the Flame Emperor arrives, asking who was playing with fire without his permission. The protagonist is startled by his arrival, and the paladin thanks him for coming, and, "Your lord?" And so, one of the top rankers asks if this is all part of an act, and what's wrong with those NPCs, but the protagonist says that the quest has finally started, moving forward and using his dagger to break the power window. And it is said that the Rain Demon King manifested right outside, accompanied by a gigantic monster. And then that thing speaks to those poor souls, asking if they really thought they could use people from another world as a shield against them. So he tells them to call as many as they want, whether it be 4,000 heroes or even more knights. However, they are all still human, like them, and he pities their boundless foolishness. And those who do not see humans as humans must be swallowed up by their own evil. And the protagonist watches the Demon King's forces, demon gathering around that place as the forces take over everything in the vicinity. Then, the A-class, SSS class mission is given. They must defend the capital of the Empire, and the SS description states that the heroes who fought valiantly against the Demon King's army and secured a supply route have done very well. But, threatened by their actions, the Demon King decided to enter combat on his own, and he can summon an army of monsters at any moment. And the Demon King is targeting the heart of the empire, its capital, Achamonia. Unfortunately, his powers were weakened after the long journey. They must stop the Demon King, and if they lose the battle, the 13th floor will not open. And seeing that many monsters, outside, Viper asks if the Demon King is weakened, wondering if times is a weakened state. And Prota says that, as he said, this is not the time for them to hesitate. But Viper asks how that's fair, asking if it is even possible to complete that quest. Then he says that he understands that up to the 10th floor, it was just the tutorial, but asks if that wasn't too abrupt of an increase in difficulty. He acts all grumpy when he arrives, and the paladin points out that, as he can see, the fire started in those old buildings, asking if he can help them, but he questions what? Abrupt. But Prota tells them to calm down, saying that they can do this, as the tower does not give missions that cannot be completed. They aren't just ordinary hunters there, asking if they've already forgotten and are saying he's the head of the royal bodyguard, then he should lead the royal bodyguards, he says, pointing to the soldiers. And then, he explains that this stage cannot be completed using only the hunter's powers. They need to treat the NPCs like real people and guide them into battle, and they shouldn't be fighting amongst themselves. He then speaks to the sword, Saint, reminding her that he is the chief of the knights. So how can they defend the nation if the chief of the knights and the head of the royal bodyguard are fighting each other? And they've been given the role of commander, so they'll have to follow those instructions. Then, he speaks with the Minister of External Relations. They're in the Emperor's room, but they can't find him anywhere, so he orders them to use the NPCs from her department to locate him. He adds that it won't be easy to lead all those NPCs without a leader present. She agrees with the protagonist, and at this point, he speaks with the general is the Inquisitor himself. He says he especially hates hunters like Gong, and that they will have to resolve their conflict someday. However, he says this isn't the right time, stating that they need the general. Just then, Zidor says he's starting to like Gong even more, and the boy says that, since he promised to give him maximum authority, he should shut up and listen. Meanwhile, the soldiers in front of the castle walls are probably going crazy right now. Gong needs to climb the walls and take control of them himself. Then he asks if Zidor wants him to be the kind noble, but the protagonist says that no matter what happens, he must defend the castle walls, because no matter what happens, if their defenses fall, this stadium will be. What does he gain from this? The protagonist thinks he's a crazy psychopath, wondering if he would ask them for a reward even if he was the one who started the fire. But the paladin says his reward is finished. The Inquisitor says he has never broken a promise since the day he was born, so he promises to defend them with his own life. And so, the protagonist looks outside, seeing all the chaos that is. There he says he's leaving first. The other hunters then arrive, thinking the place is beautiful and much better than that crappy port. But then the witch approaches the protagonist, talking to him. He's surprised, and she asks him to call her Master of the Black Dragon, as she doesn't particularly care for her title. But then, he asks how she got there out of nowhere, and she says that's her ability, teleportation. She can teleport anywhere within her field of vision. And then the ghost speaks to the protagonist, telling him that he should die for her once, since teleportation seems like a pretty overpowered ability. But then, he asks what she's doing there, instead of heading straight to the castle walls. And she asks if it isn't obvious, saying she's there to take him with her, and that she saw everything on the 11th floor. He has a sword that the NPCs admire, and she says she may not know why, but she knows that they can boost their morale with it. And the person the soldiers need right now isn't her, but him. So she tells him to consent, and the Prota is surprised as she reaches out her hand to him, and she tells him to verbally consent to wanting to teleport with her, because she won't be able to use her ability on him without it. That's her restriction, and the Prota is surprised. That teleportation should be at least an S-rank ability, asking if she's sure it's okay to even talk about her restrictions, since that ability should be her trump card. But she finds it strange, asking if he wasn't the one who said that she is the Chancellor of the Empire, questioning if it's strange for a Chancellor to use her trump cards to fall into favor with the people for being the S-rank hunter who saved the day. But he questions whether he really thinks he cares what others think about him, and the protagonist remembers someone commenting on the protect their nation, saying that they don't have any more time, and telling him to consent quickly. Then, he consents to her ability, while she grabs his hand and says that she has one more restriction. Using teleportation, they really go after all those NPCs. And seeing those people down below suffering and being frightened, he realizes they are beings no different from normal people. Some beg for mercy for their souls as they witness those things. He reflects that even if he is an illusion, Their fears are real, and so they land in another location. Then the protagonist starts thanking her for bringing him there, saying that, starting with this, he will sort things out, but she tells him to wait, saying that he can't simply back down now. After only showing them her bad side, because she didn't become the guildmaster for nothing. And she goes to the edge, shouting to the soldiers of the Aegean Empire, ordering them to gather their forces, wondering if they actually think those stone walls will protect them. She declares that they are the true wall of the empire, and they are surprised to see Lady Soleil and her. He orders them to gather their forces, because the walls may fall and their houses may be destroyed, but as long as they stand firm, their empire will not fall. So they must raise their weapons, for they are the last wall of the empire, the very heart of the empire, and until they can no longer wield their swords and spears, they must not give up for the good of all. And the protagonist watches her, grabbing his arm. Then, she raises his hand along with his sword, saying that the goddess is protecting him. And so, the goddess of protection shows her gratitude for his choice, and the sword shines even brighter. And she uses all her authority with all those NPCs, clearing the sky in front of them. And the protagonist then remembers the moment he was killed by the general, where the internet that no one cares about his personality since he is already a legendary hunter, and says he is only telling the truth, as it's not like people don't know what kind of person he is. General himself said he was a true hero. Then, he began to relive the trauma of his murder, and it is said that no one knew why or how that appeared. And the level of that, the penalty is a week purgatory, and it is said that, when he appeared, the red rain began to fall, and that thing spoke of them as poor souls, and when the rain fell, blood covered the floor, and despite being born human, they consume other humans, and it is said that every time a nation fell, the dominion of humans shrank, and the general orders everyone to retreat to somewhere where the rain won't hit them. And every time the empire's territory disappeared, the history of humanity became shorter. And that thing asks if they comfort themselves by believing that this is the destiny of humanity, as it says that this is the expected destiny for cattle. And so, only the rain fell, and everyone thought it was the end of times, and the rain continued to fall. That thing asks why it doesn't slaughter the cattle that day. Then, they ask where the emperor is, begging him to save them, and more rain fell as everyone pleaded. The goddess of protection. It was before her that the royal historians solemnly donned their decorated plumes. They accepted their destiny to write, and thus humanity was extinguished by its own hands, and the demon king kept calling them poor souls. Then the master of nightmares appeared, the king of all demonic creatures, and the demon king ordered them to be swallowed by his own evil. So, the remaining royal historians named him as follows: Demon King. Meanwhile, over there with Prota, he is shining like a Christmas tree, and that shine made the rain stop and begin to subside, with Prota using his power to protect the people. They think the goddess is protecting the empire, but the boy knows this is wrong, saying it wasn't. He is. So the Flame Emperor simply refuses to do that charity work and leaves. Then the protagonist thinks that no one knows the truth, and everyone thinks that such a great authority, as the rain only stopped where the light of the sacred sword reached. However, small things are sometimes enough, especially for humans who had nothing else. Of little things that were brewing, and in the beginning, one reason why there were no NPCs in the royal chamber was because every single one of the dignitaries had abandoned the empire, and so they all start today, believe that the goddess has not abandoned them. And the protagonist says that this was probably why the tower chose the empire as its stage, as well as the children abandoned in the mansion, from the 10th floor. Then the witch keeps yelling at them all to get up and they start to get excited, one asking the other how he can act so disgracefully in front of the chancellor. They begin to raise their spears, and she becomes calmer. But when she looks to the side, the protagonist is looking at her, and she questions why he is staring at her like that, asking if he has never seen a Ukrainian woman speaking before, and she says that her country is full of communists and she doesn't like communists, but they give great speeches and there were things that she could learn from them, but the protagonist doesn't understand. Nothing. Fat says he thinks Kira was a joke, calling her pathetic, and she talks to Gong, already asking what his plans are now, saying that she knows they need to protect the castle walls. He thinks that's right, because the dragon's average ranked teleport skill is a very good skill, since they could teleport there immediately, but they would instantly be surrounded by monsters. So he says that, first, they need to create a situation where he is in combat, isolated with the Demon King. As long as the NPCs are resisting, she must gather the hunters, and with their help, at least they shouldn't be slaughtered. And if the Demon King tries, the Flame Emperor is just a somewhat self-centered hero. He is the only one who knows about his nature as a bloodthirsty killer, so he thinks he needs to kill him, and so the boy simply turns to leave. Bring more monsters to break down the castle walls. He will do something. But she asks, what if more monsters come? He asks her to please teleport him straight to Demon King. Then she asks if he's acting as both a soldier and special operative, wondering if he's secretly suicidal. Seriously, right? And he realizes she had every reason to doubt him. However, he tells her that he plans to win. His death won't mean defeat, because he has an ace in the hole, and he tells her to trust him. Then she replies that, like he said, all hunters have at least one secret, and he hopes his sword is sharp enough to pierce the boss. Then the Demon King starts talking to the goddess, telling her that she plays games way too much. Fun, but he says this is far too pathetic to even be considered a final showdown, asking what good is light to those who won't even live to see the light of day. And everyone starts to become afraid of his words, and the Demon King then asks if she also became pathetic while taking care of those pathetic creatures, saying that he will then show her his as well. Own light, raising his sword and creating a whirlwind in the sky. And that rising hurricane carries away several soldiers, killing many, and even striking the protagonist and the witch who were far away. And so a hero dies, and he wasn't the Demon King's agent after all. And the witch is completely surprised, because that was the royal chamber, and the Holy Sword Inquisitor and Viper should be on their way with their troops. The paladin must be looking for the emperor, according to his orders. So, the only person left is the countess herself, and she wasn't a traitor. And the witch remains, shaken by this, wondering how that dares to die before her. And the protagonist calls the master of the Black Dragon, because if the countess really died, then the tower's connections to the outside world turns to leave. So they say it's dangerous to go there, but Prota says he's going to kill him for humanity and the honor of the hunters, going to the Flame Emperor with a knife in his hand. Says that, for now, they should focus on what is in front of them, and not even the Demon King should be able to attack like this relentlessly. And she speaks to Gongij, already ordering him to protect. The destroyed castle walls collapsed along with him, and the protagonist notes that the demon army has changed formation, wondering if they're attempting a charge. As she prepares, he says he was thinking the same thing, and she teleports them both to the front lines. When they arrive near the monsters, they are directly in the front line of battle. He says that, here, he won't have allies protecting his rear. Then the ghost speaks to the protagonist, saying that 1 minute is enough. No, even 30 seconds would suffice, ordering him to hold out on his own, because to win this war, he needs to become the hope of the people. And no matter how long it takes, he just needs to show them the scene of him holding back these monsters on his own. And the protagonist takes that potion and says that no one becomes a hero by living for 30 years, because when everyone desperately needs 30 seconds, giving them those 30 seconds is what makes someone a hero, telling the boy to become a hero. And when he enters the rift, the ghost says that he promised to teach him his sword techniques up to the 20th floor, mentioning that it's still a bit early, but it's time for his practice. He starts instructing the boy to turn his back foot slightly and fix his front foot on the ground, and now to look forward. And he says that there are 2 goblins in front of him. They naturally have terrible eyesight, and furthermore, their eyes are closed because of the dust cloud, and his sacred sword is so bright that it's perfect for completely destroying their vision from them. In a fight, what matters isn't an absolute second, but a relative one. He must use the sword to blind them and steal a second from them. And so, his 1 second became more. Fist. He says that hunters are people who should hunt monsters, and, getting close to that person, he says that, regardless of the method, this monster deserves to be exterminated, charging toward faster than his own heartbeat. And the ghost tells him to go ahead, and the protagonist says that his sword has become faster than his 1 second, so the ghost thinks it's time for him to become hero. And the protagonist starts killing the monsters, while the ghost recounts those who have already passed on, reminding him to be careful of those around him, and the protagonist kills them one after the other, killing the next one even before the previous one falls dead. And that is the symphony of the sword. He says that was just a second. He must not disconnect his sword movements, maintaining his attacks, cohesive, and it's like a song. A low note prepares the stage for a high note, and the protagonist kills several like this, and he commands them to connect. That is, if he swings his sword downwards, he must raise it again immediately afterwards. And if he does this, the sword will flow continuously, and the flow of a sword is a struggle against time. And the beginner can only master a second, at best, scenarios, and they become exhausted after just 1 move. However, people with a little experience can master up to 5 seconds. He must not lose control of time, because it will not be over. After killing one, he must find the next path, but a normal person would simply let time pass. That doesn't exist for a swordsman. He must live every second, to the fullest. And a swordsman lives by his sword. He asks if he thought it would be easy to live for a second, and that he isn't really living when he just lets time pass, and only truly lives by truth when he dedicates something to time. He speaks, already stating that he is a swordsman, and, therefore, needs to live by the sword. And at that moment, 10 seconds have already passed, and he says that, had a random thought, asking why the tower gave a Hank X ability to a bastard like him. It didn't need to be given to a great saint. It also wouldn't be a problem if the skill, on top of him, with just a little dagger. But, unlike what I was thinking he was going to do, he just jumps into the fire, going there and getting burned, and thinks that it's too hot, would be given to a normal person. So why, of all people, was it given to a psychopath? Or is the tower unconquerable to anyone other than Yosora, the Emperor of Flames himself? He wonders if, to stay at the top, he'll have to become like that jerk. And with that, he lowers himself towards the massive ogre, coming face to face with the boy. And he says that, it seems like that will be the case, since he's going to complete the 20th floor in place of the Emperor of Chamos. He crouches down, saying that he'll complete the trio too, the 40th, and even the 100th floor, and will show it to them all. And so, the protagonist's existence is now much more defined. He kills that ogre with a single sword strike, and Gong immediately starts to level up. Now, he is a hunter of rank D, so Fanter congratulates him, as 30 seconds have passed, and the system starts wishing the boy good luck, and seeing that from below, the Sword Emperor heads over to him and says that it was fantastic. The protagonist barely understands what's happening, and he says that was fantastic and his name is Marcos Callenberry. He talks about the second time, because this is the second time the rank 1 hunter has told him his name, with different names for different people. He realized that he, too, had become different, which is why he can do now what he could never have done in the past. And he introduces himself to the Holy Sword as King Gong, then challenges him to a fight. And so, Hankin and the Chief of the Knights begin to exchange swords, along with Prot entering the battle, and everyone there is smiling. And the Inquisitor himself leads the soldiers into battle, apologizing for the delay, saying he could have arrived sooner, but leading the troops turned out to be more difficult than he expected. He thanks Gongija, as they will gladly accept the time he managed to buy for them, and so he commands everyone, once, saying that this is way too embarrassing. But meanwhile, our protagonist, who is a total loser, is at home feeling envious of that guy, and he's on the floor watching TV surrounded by a bunch of things. And this is a horrible pain, but he realizes that this is the only way to kill that monster. He eventually dies, going back in time 24 hours, and when he returns, he wakes up a little calmer. Those soldiers hear him, announcing that this is an order from the great general, instructing them to massacre the bastards who dared to sink their fangs into the empire. They must not waver, for the goddess is on his side. And Gong already feels that everything around him is silent, with only one thought running through his head: just keep moving forward. And Viper tells him he did a good job, saying, which took a little while because he had to bring some friends from the guild, along with the royal troops. But he tells him not to worry, because he's going to show him why they are called the Guild of Celestial Martial Arts. But then he notices that the protagonist isn't listening to him, wondering if he's completely immersed, because that guy really has guts. He starts to like the boy, saying his name is Leo Fan. He probably can't hear him, but that doesn't matter. He saved his life back in the royal chamber, asking the boy if he really thought the leader of the guild of the celestial martial arts wouldn't repay him for that, and tells him to only look forward as he advances, because he will take care of his left side and he is giving him the treatment, VIP. And up until that point, no one who had been at his right side had died. So, he tells the boy to go ahead, because he will protect him, and the paladin arrives there, apologizing and saying that, found the emperor, but he had already committed self-evisceration by drinking poison, and Marcos says that everything is all right, saying that instead of regrouping the soldiers, it would be better if she joined the battle, and she says, of course, but then notices Gong already up front, but Holy Sword tells her not to bother him, as he is taking advantage of his precious time, and so the Demon King speaks again, calling them poor souls once more, asking if they really think they own the time that was given to them, and that their goddess is weak. He no longer has a divine guardian, in whom the system states that he is currently a final rank hunter due to the skill he's using. And he finally realizes that, at rank F, he doesn't receive any penalty, so he thinks that killing the will they rely on now, or will they prove their own existences, saying that it would be good he tells the witch to prepare her mirrors, and she says that she knows. She ended up letting the first one through, but it won't happen again, so she commands her mirrors to spread out and defend against the entire attack. Then, she summons Santa Espada and Viper, and the two of them go after that thing, and she declares that now is her chance. She will teleport close to the Demon King, asking them to stay close to her. Then she summons Gong, immediately asking for him to hold her hand, and the protagonist only glances back, but continues moving forward. She warns that if he doesn't come, they will leave him behind, and she hopes that vision will soon disappear. He remembers when Santa Espada spoke to him in that manner, as well as the Inquisitor and everyone else there. He realizes that these people won't remember anything that happened. However, he says to the ghost that it's time to defeat the boss. And he thinks that just because they won't remember doesn't mean things will disappear. Just like a person who died in the first floor and a spirit who died in 99 made it there. When he returns, nothing will be resolved, but he will be a little stronger and will handle things a bit better. And the demon says, this is interesting, as everyone is coming at him. He asks if they are the goddess's heroes, mentioning that she alerted him to a traitor within their group. And, still, they desperately clung to the trust they have in each other, as if they were sewing together scraps. However, scraps can never truly become a dress. And in that moment, Gong releases the witch's hand, and she starts begging him not to do it. But the protagonist apologizes and says that they will meet again in the next life, as he charges toward that. The Flame Emperor in his current state is completely impossible to defeat, and even if he gets lucky and manages to kill him, it would only send him back 24 hours in time, since he also possesses that ability. So, the Demon King calls him an idiot, and the protagonist says that she might not even remember the events of that day, but things will still turn out alright. And then, the Demon King asks if he came there to kill him, but the protagonist refuses, dropping his weapon and simply flipping that thing off, saying that he came to die for him. And the protagonist actually dies. He says that, now it's time for round 2, copying the Rain Demon King's random abilities, and the protagonist says he had another thought. Why would the tower, after giving power to someone like Yosora, give an opportunity like that to someone like the protagonist himself? And just like that, the Demon King's abilities appear in front of him. And the ghost says that he has already analyzed all the skills, asking if he wants him to read them, and the protagonist says yes, while he thinks that perhaps the tower would be disappointed with the attitude demonstrated by the hunters. And the ghost narrates the skills to the boy, and the first one, resentment falls like rain, is S rank, and they don't see, they don't hear. People have a tendency to act as if something they can't see right in front of them isn't existed, and they are blind, yes, ignorant fools. Then he must show them how many have died because of their ignorance, and the heavens will happily pour down a rain, crimson, matching the blood of the innocents of this world. However, only the blood he witnessed being spilled can become rain, and, without a doubt, the Emperor of Flames, Yosora, used his power to pass the 10th floor. He wonders if the tower didn't think this was an embarrassment, and the ghost moves on to the next skill, which is Echoes of the Weeping Heart, rank A, and it can strengthen his aura by using his emotions as fuel, and the stronger the emotions, the more reactive his aura will be. Resentment, anger, sadness, joy. No matter what emotion it is, the only way a weak hunter like him can kill him is by knowing information about him, and he remembers an interview from the moment he awakened, when they asked him when fire burns all the wood it receives without discrimination, but he will become increasingly addicted to the emotions used. He thinks Kanandar has a secret mission. He is sure of it. The 12th floor is no exception. Then, the ghost discusses his next skill, which is the summoning of 100 ghosts, explaining that he can summon those he murdered as monsters, who will serve as his agents of death. They won't inherit the skills or memories from their previous lives. They will simply be summoned as monsters, such as goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, and anything else he desires. However, he can only perform one invocation per week. Wow! By then, he'll unlock his second ability, and the protagonist says that these 3 skills are the ones that caught his attention. He says he's going to pick one of those, but then the Phantom asks if he's serious, saying he's unsure about that choice. But the protagonist insists that this skill will be the best, at least until the 20th floor. The ghost says he still doesn't understand, but tells him to do whatever he wants, as he's sure the protagonist has a plan, and the protagonist says he can bet on it. Then, he speaks with the Sword Emperor, remarking that he's like an encyclopedia. When it comes to Sano da Espada's daily routine, he commented that Marcos is a complete old man, planning his entire day from the moment he wakes up until he goes back to sleep. And the protagonist asks him to explain his dinner schedule, as he needs it for something. The ghost agrees, and the protagonist obtains the skill he desires, returns 24 hours back in time. And so, he ended up witnessing the trauma of the Demon King, who is currently a D-rank hunter. And within the penalty he receives, at a medium level, is the hell of hungry ghosts. However, he says they will discuss this nightmare another time. And so, even while he was there with all the leaders, the witch asks if the protagonist is leaving already. He says yes, because the 11th, first time was. He says it was the summer he was 21 years old, so it's been 11 years since then. And she says that he must have a very good memory to be able to remember that so clearly. Floor will open soon, and he has to prepare himself so he doesn't fall behind. And she asks how he could possibly prepare when he doesn't even know what will be there. He says the 11th floor is not a problem, but in the 12th, where the Demon King intervenes, they will all suffer the consequences. And she asks Gongja if he's alright, because he doesn't seem his usual self, wondering if the boy has a stomachache, but he says he's fine, and that he just became a little pensive, thinking about how many incredible people are there with him, and it made him realize just how much things have changed. He says that, in any case, that's that. He knows what the situation is on the 11th floor, and not only that, he also knows what the mission there is. He received this information upon completing the 10th floor. Then they ask if they can assume he's saying this because he wants to share the information with them. He says yes, however, he has a condition, and there will be a moment when he will ask for a favor, requesting that they listen to his request when that time comes. He can't say what this favor is yet, but he promises that he won't put anyone's life at risk, nor will he ask for money. And if they feel like you're asking for something impossible, then they are welcome to reject the request as soon as they hear it. And then the Inquisitor says that it seems like a great option for him, adding that there are almost no problems that cannot be solved by having prior knowledge. He can count on him, and she says that as long as they can refuse his request, she accepts his terms, and with that, everyone else agrees as well. And Prota thinks the first step is complete. He says that he will tell everyone that from the 11th to the 20th floor they will help the Empire, and they begin to understand, because the first 10 floors were the tutorial, and from the 11th on they will have to join a big battle, and he will have to give a warning to his guild members. They are not very good at Lota, and Prota thinks that with this, the 11th floor has just become easier to complete. Following this, he is also going to talk to the Paladin, mentioning that she is the vice captain of the militia. He says it's not necessarily because of that. It turns out that the day he awakened was also his birthday, so the protagonist figures that his destination is 11 years in the past, on July 7th. So, if he, Lota, and Prota thinks that with this, the 11th floor has just become easier to complete. But then he says that he is also going to talk to the Paladin, mentioning that she is the vice captain of the militia. Civilando asks her if she would like to go for a walk with him, because there is something he would like to ask her. She replies that she was already leaving, and as long as it's not a long walk, she will go, and he assures her that 30 minutes will be enough. She agrees, saying that she will happily accept this meeting. And outside, on the street, everyone is. The world is talking about the completion of the 10th floor. Then the ghost starts talking to Prota, telling him that he is following him. Prota asks if he is sure, and the ghost confirms. But he asks Prota not to look back because he wouldn't be able to see him even if he turned around, as the old man also has a fortification skill that is almost perfect. Prota misunderstands, asking him to just make sure he is following him correctly, and says that there is something he noticed on his last attempt. It will be too late if he tries to resolve things with the Sword Saint on the 12th floor needs to resolve this misunderstanding before they continue climbing the tower, and the Sword Saint has a really complicated relationship with the guild masters. If he points his sword at them, it will automatically turn the guild masters into enemies, and if they add news of a traitor on top of all that, it will be even worse. It's a shortcut to destruction. At that point, she asks where they are going, because the Paladin says that from there on out, there are only slums, and he says that there is a store he wants to show her. Until now, he had been provoking the Sword Saint and tried to attract his attention on purpose, utilizing the information that he received from the Guardian Spirit, and the Sword Saint began to follow him. Calculating from now until that day, there are 4,050 days in total, and after dying 4,050 times, he will be able to return to the day before he awakened. He simply sticks a knife into his own, as soon as he saw him. Of course, the Paladin doesn't know this, and she is surprised by this store. He says it's a store managed by an unknown pharmacist, but she's very skilled, and she will become quite famous if she gains some recognition. She wants him to take a look and help her with her business, asking if what he said previously is true. Therefore, she activates lie detection skill. He says of course, asking why he would lie to her. She responds that she's just being careful, wondering if he isn't planning anything suspicious. He claims that he is trying to receive her help and that, in fact, if anyone is going to be in danger, it's him, asking her to trust him. He says he is sure everything she tested him on was seen as the truth. She soon apologizes, saying that people often tell her that she is too careful sometimes. And so, she continues forward with him. The pharmacist is actually the girl who made the protagonist's potions previously. He asks if they are still open. She responds that the store is closed, but he is always welcome to visit. After all, he is her first regular customer, and she asks, who is that person with him? And he says that she's the vice captain of the civil militia, and her nickname is Paladina, right? She's almost breaking free, and Froda thinks that this must be the normal reaction of most hunters. And the girl says that she is an extremely important person, asking why they brought her there, and if it's a drug bust operation, saying that, despite operating in that horrible place, she promises that she hasn't created a single drug or even a single gram of harmful medicine, and she has always lived consciously, and promises to live like this forever, saying that they don't need to investigate her. And the protagonist begins to think that he takes back what he said about that normal reaction. And the Paladina is starting to get a little suspicious, and thinks that she probably activated the lie detection. Chest, dying and returning once more. Going back in time 24 hours, he wakes up completely sweaty, thinking that now there are only 4,049 days left. My friend, what is this all about, man? Again, and bets she's confused because all of this was true. Then the protagonist tells her not to worry, because he didn't bring her there for that reason. He claims to know how good and talented she is indeed. So now he asks why this is the case, and he says that despite her talent, she isn't getting much work, and he finds this to be a very unfortunate situation. So he wanted to introduce her to the vice captain. The girl asks what he means by introduce, and the protagonist asks why she doesn't give the vice captain some sample potions. And who knows, because if they are super effective, maybe the vice captain will even sign a contract with her, and he's sure that things will start to improve for her if she becomes a supplier for the civilian militia. And the girl soon thinks that the protagonist is an angel, because he helped her back when her store was about to close by placing a huge order, and now he's even helping her make connections, asking how she could possibly repay him for all of this. But then, the old man with the mismatched shoes that don't match his outfit, enters the store. He takes notice, so he asks for permission, saying that, with the exception of that young man, he would like to ask everyone to leave, and he says that, I would like to have a private conversation with him. Calm down, you crazy person. That's not how you ask someone out on a date. Take it easy, man. Inessa, the paladin, asked what that guy is, and he says that he is. It seems that she has hearing problems, even though she is so young, and she says that she told them to get out of there, because he only has matters to discuss with him. Then she asks if he isn't being aggressive. Too much. So you're saying you have something to discuss with Gong in private. He tells them to leave right now, asking her not to make him ask again. But the paladin orders them. He mustn't think he can get whatever he wants at Chalik, or has he already forgotten his bad reputation because of his age, dear Sword Saint, because Hunter Gong has already joined the Five. It's true that they say after you do the same thing, many times, you end up losing that, sensitivity. But I don't think so. I disagree. There are big guilds, and they will take any attack on him as a declaration of war against them all, and she doesn't know what he is planning. But he must not think that the civil militia will stand idly by when that happens. But Marco doesn't like this at all, questioning whether they're confessing that all the guilds are involved. Just as he predicted, he's already starting to pull out his weapon, and she asks what they're involved in, because she doesn't understand anything anymore. And she speaks to the Sword Saint, who has already received several complaints about his hunts targeting humans, adding that the civilian militia doesn't have time to interfere with his personal brand of justice. However, the situation changes if it happens right in front of her, and she will stop him, even if it costs her life. He asks if she really thinks she can stop him, but she says she doesn't think she can, but she will fight with everything she has and die trying. The moment she dies, he will be nothing more than a piece of shit murderer who killed an innocent person. And if he truly wants to live the rest of his life as a murderer, he should feel free to fight her. And the protagonist thinks that this is a weakness he discovered in his past life. And he remembers when Marcos told the Paladina that she is the only one there who has never hurt another human being, saying that he will place all his faith in her. The protagonist thinks that the Sword Saint is weak against innocent people, and that was why she was the only guild leader he brought with him, since she has no deaths on her conscience. And, regarding the values, the Sword Saint's morality and the Paladin's kill count, which is 0, almost elevate her to the status of a true saint. And there is another person there as well, and the alchemist steps forward, asking for permission, saying that she doesn't know who he is trying to capture, but this client is her savior, and she says that Babyon doesn't have laws like the outside world, but she will not forgive him if he lays a hand on her client, even if it is the things you can only do once in your life. So I can't imagine what it's like to do it twice. Imagine 4,050 times, for God's sake. And the boy keeps doing it over and over, but some Sword Saint, and things got complicated with some gangster also creating confusion for him. So, she asks him to leave her store immediately, and the protagonist thinks it's like a kind of advantage in Pokemon, because even though they don't have the strength to face sand, people like them are the only ones who can stop him. And the paladin asks what he's going to do, because if he wants to fight, she will gladly accept the challenge. He sheathes his sword, saying that today is not the day for that, and then leaves. And Prota says that's great, because the second step has been completed, and now he can at least talk to Sandar a little bit. At that moment, Prota shouts, saying that he will wait for him in the field north of the city tomorrow at noon. It's okay if he doesn't want to come, he will wait for him there alone. If he happens to want to find out what kind of person he is, he should show up there the next day. He simply leaves, and the paladin says that she almost saw her life flash before her eyes, and can hardly believe that she encountered a demonic assassin before nightfall. She asks if Sandar Espada, he is well known as a demonic killer, and she says that it's not common knowledge, but at least the leaders of the 5 guilds are already aware, as apparently he lost his daughter and son-in-law to a murderer. He knows the details well, but the old man doesn't really like to talk about himself, and so the protagonist is shocked by what she's saying and says, that's why he has no mercy for murderers. So, in addition to that, they can't do anything now due to a lack of evidence, and it should be obvious, but everything she just told you is a secret. So, the ghost says it's true. The old man had already told him this before, commenting that only his granddaughter managed to barely survive, or something like that. But Gong is only talking about it. Dirty things are all over the furniture. So, as he's listening, he thinks about how the Flame Emperor is living a life where he can say whatever he wants, whenever he wants. He keeps looking at times he ends up making mistakes and remains alive even after stabbing himself. He doesn't stop with the self-harm and reaches 2020 days, then 543, and finally reaches the last time he will go. Now, and the ghost says he never asked. But then the dancer says that it's not as if she doesn't feel empathy for him, as they end up encountering all kinds of criminals in the civil militia. And when talking to them, you can't help but wonder if humans like that even deserve to live. She even sometimes thinks about preemptively killing someone who deserves to die. I mentioned that all the leaders of the major guilds have their own stories, and since he's in the same boat as them, he'll soon learn all about them. There are also several stories, dark and horrible stories about them, and she wonders how he will react to them. But then, she points out that they've lost track of the conversation, and asks the alchemist how much the potions cost, because the civilian militia is always on a tight budget, so it will be a problem if the prices are too high. And so, the next day, when the 11th floor opened, he comments that it has an atmosphere similar to his past life, albeit with some differences. And so he goes to find Marcos, assuming the courtesy is directed at him, and Sandro da Espada is surprised that he went alone, questioning if he's so confident that he can face everything by himself. And with that, he assumes that someone who has committed so many murders must be proud of their abilities. But the protagonist just looks at him sadly, and the ghost asks if he's okay. He thinks he's fine, it's just that his heart is racing a little, and he tells Sandro of the sword that he has something he wants to tell him and that he knows why he wants to kill him so much. The weight of his conscience is truly incriminating, so he is already aware of his sins and knows that it's because of his skill, detective eyes. Marcos is surprised and asks how the protagonist knows this. So the boy asks him to trust what he's about to tell him now. I needed to do this, with only one more to go. Does this guy have more madness in his mind than hair on his head? Beginning of yet another regression. The protagonist is sprawled out on the bed and starts looking at the trusting someone is indeed a difficult task, and everyone has their own stubbornness, and in adopting the sword, that stubbornness is their skill, because, after spending so much time like that, this stubbornness became the life of that old man, and what he's about to do is try to convince the Sword Saint to renounce the life he's lived up until now, and it's going to be very difficult, but he will have to bet his life on it. So, he speaks to the Sword Saint. He claims that he is a prophet, but Marcos almost doesn't believe it. And the boy clarifies that, to be more precise, he has an ability similar to prophecy. Funnily enough, he discovered that he has the detective eyes ability, and if he doesn't do anything, Marcos will try to kill him while asking why he deserves to die. And right after, he will tell him that, according to his ability, the number 4093 is above his head. But then, Marcos tries to test the protagonist by making him guess, saying, "How many fingers on your left hand are raised right now?" Since it shouldn't be difficult for a prophet. And the protagonist states that he knew he would do that. And the Sword Saint says that if he doesn't guess correctly, he will assume that he is a liar. So, the protagonist speaks as expected. He knew this was going to happen, so he simply pulls out his own dagger and ends his life. Then, he goes back in time 24 hours, returning to that exact moment. And when Marcos, hiding his hand behind his back, points out that he knows he's trying to conceal his left hand, he then asks him to guess how many fingers he's holding up, saying that this shouldn't be a difficult task if he is truly a prophet, and asks the Sword Saint to trust him, because he's telling him the truth about his ability. Killing him right there would be a piece of cake, but without his help to safely clear the 12th floor, it's impossible. But Marcos tells him to stop, saying that it isn't enough. Instead of having a flush, side, much younger, thinking he succeeded, he realizes that he has returned to the era before the legend of the Flame Emperor even began, so he figures he died 30 times, which is more than the prophetic ability. He might have a mind-reading ability, asking how he thinks he could prove he's a prophet with only that. And the protagonist states that he already knew that wouldn't be enough. He's back again, and the old man is still stubborn. Each time he returns, he tells himself he knew it wouldn't be easy to persuade the old man, but he keeps coming back and arguing that he shouldn't kill him there. Otherwise, multiple deaths will occur on the 12th floor. He's telling the truth, believing it will be even more difficult if it's an old man who's become a bot, master of his craft. And so he keeps returning, thinking that Marcos can test him as many times as he wants. Whether it takes a week or a fortnight, he knows he can persuade him, because his death has lasted longer than Marcos's life, and he gets each of the details right, with Flaw telling him that he isn't innocent, and isn't asking him to be spared forever. So Marcos asks him what he wants, and he says he wants 5 days, asking him not to kill him for the next 5 days, and to avenge him on his own, so he can witness it with his own eyes to see if he's a bastard who deserves to die or not. But it seems he still doesn't believe what the protagonist is saying. And so, the protagonist thinks it's time for the final blow, and says that, in the distant future, he will say that his current self would believe he was a prophet if he were to say it now. Then, he asks what that could be, and talks about the Sword Emperor, saying he doesn't even know who holds that nickname, but just saying the name has already scared him quite a bit. And Marcos then asks the protagonist if he said he wanted 5 days, stating that he accepts the terms, he will follow him for the blow. Next 5 days, and will observe him closely at all times, analyzing every word and every action. And after that, he will judge whether he deserves to die or not, and whether he came to him because he was original plan, which was 40 or 50 times. And that includes the time he took to slack off, as well as taking some breaks here and there. He went back to this time to prove that a true prophet, questioning this possibility extensively, and the boy says that's more than enough, saying he wants to thank him from the bottom of his heart, and thinks he succeeded, because he made a deal with the guild leaders, and Santa Espada will trust him, at least for the time being. He fulfilled all the necessary conditions to prevent unnecessary deaths on the 12th floor, and so, he goes there, claiming he can foresee what will happen on the next floor. And in the beginning, amidst the battle, Proto observes everything, thinking this part was identical to what happened in the last century. However, now the witch is better prepared, and everyone, along with their guild members, are attacking in unison. And so, things have been developing more favorably. The general thinks this is magnificent, asking if they are witnessing this, as the heroes from another world are fighting bravely against the monsters without hesitation, urging the soldiers of the Empire to follow and assist them. Then, the general proclaims that the goddess is still protecting their empire, and at that moment, Vant asks Zumbi if he's alright with the situation, because he won't get noticed this way, and he says he isn't. He doesn't know anyone more desperate for attention than him, which will probably result in him getting even less attention than before. And Proto thinks so too. Probably, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. He questions if it really isn't, since it finally seems like the boy has matured a bit. He says that's not the case, because he's still going to make sure he gets everything he possibly can. Just then, he notices Marcos staring and gets startled, asking what Marcos is doing there. Marcos replies that he's observing him, as he mentioned earlier that he will decide whether or not to kill him after observing him for the next 5 days. Then, the boy asks if he's planning to watch him 24 hours a day, and Marcos confirms that this is exactly his legend of that demon is not eternal, and so, he simply goes out with this little knife, looking all strange, pulling the hood over his head, saying that it's time to go find his first prey, and intention. But he also mentions that he needs to hunt monsters as well. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution in battle, but Marcos simply turns his sword and starts killing several behind him, saying he won't forget to brandish his sword, so the person shouldn't worry. And Prota thinks he's too talented and boring, ultimately declaring himself the victor. So, he goes to meet the witch. Some men from his guild stop him, asking what he wants with the guildmaster, and she notices Sand Espada, also being surprised by his presence there, and says he's a little busy leading the guilds, asking if he can summarize what he wants in 30 seconds, and then tells Team 4 not to lose focus, and he tells her that he possesses a reward for completing the 10th floor, and she says, of course, questioning, so what? And he says that the reward was a minimap, allowing him to see both allies and enemies across the battlefield, and she is surprised, asking if he's serious. He asks what he would gain by lying, confirming that it's true. Then she says that he should have come earlier, asking what. He's been asking him where the boss is and what he's been doing until now, and he says he's not sure because he's surrounded by regular monsters, but the map indicates that he is in that direction, and she orders him to verbally consent to the use of her ability. He immediately agrees to use it, and ends up noticing that the witch is the type to reveal her true personality when she is overwhelmed, teleporting with him into the middle of those monsters. They spot the boss over there, charging at him, and he starts attacking the monster's head. She asks if he knows how to handle a sword, and he says he's good enough to finish off that bastard. And she simply throws him down while Prota uses his aura. So, 11 years ago, May 6th, 11 a.m., he heads to where the Flame Emperor's house was located, before he became who he is. He wakes up to a completely irritating sound coming from his alarm clock, to kill the monster with a single attack, and with him dead, the others are desperate, and Prota asks what's wrong, inquiring if they want to be split in half as well. And the monsters? He runs away, saying that they are escaping, and the other hunters go after those things, while Prota just watches, and the witch starts to get happy, telling Gong that he did a good job, as she can't believe they are almost completing the floor in less than an hour, betting that fewer than 50 hunters have died, and maybe even less than 30. And she says she doesn't think she could be happier. Then Prota notices that the reason she seemed so callous in the last cycle was because several hunters died in the beginning, and now she is remembering that the deaths were very few, and he thinks that she is a very simple person, becoming happy or sad depending on the number of deaths. But then he says she looks a little too excited, asking her to relax a bit, but she says it's appropriate to celebrate on occasions like this, asking him to let her thank him again, as he made a genuinely incredible work, stating that no floor to date had been cleared with so few casualties, and she tells him to be proud of it, as she is certain that he thought about monopolizing the reward from the previous floor's challenge. She is happy that someone like him is the new hero and hopes that he is ready, because from that moment on, all the media outlets in the tower will focus on him, and the protagonist thinks this is true, because he will receive attention, be idolized, and even envied by ordinary people. That's all great, but it's nothing compared to receiving recognition from people who worked hard. They may not be able to say they are the best, but they have earned the right to say they tried their hardest. And the Sand of the Sword, Black Dragon Master, he thinks his head is hurting too much, and he was already a scary guy even before he received his ability. And the protagonist already knows what he's going to say before he even says it, and he thinks that in order to and the countless people who are giving their all in their lives, he says he wants to live a life where he is recognized by these people, and he also wants to protect them. And with this, the analysis of the rewards begins, and the protagonist says he wants to do this so they don't fall into the clutches of that disgraced Demon King. He will not disrespect these people who work so hard, like the Flame Emperor did, nor will he stand aside and watch or use deceptive schemes. He just wants to recognize them and be sincerely recognized by them, stating that he wants to be respected by them. And the ghost is surprised, and the protagonist says that even if it's an impossible dream, this is how he wants to live. And so the ghost notices that the feeling of caring for that bastard is very good, and the contribution ranking on Hyde shows that Kong is already in first place, and he says he wanted to change in a world that had been so altered, and the rankings changed drastically this time, and so the biggest contributors will receive early access to the 12th floor. Then she says that, this way, They will complete the 20th floor very soon, and it is said that until the largest contributors will receive their rewards, while other players are prohibited from accessing the 12th floor. And she says she predicted that they would lose at least 5,000 people, and for her, that was a good start. And Prota thinks she is wrong, because if he leaves them alone, they will suffer a great loss on the 12th floor. More specifically, they will lose the only person capable of communicating with the external world. And if that happens, instead of 5,000, they could lose 50,000 or even 500,000 people. And he says that's why he's going to carry them. If I get there, they are surprised to be summoned to that location, and the Inquisitor goes to Conquige, telling him that he was incredible because he cooperated perfectly with the hand of the Black Dragon. He managed to formulate the perfect plan. He repeated this day 10 times, and without fail, every day at 9 a.m., he wakes up in the F-rank dormitory and thinks it's time to go to work, thinking that his life, find the location of the boss, thanks to the reward he received for completing the 10th floor. But Prota asks him to wait a moment and says that there is something he needs to talk to everyone about, and Marco is already starting to stay alert to what the boy is about to say. He thinks he's untouchable because the Sword Saint isn't attacking him, and the boy asks if they remember what he asked of them that day, because he requested that they heed his request when the time came, and everyone remembers. So, he tells them to listen to his request, asking them to remain there for 5 days, doing absolutely nothing for word. Exactly 5 days. And if they do this, he promises to clear all the floors from the 11th to the 20th within those days. And the system speaks to everyone, saying that those who wish to continue climbing the tower from the 11th to the 20th floor will have their faith tested. And that angel continues speaking, announcing that the 11th floor is going to be opened. And Proto, at that moment, asks everyone if they remember what he said before, so much so that he requested they listen to his request when the time came. So this is the moment, and when they find out that they need to wait for 5 days, they are surprised, and the witch asks, if you heard wrong. If this is a joke, he should let you know right away because it's not funny at all. And the boy says that she heard correctly. This wasn't a joke, and none of them can believe it. And the witch says that this is impossible, stating that he knows it took them years to complete the 10th floor, and then says that he is right. They actually just completed the 10th floor in less than an hour, but asks if he's not being too confident, and if he doesn't think it's gone to his head. But then, the protagonist goes up to her, banging his head, and begging her to please do what he saw, saying that he completed the 10th floor, and of course he did it alone. However, he still shared the benefits and rewards that he received there, from information about the 11th floor, is terrible. And at 3 p.m., he catches slimes in the hunting ground on the 2nd floor, thinking that it's a pain to catch slimes all day, every day. And at that moment, he begins to the boss's location. And these things not only benefited him, but everyone else as well. And he says that he has earned the right to ask them for a favor, and pleads with them to please wait the 5 days, regardless of whether or not he manages to complete the 20th floor. And it's mentioned again that he finished the 11th floor in first place, and he speaks in support of what he's asking of everyone. Then, the 2 choices they are about to be presented with appear behind the protagonist, and the goddess of protection offers him a reward, along with the demon king of Chuatonal, who also makes him an offer, but the protagonist just looks back, very confidently, and he thinks that the demon king has become desperate because they aren't fighting, and the demon king starts recommending that they choose a reward, and keeps suggesting that he can also refuse the rewards, desperate for him to at least do something. And then, he begins to question his actions, trying to influence his decision and doesn't understand his intentions. And Nilsson, the Inquisitor, says that this is a very simple problem, explaining that the hunter King Gong has already shared information with them on how to complete the 11th floor in exchange. He asked them to listen to his request, and they agreed to do so as long as it wasn't something impossible. And all of them staying there, doing nothing for 5 days isn't something so simple, considering the media will be horrified for all those 5 days, but it's definitely not an impossible request. So, he approves, and the witch agrees, saying it's not impossible, but she tries to argue. However, the Inquisitor tells her that a promise is a promise, and so she ends up agreeing. Then the guy from Morim also agrees, even though he says he doesn't understand what he has in mind. And the Duchess questions whether he suggested this because he has a plan, saying that she will accept the request, and the Paladin also agrees, promising to do nothing for 5 days. So everyone complain, wondering when he will be able to live an incredible life like the Sword Saint. And the protagonist thinks that the 1-year-old version of himself is just an ordinary F-rank hunter wishing for is talking amongst themselves. But as for the Sword Saint, he says he never agreed to that promise, and that there is only one promise he made, which was to watch that boy for the next 5 days. He has no reason to listen to other requests, and if he's leaving for the 20th floor, then he will follow him as promised. And the protagonist says that everything is fine, stating that he plans to defeat the Demon King, but it won't be a problem to have the Sword Saint on his side, and he sees no reason to refuse him. Then he speaks to everyone, thanking them for listening to his request, saying that he sees all of them leaving from there in 5 days. But then, outside, Gasparzinho doesn't understand anything, as all the NPCs are frozen. And the protagonist says it's because the mission hasn't started yet. He asks about the mission, and he says that he hasn't chosen a position yet, and currently, the Empire doesn't have a chancellor, nor a chief of knights. And normally, the mission from floors 12 to 20 is about hunters filling those roles. And on the 11th floor, they get a mission as soon as they enter, and that should be the normal progression. But they've been in limbo for a while now. Moments from the 12th floor. He wonders why it took so long for them to receive a new mission, and he says the mission only begins once everyone chooses their positions, this means that if they don't choose their positions, the mission won't begin. Consequently, the demonic army's invasion won't happen, and the Empire's army won't fight against them either. And the Demon King keeps ordering Prota to make a decision immediately, strongly urging him to do so. And Prota then tells the Sword Emperor the plan, questioning, hypothetically, what he thinks would happen if the Demon King died in this state. Then, the Emperor questions what the boy is talking about. He says he's asking what he thinks. His phone, and sees some people criticizing the Flame Emperor, saying that he's being watched all over the world, wondering if he couldn't be a little more polite, and another guy who's pretending, golden ticket. He wonders why he can't win the lottery or something, or at least gain an S-rank skill. And the protagonist thinks that normally his wishes would start coming true from that point onward. Would happen if he took down the boss before the mission even started. He says it's quite simple. No one will be able to choose the Demon King's reward. Then they won't have any. Traitor, and the Demon King will be destroyed before he even gets a chance to act up. Then, the Demon King, enraged by this, manifests himself near the protagonist. So, he questions how the boy dares to do this, ordering him to follow the proper procedures, and calling it insolence to come there without a decision. However, the protagonist asks what the hell he's talking about, insisting that he definitely made a decision, and the Demon King doesn't understand. The boy points his sword at him, declaring that this is the best decision and he will kill him, the Demon King, before the quest even begins, ensuring that no hunter or citizen of the Empire will die, and of course, they won't have any traitors. He asks if the Demon King finally understands, as it's a happy ending, without any sacrifices, and he's never liked sad endings, not even as a child. And perhaps that's just his personality. If possible, he always preferred happy endings. So, he says he's sorry for the Demon King, but he's going to need him to die, as he doesn't see any happy ending, as long as he's interfering like an idiot. And the Demon King asks how he dares. He tries to stop it on his own, without even receiving help from the Empire. He prepares to attack the boy, but the protagonist uses one of his skills, saying he doesn't need any help, because in a frozen world, when he raises his sword like the hands of a clock, the 5 eternal days begin, and he says that heroes must fight alone, and it is said that it was a rainy day. Rainy when that thing opened its eyes, and she woke up right next to a frog that wouldn't stop making noise, and then that goo just climbed on top of the frog, swallowed him, dissolving. A week passes, and so, with absurd tranquility, he begins to kill the slimes himself, already knowing they will appear. But he says that this kind of future will no longer happen to the whole animal, and taking its shape for itself. And so he noticed the rain falling, and he started repeating everything the frog knew how to do, which was to say, rabbit, and he says that that thing wanted to live a little more. Then the demon Eno attacks him, and the protagonist dies. With that, he starts making marks on his own hand. Then the Sword Emperor speaks to him, saying that the sword skills from that bastard are nothing special. He just keeps swinging that sword with force, without any attack pattern. Of course, that in itself is scary, and the protagonist thinks that this means he can dodge, as long as you know the trajectory. And the ghost says, that's exactly right. And so the protagonist makes marks on his hand to record each of his lives, and he says that this is a temporal prison, chaotic battle, and for each soldier who dies, at least 20 years of unlived lives are lost, and when 10 of them die, that's 200 years, and when 100 die, that's 2,000 years. And to rescue all of this, batalha caótico, y para cada soldado que more, pelo menos 20 anos de vidas não vividas são perdidos. E quando 10 deles morem, são 200 anos. E quando se morem, são 2,000 anos. E para resgatar todo esse. Over time, he decided not to choose any position, and so he returns time after time, and he says that, to complete this mission, he has to prepare to be trapped in eternity. But the Emperor begins to ask if, even though he knows the trajectory, he thinks he's good enough to deviate from it, and the protagonist tells him to stop being annoying after dying over and over again. So, the Emperor says that he is still a novice in the use of aura, and that this is his problem. He needs to distribute his aura evenly throughout his body. He says it's easier to talk than to do. However, the Demon King begins to ask how he dares, telling him to follow the steps correctly again. So the protagonist skips all this talking, heading out for another day, another guy like him, and so, after killing that slime, he reflects on his situation. Then, at 5:31 p.m., Sora asks the tower to take him to the 6th floor, and the protagonist says that he has decided not to blow. However, the Demon King doesn't understand what he is doing, and so he says that a hero kills the Demon King and the Demon King kills the hero. He questions what else he needs to explain, telling the Demon King rises again, claiming to be the sword of the Empire. And so the Demon King agrees, saying that if he is telling the truth, then he must prove it. And the protagonist tells him not to worry, because he will show him. And so he keeps coming back infinite times, and says that his sword was the only hand on the clock, and, to give this world one more second, he had to brandish it once more. He was simply a sword, gaining another second. But the world trapped him in his second to breathe once more. And for the tides to swell, touch the heavens, it is necessary to start with a drop. And in order for him to live in eternity, he has to live each second at a time. So he has already written so much on his hand that he doesn't have more space. He started writing on his arm. He says he lived his life his way, and he remembers the witch telling Gong, as he can hardly believe they completed the floor. Less than an hour, saying he bets that fewer than 40 hunters died, and he keeps writing more and more as he remembers the girl's excitement and her words. And now, this time, she says that she can hardly believe that they completed the raid in under 50 minutes, saying that the suggestion to cooperate with Squire and everyone else was too much, as she bets that fewer than 30 hunters died. And so she starts saying that now it's been less than 40 minutes, and bets that 20 hunters have died, and he keeps going back. Then she starts saying that she can hardly believe it, saying that he was right about healing Jeshua, the knight, and fighting together with the golem, and probably fewer than 10 hunters died, never thinking that something like this would be possible, and a battlefield like get anywhere just by catching slime. So he went to a higher and more difficult area, where beginner hunters go. So, arriving on the 6th floor, that is a place where for at least, this is something unbelievable. And at that, the Demon King starts calling him an insolent fool, asking why he is smiling. And the protagonist says it's because he's happy. And the Demon King questions how can happiness exist for a creature that is on the verge of dying? He says that thing wouldn't understand, that no one would understand, and the Demon King replies that he is too arrogant. The protagonist then says that it's just simple and sincere, but the Demon King says it's a pity, and the boy dies again. Then, he says that, nevertheless, he never gave up, and had no reason to. His sword, today it was faster than it was yesterday, and will become even faster tomorrow. Imagine, this witch arrives to Gongija, telling him that no one died that day, while he is happy because he is alive. Then, she takes his hand, which in reality would be all scribbled on, because of all the deaths he had to experience. She says she asked everyone, and they said no one died. Some idiots got hurt, but no one died, and she thanks him, embracing him in her arms. Meanwhile, Gong already thinks that his desire to live has increased a little, and with that, the Demon King asks how humiliating it is to be stopped by someone acting alone. The protagonist repeats what he said before, stating that heroes are meant to fight alone, but the Demon King, he disagrees again and begins to attack, but the boy skillfully evades the attacks, and the Demon King declares that human malice is his oasis. Then, anticipating victory, he invokes the power of his sword, but something unexpected occurs, and a mirror is shattered by his attack. The witch then apologizes to him, explaining that she wished she had remained in the royal chamber, as he requested, but she was too anxious, so she followed him to see what he would do, asking if he wasn't playing a fun game, and he replies that he's playing the hero, and in reality, the next 36 minutes he will be alone, and the protagonist approaches him asking for help, completely covered in slime, saying that he was attacked by wolves, and asking him to give him a potion. So Iora, pretty epic feeling, and she says she understands, especially since he's facing a beast worth hunting, but says she can't let him have all the fun, and announces that she will join in as well. But he says he's done all the work up until now, and she only showed up to steal his kill. She replies that the tastiest prey are the stolen ones, and he agrees, while the Demon King thinks it's a damned insolence. The protagonist is already tired of this, saying he wanted to face him alone, but now that he's stopped to think about it, it's already tradition for heroes to team up to defeat the bad guy. He questions if the Demon King understands, since that's the tradition. After all, the Demon King says he's trying to cover the heavens with miserable tricks, saying that he will no longer raise his sword against him. Then, he calls his ghosts, ordering them to answer his summons, and those things are summoned. The witch is surprised to see that, saying that it's not something they can handle alone. She speaks to Sandro da Espada, asking what he's doing, just standing there, and why he isn't helping. The old man says he wanted to watch a little longer, since it hasn't even been 30 seconds since the young boy and the monster started fighting, and the protagonist says the same. She was only going to ask for help after a minute, but she says it doesn't matter, telling them both to hold her hands because they have to get out of there. The protagonist refuses, saying that everything is fine, using the summoning of the 100 ghosts and activating their ability. And so it is said that he grew bigger and bigger, and each time he gained a new body, he also gained a new joy, until even the joy of killing. One day, while he was eating prey, a girl saw the Demon King, but she didn't actually know it was him. Seeing a large feline, she runs away asking for it, asks what he is talking about, questioning if he has already finished off the monster in that place, saying that it means he has nothing left to hunt there. And the protagonist continues to ask for a help, calling for her father, but then that thing attacks her and ends the girl's life. Then he thinks that aroma is incredible, wondering where that smell is coming from, and so he devoured his prey as if he were possessed. As he swallowed everything, the memories of his prey washed over him until he took over that girl's body. Then Stell's father came shouting for her, asking how many times he had told her not to go out alone, asking if she hadn't heard what her doctor said, because a child with such a weak body shouldn't be doing this. But he questions why she is dressed like that, all covered in blood. Then the girl speaks to her father, saying that she thinks she is cured, and that was the first name the demon had. And back in the present, the protagonist is activating his ability, summoning his skulls as well. Then he speaks to the Sword Emperor, saying that he had wondered why he had chosen the skill, summoning of 100 ghosts. Then he remembers, and the protagonist says that, in the beginning, other skills had caught his attention. For example, a technique to strengthen aura. That would be great. It would also be nice if he could summon lightning like the Demon King, but after thinking about it for a while, he realized it would have to be different, and so, he opens the skill summoning card, 100 SS rank demons. The effect is that the beings he has killed will be summoned as monsters. However, the dead cannot use the abilities they once had in life, nor will they retain their memories. All will be summoned as goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, and other monsters. However, he can only summon them once a week, so he thinks there's a problem there, wondering how many people the Sword Saint thinks he killed. Then he ponders, saying that he and that flame bastard are a total number of people, and he says that this is a good thought. However, the boy, potion, and he asks what kind of potion it is, complaining that he won't even be able to complete his daily quota because of him, and asks how much the boy is going to give him. The protagonist doesn't quite understand, asks why the Emperor thinks his kill count from the Sword Saint's skill, Detective Eye, appears as more than 4,000. In other words, there is another way to calculate the number of kills in the tower. Then, he says he's going to ask one more time, inquiring how many people the Emperor thinks he killed, and the Emperor gets scared as he summons that absurd number of skeletons. He comments that it feels like he's died countless times, and the witch becomes even more frightened, unable to believe that times is his ability, which he confirms. Then, she starts to believe that he has an ability that allows him to summon hundreds of monsters, assuming that's how he managed to clear the 10th floor by himself. Prota attempts to mention Meager, but then Ridmonium asks how he uses the same technique as him. Prota asks if he's curious, but then wonders what he should do, since he doesn't really feel like explaining anything, and he says that he will not forgive him, because this kind of behavior cannot be allowed, asking God how long she will continue to mock him, and expressing her hatred and regret, saying that she promised to accept all of his grudges. And then Silver summons the Sword Saint, ordering him to fight alongside the skeletons, because with his help, they can't possibly lose. And surprisingly, Marcos agrees, saying that fighting alongside monsters is scary, but it's better than helping him. And as for the witch, he asks for her help, since they both can defeat Demon King Jones. And she says she knows this already, telling the boy not to get in her way. And so he commands his ghosts, ordering them to show what they are capable of, ordering them to kill and be killed. And they charge at those things, but most of the orcs deal with them quite easily, throwing skeletons away. But even so, they keep coming back to. So, Eeyore asks how much he's going to give him for the potion, saying that his hunt was ruined, and even so, he has to give him a potion for free. It's too much, especially for a stranger who, get up. Then the Sword Emperor is surprised, because it seems that those skeletons are incredibly brave, and that this is an army of monsters that isn't afraid of death, saying that this is too scary. And so the Demon King asks how he dares, a person from another world, someone who hasn't lived there or holds evil and hateful intentions towards that world, to question him, dare to block his path. And the protagonist says that it doesn't matter where he comes from, what matters is that he's there now. And even so, if the Demon King still thinks he's not qualified enough, he shouldn't mess with him. And so the tower gives the boy a nickname, and his nickname is the King of Death. And the tower recognized his qualifications, and he goes after the Demon King. And the tower asks the king for honor, that Sao's death, and it said that he didn't age, and his beauty was maintained day after day, and an intoxicating aroma emanated from his body, leaving people drunk with it, and everyone. They cried out to Estelle, the saint of the border, saying that they heard she was capable of curing any disease. And so they took a newborn baby to her, and the woman begged, saying that, it's just a poor, sick child on the verge of death, asking for a blessing for that poor thing. And so Stell asks if the mother knows the rules, instructing her to leave the child there, and that she can return, again tomorrow at daybreak. And so the mother thanks Santa, profusely, leaving the child there. Stell, seeing this, picks up the child, and begins to sniff it, saying that she has a pleasant smell, commenting that humans do everything for love, and her mother must have chosen the best rags she had to wrap her in. And he thinks that life is still something shiny, even when enveloped in rags. And so she declares that the baby will no longer suffer, swallowing the baby whole. And it is said that happiness is a miracle in this world. So, the demon R, he just met, and asks if he has no morals. The protagonist says that they were selling them at the alchemy castle for 20 gold, and he will give him the 20 gold. But Eeyore says that, it seems, he thinks that that is a poor soul. While swallowing the flesh and bones, Stell received the child's memories, saying it must have been painful, and that he understands, it's all right. Now wishing he could live a little longer, even to the point of creating a baby from his own flesh. And he hands his mother the being that was meant to be his son, saying that he should be healthy now. He won't even catch a cold. He asks them to continue loving him as they have until now. And so the mother profusely thanks the saint, and everyone thanks her in the same way after she performs such miracles. Miracles, saying that she is the one who performs them, calling her the savior of the sick, with one person thanking her for allowing them to walk again, and another saying that he was able to recover his sight, and they call her their true savior. But, meanwhile, a lord from those lands asks his butler if he's saying that several farmers have fled again, and the butler confirms that they have, for it appears that they went to join forces with a saint of salvation, the salvation of all the sick. But then, soldiers are sent to resolve the situation, saying that the goddess's authority has fallen, asking if they will stand idly by watching all this heresy, ordering them to show no mercy to that witch's followers, and commanding them to burn the witch's nest. And with that, they set fire to Stell's house, and she, seeing this from inside, watches all her faithful followers dying, being persecuted, and being killed, and she doesn't understand what is happening. So, the soldiers order them not to let anyone escape, saying that they are all cursed monsters. Then, Stell begins to get irritated, and in the present, remembering this, the Demon King becomes angry again, because they are humans who cannot see each other as humans, and they deserve to be consumed by their own evil. So, he continues attacking Gongja relentlessly, and they call out to him, but he says he's okay, and the protagonist becomes angry, doesn't understand the situation, stopping the boy with the staff that he carries around, telling him that he is on the verge of death. Even so, he only wants to pay 20 gold, asking if the protagonist's life, questioning whether the attack he was about to make should be directed to the left or to the right, but he ends up being killed again, and he realizes that it was to the left, and so he returns 24 hours. And he says that the returner's clock ability specifies that the user retains their memories and skills upon time regression, and this retention includes the skills themselves. The Sword Emperor is able to share his memories after they return in time, because his abilities are maintained as they were at the moment of his death, and even Even the cooldown time is preserved. He continues to die repeatedly, with the cooldown for casting the 100 ghosts decreasing bit by bit. And so, a day passes with him, returning and repeating the entire process. Then another day passes, and another, until finally, he only has 24 hours left before he can summon his ghosts again. He charges toward Bard, the Demon King, once more. But the Demon King simply dodges with ease. Seeing that he can't land a hit, the Demon King asks how this is possible, questioning if he possesses the eyes of prophecy. But Nesoprota finally manages to use the 100 ghost summons again. He mentions that the skills are similar, and activates his ability, summoning all of his skeletons for battle. As the skeletons charge forward to attack, he also throws himself at the Demon King. Then the Emperor remarks that the guy is really tough, saying that this is incredibly cool, asking if it's possible to see if he can repeat the summoning next time, requesting that he hide somewhere for a week and summon the monsters again. However, he notices that the Emperor is hindering him, saying that they will talk about it later, but the Emperor interjects, saying that he thinks the previous summoning will be cancelled if he uses the to be a girl, questions why nationality matters when it comes to the tower, and comments on his personality, since he's already a legendary hunter, saying that he wants to become just like the Emperor of is worth so little, and the boy then offers 40, but then he says no, asking the boy to give him everything he has. The protagonist says he already knew that. Eeyore starts to think that he wants to make a deal, but Skill again, asking him what he thinks, because if he manages to maintain duplicated summons, he will stop being a zombie and become a zombie king. At that point, he tells him to shut his mouth. Again, he says that he needs to concentrate, but as the Emperor was talking too much, he ends up dying and starts screaming in the limbo where his soul remains, saying that now he will have to repeat another week because of him. He says it's his fault for being weak, not his own. Then the system speaks to Protata, saying that there are still 6 days and 23 hours left to invoke the 100 ghosts again. He says he swears that one of these days he will kill the Emperor, but then questions himself, asking how he is going to kill him, since he is already dead. He orders them to use that anger to defeat the Demon King, saying that he himself managed to pass the 20th floor without a stolen ability like that. And then, he calls the witch to help him, and she begins to throw her mirrors, making a star right in front of him to unleash her power, and launches a blast straight at the Demon King. Then, a hole opens in the middle of him, and Marco says that was a nice shot, but she questions why he called her madam, saying she's still too young to be married, and he replies that he knows she's using elixirs to make herself appear younger. However, she simply tells him to stop staring at her and focus on defeating the Demon King, and then the protagonist predicts his next move and shouts to everyone that the next attack is coming from the left. Then he tells the saint to be careful, as he is almost hit. And so the protagonist announces that the next attack will come from the left, and after that, they should attack with full force. So she waits for the attack so she can counterattack, bringing her mirrors close to the Demon Queen's head and striking her with a barrage of lightning. And with that, the Demon Queen begins to reveal her true face. Then he doesn't want to bother using his hands, saying he'll just take the boy's money himself, and the protagonist thinks that's just the kind of person he is. So, he throws the boy aside and notices that starts talking about all of his resentment, but the protagonist is surprised to see that he has skin underneath all of that, and so the Demon King decides to retreat, which the protagonist doesn't understand. Very well, and the Demon King returns to the 13th floor, wondering what the hell is going on. He questions how the boss could escape when it was on the verge of defeat, and then, the Demon King speaks, so they won't be mistaken, because he will return. However, they continue to curse that thing that looks like a petroleum milkshake, and with that, they are shocked to see that last drop. Stay behind. And the protagonist questions everything that happened, while the tower acknowledges his choice. So, the secret mission is created, and the mission on the 12th floor is being redone, and so much of 11th, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and everything in between. Then, he notices that the missions can be redone in the Parallel World Warrior. The difficulty is still unknown, and the objective is that he made his choice, and no victims would be allowed. And justice is not expecting something in return from those he saves, and dedication is not expecting recognition from those he saves, and those who dedicate themselves to justice, they are called warriors. So, he says that the people of the Empire will not recognize his justice. They won't notice his dedication, but justice is still justice, and dedication is still dedication. And the system questions whether, in the world at a standstill, he will still choose to be a warrior. The Demon King was injured and fled. He probably didn't get far. and if he so desires, he can follow the Demon King as far as he wants, and his choice is all that remains. Then, the system asks if he wants to accept the mission. He obviously accepts it and activates the secret mission, and the name of the mission is the Warrior of the Still World, and the system wishes that luck will be on his side. Thus, the system searches for the existence of the Demon King on the 12th floor, but he could not be found. He has at most 60 gold, asking why he's so poor, and telling him that he should carry more money. But then, the protagonist explains that that's all the money he has saved up. They confirm the Demon King's withdrawal, and thus, a change in the timeline occurs. So, BR is already asking what is happening, questioning what's going on, and Prota says that it is. It's also Sua's first time seeing this, and then the Emperor says it's his first time as well, questioning what it is, and the protagonist ends up seeing something, and asks the Black Witch to take a look at it. There, he notices that it looks like the flags are disappearing from the castle, and she confirms that it's true. They ask him to hold on there for a moment, as they are going to take a look, and he consents. She teleports him up there, and the chaotic scene that was in that place gives way to a very well-structured city with peaceful residents. Then the protagonist remembers the alteration of the timeline, noting that the history has changed, and originally, the Empire was supposed to have been attacked by the Demon King, and whether they had won or lost, it doesn't matter. The only immutable fact is that they were attacked. But in this world, the Demon King's attack itself became non-existent, and with that, without anyone knowing, while no one was paying attention, the history changed because of him. And so all the people who were suffering before are now selling fruit and chatting happily, and Prota watches them with a smile on his face. But while they're at the top of the wall, that same commander approaches, asking who they are, calling them rude, questioning how they dare set foot in the Imperial Fortress, and ordering them to get down immediately. And Prota notices that Sarbast is Gin, who then asks how a scoundrel like him knows his name. Thus, Prota finally understands, realizing that he was a kind general who was originally stationed on the 11th floor, and the fact that he's shouting as if he were talking to a stranger means that Prota managed to change everything, and the commander doesn't even remember what happened, and Prota starts laughing right then and there, along with the strange witch, Sarbast, and the boy tells him not to worry, saying that he'll spend it very well, and asking if that's not how life works, just like his older self from the future. And so, the boy, also, the phantom. Then, he composes himself and shouts to everyone he protected. He protected their empire, and with his voice imbued with power, he declares that he kept his promise without shame, none, and also without any regrets. And with that, hundreds of days passed, with his only conviction being that he didn't want to create any victims. And after hundreds of days, he finally defeated the Demon King. He shouts to everyone that he is proud because he finally did it, and he, who had lived like trash, envied others and all they had. He spent his days drinking, trying to look cool. He suppressed his emotions and gave up on his life, but now he can stand tall with confidence. Then the stage is cleared, and he declares that, in front of the Black Witch, the Sword Saint, and even the entire world, above all else, he was proud of himself. And with that, in the contribution analysis of the challengers, the top 3 contributors are announced as, first, the King of Death, second, the Black Witch, and third, the Sword Saint. Then that commander asks what the hell he is talking about, but then the protagonist shouts, "Pass." He's calling out to him, telling him to take good care of the Empire. He replies that he's sorry, but his role as a hero ends there, since capturing the Demon King was more than enough. So, there are probably other problems festering within his empire, and from now on, he will have to take care of it on his own, saying that he can manage it. With that, the Sword Emperor starts to leave, calling him crazy, saying that he thought he would act amateurishly, but instead, he was openly proud of himself. So, he wonders what he could possibly do. After all, his father is being annoying, and so, Ghost starts calling him a psychopath, saying that he likes him because he doesn't act like a loser. And then, the protagonist turns to the witch, asking what she's doing, and immediately calling her to the 13th, starts asking for the potion, but Rafala pauses to think about it, and grabs a poisoned spear, saying that if he lets the boy go, he might come back for revenge later. He needs Floor. But in the meantime, she was watching him talk to himself and shout to everyone, and she starts to think that none of the hunters are normal after all, and she finally understands, looking at him with looking like a real gold digger, grabbing his hand and teleporting away with Marcos. And the witch says that the first entry is always guaranteed to the top ranker, saying that he can transfer for all of them. And Prota agrees with this and transfers along with the others, and so he arrives at the 13th floor, where they welcome the King of Death. And there, the Demon King is still freaking out, saying that he will not forgive him, asking how he dares to take the children he saved, asking if he is trying to take them from him by force, and also asking if he will take from him his flesh, blood, and soul, saying that he curses him, and Marco says that scream is horrible, as he has never heard anything like that before, and Brew agrees, asking what is making him scream like this. But then the Emperor notices something, asking what that guy's problem is, because he is weaker than before, and the protagonist understands it very well. The Emperor says that, like him, he suffered the blow from that witch, or whatever her name was, and was obviously injured. But apparently, it wasn't just a physical injury because his level also dropped. Compared to when he was on the 12th floor, that guy was like an SSS rank Goblin King. And now he appears to be a Goblin King, but one who has lost his SSS rank, like that Goblin King, he cowardly defeated on the 5th floor with the Gorok. And he says that this is strange, since bosses normally get stronger as you climb the tower, leading him to wonder why this happened, wondering if the witch's attack had some kind of level decreasing effect and if something unexpected happened in that stage. And so, the rewards are calculated based on to be able to live a life without worries. But since he's seen his face, he wonders why the protagonist isn't dead yet. And so, the boy thinks that he's right, considering his own worries, completion of the 12th floor. But the calculation becomes impossible, and all rewards will be calculated when the 19th floor is completed. Only the lowest tier of rewards will be given for now, and the blessing of the God of War is being strengthened, and all maps from the 11th to the 20th floor are now open. He notices that it's a world map, and begins to understand why the Demon King is acting this way. He addresses the Black Witch, telling her to think about the previous stage, since the history of the Demon King's attack has disappeared, and even things like refugee shelters are completely gone. He tells her to consider it, asking where the refugees would have come from, stating that they must have come from all over the empire, or even the entire continent. However, the refugee shelters where these people stayed have completely disappeared. She begins to understand. He says that it wasn't just the history of the empire that changed, but the history of the entire continent. They go back to the time before the Demon King's attacks, and now is the time when the temple will be attacked. Thus, the protagonist states that his level has decreased. He says that the voices that the hunters, hear, when they level up, their existence becomes much more defined. He says this means the hunter's level is increasing. But this defined existence thing is just to make the whole thing sound fancier, and maybe this monster evolved by killing many people, but his murders and hunts have amounted to nothing, and he begins to become enraged by it. And Prota says that his evolution was erased, and the Rain Demon King's existence starts to blur, and he says that's it. Then the Demon King freaks out more and more. Time. And Prota calls everyone to attack that thing, because they are going to raise the light of the counterattack against him. And he summons the 100 ghosts and the 1,000 monsters, calling his children and sending them to, going all out against Yosora, hitting him squarely in the testicles, and thinking he'll live without worries now. Then, Yosora staggers as the boy pulls out his dagger, cutting his neck. Kill them all. And the Black Witch, seeing so much of that stuff, says that she has always hated zombie movies since she was a child. And Prota speaks to the Sword Emperor, inviting him to make a bet, asking how many times he thinks he'll have to die before reaching the 19th floor, and he bets it'll be at least 100. Then, he says he's betting on 99 or fewer, and that's how the Emperor is left. Angry with him, saying he's right, saying he wants to see zombies killing others of their own kind, thinking that, since he's making a bet, he won't help him anymore. And the protagonist agrees with that, and dies for the first time. So, he says that they have to do something about his stats first, talking to the Black Witch, asking if she can do anything, and she says that she's already doing her best, but she's the only one there with an area of effect damage ability, talking to the King of Death, asking if he can't use his ability to fight them. He says, of course, but he can only use it after collecting 3 coins, which she doesn't quite understand, and he says it's a condition, talking to a sword saint, asking if he can open a hole there to, he, inside that sarcophagus-like thing, says there's something he wants to see, and Marcos asks what that is. The boy replies that he'll explain later, and for the time being, they're just going to do this. This, while claiming that he is a prophet. With that, Marcos opens that thing, while the protagonist dies in the background. When he returns, he's already a little smarter, telling the sword saint that the sarcophagus is, in fact, a secret passage. And inside, he will find a hammer that is effective against the undead, instructing him to go with the Black Witch and retrieve the hammer for use. And he begins. to refuse, saying that he has used a sword his entire life. But the protagonist explains that the hammer has an effect on a large area. If he can use his aura on it and strike the ground, zombies will be, making him bleed profusely. So he says that, to prevent the 1 in a million chance of him waking up and threatening his life, he's going to make absolutely sure to finish him off, stabbing him repeatedly. Then he thinks, swept away, asking if he understood. At that moment, Marcos asks how he knows this. He responds that he is a prophet. This happens while a zombie bites him, and he kills it. In yet another one of these, returns, Marcos finally manages to grab that hammer, and the zombie problem is resolved. He declares that the Demon King will be next. But then, something gigantic with a cyclops appears nearby. They question, what the hell is that? And the protagonist identifies it as a giant zombie, wondering if it's a giant zombie, speculating that it must be a giant soldier who, used to protect the temple and died alongside the Demon King. If the Inquisitor were present, they might know more about it. Anyway, the Sword Saint says he'll handle that thing. However, the protagonist dies yet again. So, in another return, when the Sword Saint says he's going to take care of that giant, the protagonist speaks to him, pleading with him not to, and instructing him to continue dealing with the zombies using the hammer. He urges him to listen, explaining that the giant is testing his sword. But then the protagonist reminds him that he is a prophet, compelling him to listen, and, after dealing with the old man, he speaks to the Black Witch, asking her to aim a shot at the giant's eye. Then she gets all happy, saying that she actually wanted to aim for that eye anyway. So he asks, happy there, but the giant throws lightning at them from that eye, killing everyone. And so the protagonist uses the invocation of the 100 ghosts. And then, the Black Witch, seeing this, wonders, his ability doesn't have a cooldown, but he says that it actually does. And now the two of them can deal with the giant. But there's one thing he wants to ask the witch, telling her not to aim at this eye, and she is horrified, asking what he is asking of her. He says bad things will happen if she does that, but she talks to him, telling him to just look at that eye, asking that killing him was to be expected. But there was something strange that bothered him. He wonders why Yosora spoke his name at that moment, and the protagonist thinks that finally, after 40,090 days, to take a shot, wondering if he's seeing it. He says he's looking at him, and can see that he's almost begging to be hit, but he says she can't, and the oiling, calling him out so he could be a target, and she questions why they don't tell him to look at that eye, saying that if he used lightning like her, and saw an eye like that, he would definitely want to strike it. He admits that she is right, but she can't explain, saying that she doesn't have time to explain it, just asking him to trust her, and she is all brooding and, wielding the sword, says that they must follow his order, saying that what that boy said was the words of a prophet. Then she notices that even he is agreeing, and says that he is right, saying that he will do his best not to look at that eye. And Prota can only be grateful. And then, they really start to go after that monster, and Prota's plan works out and, with that, the Demon King starts to cry. So he returns to the 14th floor, disappearing from there, and they complete another mission, and everything changes, leaving that catastrophic state and returning to times of peace. And Prota is happy with things working out well, calling them all together to use teleportation and ascend once more. This time, they find themselves in the middle of a forest, and so, it is said that the Autumn Rain Demon King decided to retreat, and he advances to the 15th floor after they pursue him. Following that, they move to another area after defeating the Demon King again, this time in the Water Kingdom, as they continue hunting and defeating that Demon King. He retreats, moving to the 16th floor, which is now the Kingdom of Weenverness, with numerous dragons breathing fire upon the protagonist, and he decides to retreat once more after losing, now returning to the 17th floor. And so, the protagonist and the Demon King proceed to the 18th and 19th floors, and the Rain Demon King's existence is completely erased until he realized, saying that despite being a cold-blooded killer, Yosora wanted to pretend to be a knight in a sacred duel, asking how dare he act so righteously after killing, reverts to being just Ultra T, without stripes and with the eye. And so he claims that, if it weren't for them, everything would have gone right, blaming it all on the protagonist, because if it weren't for them, none of this would have happened, asking how he, that little shit from another world, got there. And then the protagonist says that he can finally see his eyes, and the Demon King asks what he is talking about. The protagonist responds that it is, like he said, after so long, he can finally see what his eyes look like. And the fact that the Demon King and the warrior couldn't make eye contact was indeed a tragedy, prompting him to fight. with all his strength. And the Demon King doesn't believe what the boy is saying, and the protagonist tells him to fight with all of his strength or else run away again, but questions if he isn't curious, asking him how weak he will become if he runs away one more time, and if he doesn't fight with all his strength, he won't be able to win. But then, the Demon King completely denies that the protagonist is talking about, asking what he could possibly know. But then Gija calls him by name, calling Stell, saying that he already warned him to fight with everything he has. Otherwise, his time will longer than the history itself. He goes after the Demon King and cuts him down once more. And, with Protum dying, he receives a penalty to his ability, reliving the trauma of an opponent who killed him. And now it's time to talk about a certain nightmare. The penalty level is medium. It was Ghost Road. And now, the Autumn Rain Demon King's trauma is being recreated for him, and so he sees everyone ordering them to burn the witch's nest. Then Gong is surprised that the people there tell him to show no mercy, because they are all monsters that were cursed, not letting anyone escape. Seeing this, he questions why, wondering why humans were burning other humans, and at that moment, the other humans, flames. So everyone keeps talking about him, the pie, and his wealth. And the protagonist observes all of this, continuing to say that he wants to become like the Flame Emperor. He continues, those innocent people, but then he simply turns to those wolves that are behind him, asking them if they want to eat, telling them that Yosora is no longer needed, and telling them to go ahead and eat. Knights Templar say that this is the will of the Lord. His Majesty ordered it, His Eastern Majesty told them to do it, and the Pope said to deal with the heretic who called herself a saint. The forest owner ordered this. So, they asked the spirit to do that, and the fairy queen gave her magical power to do so, in order to keep her agreement with her dragons. Then, she questions who they are and what gives them the right to burn humans, and seeing all her faithful followers burning, even the baby she apparently saved, she feels helpless, and the mother asks to. They resist for just a little longer, saying that everything will be alright in the end. But when all the fire is extinguished and only Stella remains, she can't comprehend what she sees there, and she remembers each one of those people consumed by the fire, remembering a man who offered her apples, and the other woman she saved, who thought she would never be able to walk again. And at that moment, Stell falls to the floor, remembering each of their names and speaking them out loud, mourning their deaths. And then, she takes those ashes, eats them, and thinks about those poor souls, speaking of them, and all of them, the humans. They were all born as humans, and know the beauty of life, wondering why, even knowing the pain of shedding a tear, they still do it, questioning how she couldn't call them that. Humans from monsters, so they will remain humans, and their children will always be monsters, wondering if this is their world, questioning if they are the only humans who deserve to live in it, living in this world, asking if they can prove that a person even deserves to be a person. And with that, the rain starts to fall there, and anger falls like rain. And so, she asks them to now. They prove it to her, saying that she curses them all, and the cry from her heart echoed as the rain fell. And the Demon King says that their evil made him this way, and no village would ever. Up ahead, the wolves finish off Yosora, or what was left of him, and the protagonist retrieves everything he had hidden and prepared beforehand, taking off that bloody coat and concealing it. Burn. So she ordered him to be consumed by his own evil, and the protagonist, seeing this, is devastated, and the emperor tells Gongja to wake up, saying that this is not his hell. And so, the trauma reenactment is complete, confirming the individual's identity was preserved, the penalty was finalized, and with that, he once again turns against the Demon King, finishing him off. Then the emperor declares that now is the time, stating that the head is empty. Then Prota manages to almost finish off the monster, but emerges even more injured, running away from Konga, and he notices that his body was getting smaller and smaller, and the water was separating from his body, his existence becoming even less defined, and he exclaims that it can't be, questioning how this is possible, because his children's resentment in this way won't amount to anything, but Prota orders him to retreat, telling him to return to the 20th floor, saying that he won't be able to defeat him, and ordering him to go back to their base, returning to the Demon King's castle, ordering her to return. Where did all of this begin? Saying that this is his destiny. Then Sandra Espada looks at the boy and puts away her weapon, and the witch says that she will leave the final blow to the King of Death. So, the Demon King is left with no alternative and returns to the 20th floor. And thus, the Demon King's withdrawal is confirmed, and the timeline alteration happens once again. And the protagonist talks to the Sword Saint and also to the Black Witch, apologizing to them, but says that he wants to complete the 20th floor alone, thanking them for having helped him so far. but he wants to defeat the Demon King personally, asking them to leave him alone. Then, the Black Witch says that it's okay with her, stating that he was the one who made the greatest contribution to them getting there. And anyway, she already broke her promise of not doing anything for 5 days, and this time, she will actually wait. And the Sword Saint says, leaving that place calmly, he goes to the first floor and wonders if it's truly over, noticing that this is the Vigilante Corporation. He calmly passes by that vigilante, or that after that day, it will be the 5th day, and as soon as he completes the 20th floor, he must go and find him, because they have a lot to talk about. And the protagonist agrees, thanking them both and, moving to the 20th floor, he enters the boss stage, which takes place in the middle of a forest. The challenger is the King of Death, the only person the system hopes luck will favor. The rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor are being calculated. The calculation is completed, and the tower recognizes his achievements while the Death King's powers are being readjusted. And with that, he receives the limited powers of an apostle and the ability to strengthen any of his abilities that are not rank X. He then notices that the tower is letting him choose. He says he doesn't know why the tower was built or who built it. He doesn't know if the tower is filled with life from other worlds, but now he can try to guess what kind of being the tower is. It's a being that watches over his decisions and remembers them. Then, he hears that the time for the Demon King's end has come, and he thinks that this is his life, commanding him not to dare destroy her paradise. And so, the boss's stadium is being opened. It is said that the sky is blue, without a single cloud, and today, the rain did not fall. And with the protagonist shining like a Christmas tree, she says she can't forgive him, stating that the marks of those burns are still on her eyes and also in her brain, including those flames, asking if he thought she would forget all that evil, saying that he is trying to go back there and burn her paradise again. And the protagonist realizes that this is the smallest stage in the world and the weakest boss in the world. Then the boss runs towards him trying to hit him, but the protagonist just raises his sword, stopping that attack, and he says that the situations have completely reversed, asking if he doesn't. Not quite, almost giving himself away for what he did. But, hearing the guard yawning and completely inattentive, he thinks it really is over and no one knows what happened. Then, he hears on the remember, saying that on the 12th floor he was the Demon King and the protagonist was just a warrior, and the Demon King attacked and he defended. Then he throws the Demon King away and says that the world is quite. Joe asks if he doesn't think so, since he's the one defending him now. And so, the Demon King tries to kill him again, and Gong immediately apologizes, but that word means absolutely nothing to him. Then, he cuts the Demon King in half, and he starts screaming, causing his existence to become increasingly less defined. Then, he starts to crawl, and the protagonist says that he became even weaker than before, killing him again, and making his existence even less defined. And the protagonist realizes that he needs a little more, so he kills him again and again, making that existence even less defined. And with that, the black cloak begins to leave the Demon King's body until Stell begins to appear. The system announces that the class adjustment is starting, and the Rain Demon King title has been removed. Then, she starts screaming, begging for it not to leave her body, pleading with the tower not to do this, until all that's really left is Stella. He agrees, saying that he is quite weak right now, but then she asks him not to approach her, and the protagonist tells her to try to convince him with her words. Your blade, or whatever it is. Otherwise, he'll be right in front of you. And Stella pleads for all of them, for herself and for her children, saying that she deserves to do this. But the protagonist says that he is wrong, saying that, as she herself said, he is a foreigner from another world. And the king, the emperor, the clergy, the military forces, everyone who lives in this world united and burned down their village. He supposes that no person on that continent is free from that responsibility, but he is not. He is a complete outsider, and hunters like them are free from that responsibility. TV that the ride team on the 10th floor suffered yet another defeat that day, and the protagonist thinks that nobody knows anything at all, and the reporter says that the criticism against the Sword Saint, and she has no right to hold him responsible. And of course, she no longer has the strength to be able to stop him, and she starts saying that she didn't do anything, and he questions if she's trying to say that didn't do anything wrong, saying that Stella was probably just as scared as he was right now. She probably screamed for help and looked for her father, but he questions what she did with a child like her, saying that she sank her teeth into human flesh and swallowed the baby that her mother entrusted to her, and pretended to be a great person who saved everyone, and she attracted people who trusted in her, at her, but she says she didn't do it, and starts lying. But the protagonist says that he hid the truth, that he swallowed a child and took the form of Stele, and remained silent because he knew it would be misunderstood by people and was afraid of being treated like a monster. But then the Demon King says he didn't know. He did not have the memories or knowledge of humans, and he did not know. So he didn't know what that meant. And the protagonist questions whether she is saying she did that because she didn't know. And she says yes, because if she had known, she never would have done it. But he talks, which is what humans do. And the kings she killed must have given the same excuses, probably claiming they simply thought she was an evil witch, saying that they didn't know. And she calls it an obvious lie. He replies that, of course, some of them were probably lying to get away with it. But Kong immediately questions if she can be sure that they were all the same, including the soldiers who were ordered by their kings, and the people who had to leave after only being in her territory for a day, and none of them could use the same excuse, saying I didn't know, just like her. And he apologizes, saying that he's not a very polite person, and in fact, he's quite an idiot and only knows one kind of justice in the world, retribution. Continues to grow due to their refusal to participate, even though they are ranked. And the protagonist thinks that the terrible legend of the Flame Emperor and the Sora no longer exist. So, he continues walking. And if she believes that the beings she swallowed with shadows and then mirrored are still human, it's only fair that she goes through the same thing as they did. She questions what he's talking about, and Prota says, with the tower stating that he wants to use his reward and asking if he confirmed he could evolve any skill he desires, the tower agrees, but says that it's impossible to excessively alter a skill. To help him understand better, the tower provides an example. Evolving an S-rank skill to SS rank is possible, and he says he's asking to change the 100 Ghost Summon skill and doesn't need anything else. He only wants the part stating that his death agents won't inherit the mark. Memories of their past lives removed, so that the summoned beings can only have those memories if he chooses. Then, the tower asks what he is trying to do. He questions this, telling the tower that it's a reasonable request. He isn't asking to reduce the skill's cooldown time, nor is he asking for the summons to retain the skills they possessed. Life, only their memories. And so the tower calculates his request and recognizes that the request is reasonable, checks the conditions, and the King of Death's request is approved. And now, the effect of the skill says that, if he wishes, the dead will retain the memories and appearances they had when they were alive. And, if he doesn't want to, they will simply be summoned as monsters. So, he says that this was his first SSS rank skill, and he says it's good, stating that now it's time to kill her, and adds that, if she didn't like the word, she must think she's going to swallow him just like she did, just like she swallowed Stell and the sick people. He will swallow her and save her in the same way. And so, she falls to the ground in disbelief, and Prota says he is very happy that she is drinking at the bar. The bartender asks if he isn't drinking too much, commenting that his hunt must have been very successful. He replies that it was. Then, the newspaper reports that, human, because if she were a monster, she could not be affected by the reincarnation of the 100 ghosts. And so the girl goes after him, trying to do something, and Prota dodges that attack, with her, and the Emperor dismisses it as nothing. His posture is awkward, and his feet aren't properly touching the ground. He's not even looking forward, and he's unsure what to do with the sword, and observes that he's a swordsman who relies solely on his aura. You can't even call him a swordsman. Then, he speaks to the zombie, explaining that this is why he always emphasized the importance of the fundamentals, and ultimately, humans can only rely on their feet and their hands. So, he instructs the protagonist to finish it quickly, and he does, cutting the Demon King's sword from his hand. It falls to the ground, and she's desperate. The protagonist remarks that it's as the Demon King said, calling him the one who sows death. He believes this isn't wrong, raising his sword, but then the Emperor calls out to him, saying he's sorry to interrupt, but in fact, he says he isn't sorry, asking him to wait a instant, ordering him not to kill the Demon King right now. And he questions why Prata seems so sure, asking what the problem is. And then the Emperor supposes that Prata has that certainty, sure that it's no longer a monster, questioning whether he is human, because just like him, saying that he could be an NPC, he questions if Prata is sure that NPCs can be invoked by the reincarnation of the ghostless, and Prota doesn't know if that's possible or not, and he says of course not, telling the boy to wake up, saying that the tower wouldn't be that great otherwise. And, if he did whatever he wanted, and the tower said, sorry, the skill doesn't work on NPCs, he questions whether he could be okay with that, and Prota doesn't even know how to respond. And, even though all the rank 7 or rank 2 hunters participated together in the 10th floor challenge, there are still people calling it a useless ranking system, and the boy continues to be overly happy. So, he tells him to look at the ability card again, asking if the NPCs count among the people he killed, and he says that NPCs are also people, but he says that's what the boy thinks, and the protagonist feels awkward talking to the tower, but the tower says that it hears these words. Then, he asks if NPCs also count towards the skill of the reincarnation of the 100 ghosts, or if only hunters like him are considered. The tower analyzes the question, but it is rejected because this question goes beyond the tower's authority, which the protagonist understands very well. The tower begins to confirm the questioner's authority, and it is approved, recognizing the King of Death, currently through his temporary qualifications as an apostle, and the tower recognizes that the King of Death's question is an official matter, and therefore, the tower requests a higher-level conference with the 6 constellations of the 10,000 lives. The protagonist questions what this is, not knowing, is happening, as he feels like he's been called to the principal's office. You're asking too many questions, my friend. You're asking too many questions. This is going to end badly. And at that moment, several butterflies, they begin to surround him, and he opens his eyes, realizing where he is. Do you remember that it's the same room where he made his skill choice? Then, he inquires about it, and the system confirms. Participants, look, the constellation author of all operas is participating, along with the lady who walks the mirage, the moon that contemplates blindness, and he who created legislation, and the protagonist, he thinks he can't see anything, but he can feel something, and the god who dances in the void also appears. He notices oppressive presences nearby, and the tower confirms that the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives are participating, and the problem of the tower's temporary apostle, the King of Death, is being shared. And the tower asks if the reincarnation of 100 ghosts skill, now opening his hunter status window. He remains rank F, with 2 abilities out of a possible 4. I want to become like him, passive, and the returner's clock, EX, applies to NP, 6. And if they agree that the skill applies, they must confirm, and if they disagree, they must decline. Then, all those constellations begin to converse amongst themselves in their own language, and the protagonist, seeing this, starts to freak out, and in light of this, they reach a consensus. The protagonist then remembers that the languages of all the beings in the tower are translated so that he can understand them, but these beings are different. They are not tower beings, they are beings that cannot even be compared to the Demon King. They may even be the beings who created that tower. Then the tower announces that the vote regarding the problem at hand is beginning, and the 6th constellation, the author of all operas, votes against, the 5th and 4th vote in favor, and the 3rd votes against the protagonist, and the 2nd simply abstains, and so there are 2 votes against, 2 in favor, and 1 abstention. Consequently, the beings who have the authority to decide on his reincarnation ability end up getting nowhere after this vote. He questions why, until he realizes that there is one of them who hasn't voted yet, a being who didn't need to come there because he has been there since the beginning. It begins. The being who knew everything, the owner of the tower, and the prod, think that voting in favor is the right thing to do because if NPCs are not included in the skill, then how did the Demon King manage to summon Amai? So many monsters? And all the people of the Empire killed by the Demon King were NPCs. And of course he knows they are worried. They are worried that he will start killing NPCs randomly to start using them as pets. But he's sure he's already demonstrated more than enough what kind of person he is. He is not the type of person who would do that, and he says he won't go that route in the future. And so, the tower says that he wasn't bad at all, but also says that it's complicated, ordering the King of Death to speak from his heart, and passive, and skills, 3 and 4, are still locked. He thinks this is great, noting that he has several valuable skills, but realizes that he doesn't have any combat skills, wondering, not with his head. And with that, he says that the Demon King was prey that he caught, and he is his, so he shouldn't dare lay a finger on him. And with that, the 1st constellation, Master of 1,000 lives vote in favor. The vote concludes with 3 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention, confirming that NPCs are included in the Death King's reincarnation ability. The temporary authority of the Death King's apostle is eventually removed. The conference concludes, with the tower once again expressing its hope that luck will be on his side. So, when he returns, the FRIB, the Emperor is calling him non-stop, asking if he's hurt, and wondering why he doesn't ask the tower the same question. Then, he calls him again, asking if he is listening, and the protagonist says that it feels like he only blinked, but at the same time, it feels like an eternity has passed, and so he speaks with the Sword Emperor, asking if he didn't see or hear anything, and says that the tower allocated him to the empty world. Then there was something about the 10,000 lives or a constellation. He doesn't quite know, saying that then a being, like the owner of the tower, appeared and laughed, asking if he doesn't know anything, and the emperor apparently has no idea what's going on, apologizing because he believes he provoked him too much, causing him to turn into a zombie. He says that from now on, now he will tease him in moderation, and orders him to go back to being the guy he always was. At this, the protagonist is surprised that the emperor doesn't know, and even the legend who reached the 19th floor of the tower from the other world doesn't know about this. He questions who he just met, but thinks he has to remain calm, because even though he still doesn't know many things, he now has certainty about some things. Meanwhile, Stelly keeps begging him to wait, and the protagonist says that he will now deliver the final blow to his prey. So, as soon as he reaches, saying this repeatedly, with a totally depressed and lifeless look in his eyes, endlessly repeating the same thing, and thinking that he is so incredible that everyone pays attention to what he says, and they say, if that's what they call human greed. And he berates himself, saying he's shameless for wanting more than he has, and that he should only focus on what he can do with the skills he has. Floor 100, he will know everything else. Then the emperor asks if he's really going to kill her, questioning whether it wouldn't be better to ask the tower first, but the protagonist says it's okay, because he already found his answer, and so, he used no ghost, ordering her to awaken. She rises from the ground, returning to his command, and he orders the being to stand, remarking that its appearance is unchanged. Onward, but this is nothing more than a newly born being, and those who brought life into that world were always burdened with responsibilities, and he says that Stell is nothing more than a name that she stole, and it's not a name she is entitled to have, and he says that the first of these responsibilities was to give her a name. So, he calls her Kuro, declaring that, from now on, this will be her name, ordering her to serve him as her new master, and she was the being who once was Stella, the saint of the border and the demon king of rain, and the one who didn't deserve any name finally earned her name. And so, Kuro complies with his orders, stating that she will obey them all. And finally, the last of the 5 days of the promise comes to an end, and one of the kings has fallen. Then the emperor speaks, who isn't understanding, and tells him to think about what he did to her, wondering if she should be mad at him. He also wonders why she decided to lower her head without saying a word, and Prota asks if he wants to know why. Akuro decided to obey him without hesitation, and says it's because she knows the reason, and he says that he too will know very soon, and so the tower begins to search for the existence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. He is not found, and the absence of the Demon King is confirmed, and the change in the timeline happens there. At that moment, she starts to cry, seeing that everyone came back to life, but that same commander appears there with all the troops, ordering them to stop right in front of the village. What's this? The Demon King falls to the ground calling for Prota, saying that he already has it, and thinks he can win the Sun R1 Merchant Guild lottery, or sell the method for clearing the upper floors, which no one knows, and he thinks things will not hold any grudges, and will not try to take revenge either, saying that she will do anything he asks, saying that she doesn't care about anything else, but begs him to please save her village. Then the emperor finally realizes this means that the master is also responsible for protecting his subjects. He apologizes for misunderstanding, but the protagonist replies that he also lost the bet, telling him to consider it a consequence. Then, General Sarbase orders the troops to halt, demanding to know who dares to block their path. And the protagonist says that, actually, he's the one who wants to ask the question, wondering what they've come to do in a place like this. Saras replies that it is the will of His Majesty, the Emperor, who heard that a witch has been preying on the good citizens of this part of the continent, and even some monsters have fallen into the witch's trap and succumbed to the darkness, asking how they could stand idly by. But the protagonist questions this, and then Sarbai declares that everything will be purified with sacred fire. The protagonist then says he knows who these people are. Then, another man says that His Holiness ordered them to punish the heretics who dared to use a saint's name in vain. And the Lord of the Forest requested their aid, and the jewel was given to them by the wise mermaid sage. Then, the protagonist notices that they are the Temple Paladins, rescued on the 13th floor, along with the Forest Elves, rescued on the 14th floor, and the Waterfall Wizards, rescued on the 15th floor, along with the Volcano Warriors, rescued on the 16th floor, then the company of armed merchants from the 17th floor, and the nomads from the 18th, along with the soldiers from small countries from the 19th floor. And all the people he saved are there now. And Sar says that he wants to ask again, questioning who dares to interfere with his mission. And the protagonist remembers that secret mission from the hero of the frozen world, thinking about those heroes. Things are really looking great for him, and he wonders what he should do now. But then, a man with a very impressive aura arrives, asking for milk and suggesting they mix, for it has been said that the humans of the continent will not notice their justice and devotion, but justice is still justice, and devotion is still devotion. And the mission asked if he would choose to continue to be a hero, even in a frozen world. And he speaks with General Sarbai, asking if he really said he arrived due to an imperial decree, but Sarbai doesn't like it at all. He doesn't like the way Prota talks to him, especially since he's acting under an imperial decree. But then, Prota bluntly says that Sarbai is a ridiculous person, since he clings to the imperial mandate, presuming that no one else could possibly understand the situation decreed by the emperor as well as he does. And Sarbai says he doesn't know what the boy is talking about, questioning how he dares to say something so insolent, asking if he was sent by the witch who lives there. However, Prota says that he is someone who wants to defeat the already decided first prince in order to make the third prince ascend to the highest position, and questions whether Jonin can even call him insolent. He says that's what he discovered when he saw the general's trauma, that the general isn't aware of it, but still. So, he has a lot of information. He tells him that he shouldn't live like this, reminding him to consider all the grace that His Majesty guaranteed him, and the possibility of someone who he would probably spend his whole life pulling nets at the port, instead of becoming an imperial guard, and then a general. And that was all thanks to His Majesty. So, Saris says that he understands now, saying that he must be from the palace, asking if he was there to cause trouble in that place where the whole world had gathered based on the general's will. And the protagonist calls him an idiot, asking if he happens to look like a puppet of a deposed queen, and that maybe it's because he used to pull nets in the harbor, but his eyesight is really bad. Then, he asks who sent the boy, and the protagonist, a little vodka in it, which is sugar with hot milk, saying it would be even better if it were sugar instead of milk. But then the man at the door apologizes, saying he's not the bartender, and the protagonist says that he already asked who he was, questioning if he didn't hear, telling him to see with his own eyes, raising that sword, shining in front of everyone, and he says that he is the emissary sent by the powerful founder, Leafanta Egwene, stands before them all. And he speaks to Sarbastan, saying that he is aware of the chaos within the imperial family and recognizes the 11th prince's evil deeds. He also knows that Sarbastan sided with the third prince purely out of loyalty to the empire, and the reason Leafanta Egwene said Sarbastan had gone power mad was merely to test his true nature. Jonin Sarbas is saddened by this revelation and questions how he could have been so upset, since all of this was to test his loyalty. But he admits he was a fool and couldn't overcome his own expectations, asking how he could commit such a sin. The protagonist continues to tease the NPC, saying that if there is nothing to be sad about, then why is he still looking down, while the protagonist looks down on him from his horse. And so Sarai jumps out from the crowd, kneeling in front of the protagonist, saying he is deeply honored, and everyone there begins to pay their respects. Prota salutes the founder's emissary, and everyone idolizes him. Then, the emperor remarks that he thought Prota was only good at talking nonsense, but apparently he also has a talent for lies. Prota wonders if the emperor is only realizing this now. Then, he says he's going to give him some advice. When wielding his sword, it's not just his actual skills that matter. Faith, trust, and self-confidence are particularly important, and it's similar to lying. If he wants to deceive his opponent, he needs to deceive himself first, reminding himself of this, because a good liar is a very confident person. While Prota is displaying that sword, the people of the Igwim Empire are mesmerized, but the others are somewhat skeptical. He thinks that old man is very strange, but the man tells him not to worry about the payment, saying that he will pay for everything. And so everyone wonders what. That, as expected, the Holy Sword's effect is limited to the Agim Empire. And then, Sarbast. So, Sarbast continues speaking to Prota with polished respect, questioning whether he can make he asks, and Prota tells him to move on. He says that they came there to subdue the witch, but questions how the emissary ended up there. And Prota thinks he should remember because a liar is a very confident person. He speaks to the men, saying that he has already defeated the witch, and tells them to look over there. So they see Stell, noting that Kelly is the border witch, and they say that they have seen that woman before, and that she is definitely the witch, ordering her to be burned. And Prota tells Kira to go to him, telling her to kneel there in front of those people, and she really does, over there, and does as Prota says, telling her to lower her head and put her hands on the floor, placing her forehead there, and so she prostrates herself. even against her will, and Prota orders her to get momentum with her feet and do a forward somersault. She doesn't understand anything, but he asks if she didn't hear him, and she says that she did, doing exactly as Prota is saying, and so he orders. Now she's doing jumping jacks and hating every second of it, since she's actually doing exactly what he's asking, and he keeps making a bunch of ridiculous requests to Kuro, telling her to open her eyes wide, arms and jump 20 times, and also do 10 squats. And when she's finished, he says he wants 10 push-ups, then tells her to hold a plank position for 20 seconds too. And she says that she can't do anything else, and collapses onto the duro. Then Prota asks if they understand now, explaining that, as they can see, the witch has already been subjugated by him, and now, no matter what happens, she cannot disobey his orders. It's impossible for her to continue threatening the Empire, so they can relax. They think that if that's what the emissary is saying, then everything is fine. But one of the BTL, he's doing there. And they comment that, during these times, due to the hunter's code of ethics, public opinion dictates that everyone should cooperate. And the protagonist is shocked to see that man there. Soldiers tells them to wait, asking what he's doing, since they came there to subdue the witch. But then, Sarbai says that, according to the emissary, she has already been subdued. However, the other man questions how he can believe that, because, to begin with, the only evidence that Boy has to prove he's the founder's emissary is just a mere sword. Sarbat doesn't like him saying that it's a mere sword at all, and asks if he's doubting the authority of the Empire, questioning whether he's doubting that the sword embodies the will of the goddess. But the Pope's man says that His Holiness, the Pope, gave him an order, but they start to argue, as it seems they are trying to place the Pope's will above that of the founder, and the protagonist remembers that kind of scene vividly, with people fighting right in front of him. He says that he can now understand why Kuro divided the hunters, but while they continue, and the fight seems endless, that lizard man orders them to get out of the way, please, because, from what he can see, the problem now is quite simple, and he wants that young boy be the founder's emissary, and that the woman truly is a witch, and that the emissary actually subdued the witch. Then the problem can be resolved. As long as they confirm these three uncertainties, the problem can be resolved. And they ask Gongij how he plans to confirm these things. Then, the lizard man says that the orb in his hand is the soul orb granted to him by the soul emperor of the Saria people. He continues, if a drop of blood is placed in this orb, it's possible to know if the owner of that blood has a good or bad soul. So, they tell him to test her, because if that woman really is the witch, and he is indeed the founder's emissary, he must accept the test of that orb. Look, considering that the protagonist has, I don't know, like 5,000 homicides under his belt, maybe it will turn out that he's not. That's the Sword Saint, the one everyone's been wondering about, where he is and what he's doing on television. Initially, they were talking about the Holy Sword, whose real name is Marcos Senbury, and many people, such a good person, you know. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But that lizard man elaborates more about the soul orb, saying that when the blood of a good soul touches the orb, it emits light. However, if the blood of an evil soul touches the orb, it will turn black. And it is said that if that woman is indeed the witch, and he is truly the founder's envoy, they must accept that test, and the orb will reveal all their good and bad deeds. And so the protagonist realizes that it's like the paladin's lie detector, the detective's insight, and Sano's vision with the sword. And so the emperor says that he believes it is. They are good at making items like that. He says that he can try as much as he wants, but that lizard man says there's no point in regretting it later, because lying in front of the orb is useless. So, they will start by checking that woman's soul. And with that, he makes a cut, takes the blood, and throws it there. And they notice that her soul is extremely evil, asking how many evil acts, evil and murders she committed, saying that she is truly a cursed being. And they think she is, without a doubt, the Demon King. And so, he says that now it is the turn of the self-proclaimed. The founder's emissary points out their protagonist. Are you ready? He replies that he always is. Then, the lizard man states that lying is pointless, ordering him to offer his hand, and when his blood, touching the orb, it shines brightly, almost blinding everyone with its intense light. Consequently, they question what on earth is happening. One of them comments that the drop of water given by the current queen is inquiring about this ray of light emanating from the orb. Then the lizard man inquires what his soul is and how this is even possible, questioning how many lives he has saved, observing that this person is the embodiment of light itself. Everyone presumes that he is the light, to the extent that they are unable to perceive how radiant his soul is, and the Pope's subordinate admits that he is unaware of this. However, the lizard man asks why he is ignorant. They forgot about him after 11 years, since so much time had passed since his disappearance. But, before the Gem Emperor rose to fame, he was the true number one in the tower, and wondering if perhaps it is invisible to the leader of the paladins. And he clarifies that it's not that, but rather that he simply doesn't understand what he meant by the light. Then, the lizard man explains that this is because he doesn't deign to speak to mere inferior humans, claiming that no one of their kind could possibly lie to him, and this man is the founder's emissary. No, he even believes himself to be the goddess's apostle, and he proclaims that's exactly who he is. He's the goddess's apostle, acting all high and mighty as he declares it to them. They say that, apparently, he is the light, and it seems he embodies both the sparkling light and the sword. It shines, and it's the sword the emperor used, or something like that. Then they ask where he came from, and everyone continues to fall for the protagonist's lie, except for that subordinate of the Pope. That's right. Even if he is the founder's emissary and the light itself, why is he blocking their path? He asks if they've already forgotten, stating that they have to burn that place down, and saying that His Holiness the Pope is not only concerned about the witch, but also the heretics who follow her. They cannot allow them to escape divine punishment. Then the Demon King starts calling the protagonist's attention is drawn as he's asked to do something. And that guy says that if he really is an apostle of the goddess, he should lead the way to deliver divine punishment. So the protagonist considers these words, because the best lies are made up of 90% truth and 10% lies. So the protagonist orders the holy knights of time to be careful with these words, as it is not up to them to decide how divine punishment should be carried out, and he is the one who decides that. He has already gathered all the evil, and divine punishment has already been applied, saying that he will show them. So he summons that many skeletons, and they scream that they are demons, asking what these horrible things are. And he says that this is his duty, questioning how this witch can be the only evil in this world. The protagonist realizes that that guy must be the strongest of this era, saying he bets that old man has several S-rank skills, not strange skills like his own, but actual skills, saying that each of these ghosts he has gathered are evildoers with actions as evil as the witches. They are surprised that all these monsters are the ones he gathered. He says that to God, he gave an order to punish all the evil that corrupted the world in her name, and his mission is to subdue all the evil in the world and drag all the demons down to hell, and what they are witnessing now is his hell. Then, the lizard man is completely moved, realizing that God's apostle has been doing all of this alone, without their knowledge, and the protagonist agrees with him, thinking that no one even recognized the apostle, and questioning how he, a mere human, managed to endure this hellish ordeal alone. And the protagonist simply states that it is his duty, adding that there is no more need for them to punish the witch or her minions. They will suffer forever in his shadow, and he is their hell. And they all believe the lie that the apostle has been saving them all, this time without them knowing, even though it isn't a complete fabrication. And the protagonist agrees, and the emperor states that he has nothing left to teach him, instructing him to move forward, saying that his instructor there is just a child and can't handle a bastard like him, and the protagonist thinks he's being incredibly modest, saying he still has a lot to learn from him. Evil personality. Then he says he's sure everyone can see it now, and that is the goddess's will, her divine retribution, assuming they certainly don't intend to defy the strict will imposed by the goddess. Strict will imposed by the goddess. Then, that Knight of the Pope asks him again if those atrocious demons are really trapped, clarifying that what he means is, if those demons escaped back into the world, the damage would be immense. And the protagonist asks if he wants to confirm that he personally trapped those creatures, summoning one of them in front of him, and useful in combat. Then, he remembers his own skill, which allows him to copy the skill of any hunter, as long as that hunter dies by his hand, even if they are He asks the protagonist what he intends to do with that skeleton. Kong says he wants to resolve his doubts, ordering the skeleton to recover its memories. And the ancient emperor, the Flame Emperor, appears, talking to Prota and cursing him, asking what kind of problem he has with him that made him turn him into something like that, saying that he wouldn't be satisfied even if he burned him alive, saying he's going to kill him, calling him every name under the sun, asking him how he dared to do that to him, saying that, no matter what happens, he's going to end his race once and for all. Then Prota says that, as they can see, this man is as evil a criminal as the witch, but he goes even further, saying that you could even say he is an even worse monster than the witch, because the witch was born as a monster, but this man committed atrocious crimes, even though he was human. They are all very surprised as the Flame Emperor goes around cursing everyone there, asking if they have no shame. So Prota simply orders him to dance. And he actually does everything he's told. And the whole crowd is completely amazed by Prota, giving them orders like that. And he says that demons can never defy his orders, asking if they are still worried about it. And with that, the leader of Pope Seju's knights is standing in front of at least they can have the honor of knowing his name. And Gong introduces himself to them all. They say that they will do as he instructed. And with that, he completes the normal stage and the secret mission, secret, hero of the frozen world, and also completes the boss stage. The guy simply gained an even more overpowered ability, gained a servant, and gained the ability to keep taking wave after wave with the Flame Emperor's sucker move. And all of this was based on stalling. He stalled everyone the entire time, used hacks, but he still fulfilled what he said he would do, and the system says that he is very rich. And the protagonist is also jealous of this. And if the world were a novel, then someone like him would probably be the protagonist, the one who stands above all the gassed skills of the current top-ranked hunter. And he thinks that now he might even be able to copy the Sword Saint's skills since he can't die anymore, figuring it seems quite possible to do. He remembers people talking online about the Holy Sword, because that the group that completed it only had one member, which is the King of Death, and the reward calculation is complete, and the rewards have been given, and will continue to be given, for 24 hours after he enters the 21st floor. And so the Emperor thinks that it's crazy that he completed the boss's stadium in such a way, and he starts laughing. And the protagonist thinks that it doesn't matter if he's crazy or not. He completed all the floors up to the 20th in the way he wanted. And no hunters died in the meantime. No one from the Empire or the continent died. And he even managed to save that little one over there. And the 20th floor probably would have been completed alone, even if he didn't do anything, because the fire and the disappearance of the village were also a kind of conclusion. And as long as there is a proper conclusion, the tower doesn't care if it's a happy ending or not. Otherwise, Yosoha wouldn't have been able to complete the 4th floor. Therefore, this is not a world predetermined by the tower, and it is not an end that appeared because there was no other choice. And he thinks that on that day, the rains did not fall from the heavens, and the flames did not lick the ground, and he thinks that this is the end he chose. And the Emperor questions whether this thing is even the part of the ending he chose, with that thing dancing in the background. And the Flame Emperor questions why he doesn't stop it. And the protagonist is finding it all too beautiful, while he just tells the boy to go to hell. Meanwhile, a public announcement is made that the 20th floor has been cleared, and they repeat the announcement. The protagonist thinks it's a pain because there's no internet there. The Emperor asks if he hadn't decided he didn't care about other people's opinions. However, the protagonist questions when he ever said something like that, with a terribly cynical look on his face. The Emperor asks if he didn't say it was more important to get recognition from people like the Black Witch or Old Man Marcos, instead of the general public. He asks if he doesn't know that the more they heard he was the head of a wealthy Northern European family, and they say no one knows what skills he possesses. And apparently, despite all the fortune, and, better, saying that he will get recognition from all of them. And so, the Emperor thinks he is too greedy, asking how someone can be like that. And just then, the witch arrives there, even grabbing the pro, hugging him, and calling him crazy, a real crazy person. Especially considering the rookie isn't even 20 years old yet. He's really something, and he tells the witch that it hurts. And Marcos just stays there, observing their interaction, and she's even more surprised that he completed Mandar's bias in just 5 days, even after calling him crazy and saying he probably doesn't even know. How many people are going insane in the tower, telling him to take a look, and she mentions she quickly went to the 1st floor and took photos of those people. Plus, tons of news articles about everything he's done are on her cell phone. And she mentioned there were so many news articles that she couldn't even photograph them all. But she tells him that he needs to understand that it's not just the tower that's in this state, the outside world is too, and the titles might be worded in different ways, but they're all about him, where he's from, what kind of life he lived, and how he became a ranker instantly. But then he asks her to wait a moment, asking if she took all those photos by herself. She says yes, so he asks if, in order to show him the articles they were writing, she had to teleported to the 1st floor and searched through all those articles one by one, taking screenshots of each of them individually. And she says that, put that way, yes, she did. And the second highest ranked of the hunters is the greatest authority figure, and that this person did all of that. He questions if she's an angel, and she says she'll say it just in case, but he shouldn't read the comments because people jealous of him bombarded the comments section with complaints, And even though having done all of this without any deaths was incredible, he shouldn't pay any attention to them. But the emperor, seeing that the connections one could possibly have, he abandoned everything to go to the tower. One of them also mentions his habit of talking to himself, and the protagonist is quite surprised, because that guy is boy is so naive, asks if he really considers people to be angels, just because they treated him a little nicely. He thinks that if she is not an angel, perhaps she must be a goddess, and the emperor thinks that guy is absolutely insane. So, she tells him to look at that too, mentioning that he made it to the front page, and she says this is the first time anything like this has happened in the history of the tower, and she can't believe he went from unranked to third place all at once. So, he gets all excited, and she tells him that he will have to pay a little more attention to his behavior from now on. He questions her about this behavior, and she says that, currently, he has joined all 5 major guilds, even though, in reality, he is independent, and being a hunter ranked third, he should have a title on the level of a guildmaster. And it's true that he is in all 5 major guilds at the same time, but being just a regular guild member doesn't suit him anymore. And then, he considers becoming a guild master. But she says that if he acts like a lone wolf who destroys everything if he wants to continue acting like an old man, she won't force him. Hearing this, he asks if they are talking about him and her, but the girl brushes it off, saying she wants to know who those people are. He explains that they are soldiers gathered from all over the continent, adding that it's a long story, but after defeating the Demon King, there was an incident where these basso NPCs invaded the 20th floor, at least, that's what he thinks, and by using a skill and the effect of an item, he tricked them into believing he's an emissary, or something like that, of the Empire's founder, and they actually believed him. She then remarks that he seems quite talented at lying, but he points out that he managed to clear the floor without spilling a single drop of blood because of it, and she says, shrouded in mysteries, and there's no useful information, just rumors. He thinks it would be great if they had at least half the desire for attention and fame that the Emperor that she wasn't trying to criticize him. In fact, she's quite happy because, thanks to him, they can now trade with that continent as well, which means they won't have to making bad trades with those old men from the outside world, and they get angry because those bastards are always using food to undercut prices, and they want to see if they can get away with it, to continue doing this in the future. And Marco says that exchanges between the tower and the outside world are fundamentally unfair. Whether in terms of capital, resources, or technology, the outside world has a greater two sides, abundance, than the tower. So, she thinks that food is always the problem, and the boy says that when he first met her, he thought she was a very unfriendly person, and that must mean they've gotten closer. Then, he says that the Black Witch is asking if she's implying that the hunters are going to start trading with that continent. She says that, naturally, that's the idea. So, he says he will lend her his name. In this world, he is the founder's emissary and the goddess's apostle, and if he can make them believe that they are all apostles of the goddess, which will also make it easier to do business. And when he says it's just an offer, she is very grateful, but it's not as if they are lending their name for free, asking what he wants. So, he talks about the 20th floor, and she questions whether he's talking about the entire floor, to which he replies yes. And, to be more precise, he would like the entire land on the 20th floor to come under his possession. In return, he won't take anything for having cleared the 11th to 19th floors. They can share the profits from trading with the mainland, with the other hunters as well, and she thinks this is an extraordinary offer, but this isn't something she can decide on her own authority alone. They will have to discuss it with the other guild masters. Flames had, but then the protagonist actually hears him talking to himself, telling someone to shut up, asking them not to speak so loudly, saying that, to begin with, he at least knows something or other. Guild. But she asks if he really wants this place, since it obviously doesn't seem to have that much value. It's small, and doesn't seem to be very good for agriculture. And with his experience, taking a portion of the completed floors from 11 to 20 would be much better, but Gong is already saying he likes property more than money, claiming land is superior. And then she says that, we'll gather the guildmasters, saying that he has to see them eventually anyway. So they all agree to meet on the first floor, and he says it sounds like a good plan, but she remembers to ask something she's been wanting to ask for a long time, inquiring what the heck that guy dancing back there is all about. He just says that she didn't see anything. Man, I had forgotten. About this guy, honestly, I had forgotten. I laughed a little at his misfortune. And so they teleport to the first floor, and she asks if it's all right with them, if they meet in the same cafe as before. And he says that it doesn't matter to him, and for the others, it's only been 5 days, but for him, it's the first time he's been there in hundreds of days, so he stays. Feeling nostalgic, she asks what he's talking about. He says that it's finally sinking in that he cleared the floor, and she replies that the realization will probably hit him even harder soon, because, as she mentioned, everyone in the tower is going wild about him, telling him that he should prepare himself, and when they exit, everyone starts taking photos of the protagonist, becoming euphoric because the King of Death finally emerged. And everyone starts taking pictures of him next to the Sword Saint and also the Black Witch. And Gong is already starting to get scared by the situation. Then the reporters state that rumors say that he cleared the 20th floor alone, and they ask if it's true, telling everyone to look at the photo. He questions what kind of relationship he has with the Black Witch, and at that moment, she. And the protagonist thinks this is already frightening, and Espada Santa continues to actually talk to himself in front of the protagonist, and he thinks at least the rumors about him talking to himself are true, wondering, quietly orders him not to say anything, explaining that he has no experience dealing with the press. Then she asks if he's going to be mysterious or a popular star. He questions what she is talking about. Talking, and she clarifies that she's referring to the concept, questioning whether he wants to adhere to the mysterious person's concept or would rather be a popular star, explaining that once a concept is defined, it becomes difficult to change, and he needs to give her an answer now. And she mentions that, by the way, popular stars are like movie celebrities. He needs to create new accounts on social media and also needs to have a secretary for image management. And she says that the Black Dragon Guild will take care of this workforce and his security. Then, Marcos says he hates having to deal with this crap, so he's going with that option. And the next person asks, what should he do if he chooses the mysterious concept? And she says it's simple, instructing him to maintain a good, expressionless face, stating that any activity on social media is prohibited, and appearances in magazines and broadcasts are also forbidden. The same applies to private broadcasts. At most, he must give 2 interviews per year with reporters that she approves beforehand. He asks if that's all there is to it, and she replies that he still doesn't know how difficult it can be, saying that the attention is a drug, and the most addictive kind of drug there is. Even if only 10 people paid attention to someone, that person would be happy. But when you get to the position you're in now, anything he says will generate a reaction from dozens, even hundreds, of people. And not many people can resist that drug. But Marcos's words are useless. She speaks. That it is, but it's a really good feeling, wondering what the King of Death wants to do. And he says that what he wants is to be recognized. And even though he's not entirely sure, receiving, because there always has to be something wrong with the rankings. But in this case, they ask to be careful with a word that should never be said in front of the Holy Sword. And this is a 100% true story. Attention is different from receiving recognition. And he says that receiving attention from the people around him is enough. Whether it's thousands or millions, what he wants to receive from other people in the world don't want attention, but recognition. She says that she doesn't think these two things are very different, but she will accept his answer, saying she's happy that he. So, he asks how he manages to have such a good, expressive face, and she says she's going to tell him a secret, telling him to recall some really bad memories. And, in his case, when he was in the outside world, his father died in a civil war, and she was fleeing with her father, and the soldiers probably didn't come after them. Then, her father shouted to her to move forward without looking back. And so she actually ran without looking back and heard gunshots, but she still kept running. And it's not that she hates the fact that she ran away, because at that time, she was just a child. But she wonders why she didn't look back, because it was such an easy thing to do. And whenever she needs to be expressionless, she remembers these moments. And when she remembers her heart beating super fast, and she manages to create an expressionless face. Very good. And then she asks if he also has 1 or 2 memories like that. And he remembers the time when he was killed by the Flame Emperor, and she, looking at him, confirms that he does have such memories, saying that he will get used to it soon, and so he moves on, arriving at the cafeteria with everyone else. And the Inquisitor immediately welcomes him. He is surprised that the boy actually managed to clear the 20th floor in just 5 days, stating that this is the greatest achievement since the emergence of the tower, and he says that he respects him a lot, adding that he will stop calling him King Gong. From now on, he will call him the King of Death. And the Paladin says that, to be honest, that person witnessed it with his own eyes, and if he doesn't want to die, he should never say that in front of the Sword Saint. He remembers someone telling the old man that this is a thought that the 3 of them, the witch, the Sword Saint, and the King of Death would fail and die. But he went there and cleared the 20th floor all by himself, saying that if he has some secret trick, he must tell you. And he says it's just about living a good life. So she thinks this council is super practical, but whatever. He says it's good to see them there after so long of them asking how they are. And the Countess questions him, talking about a long time, since it has only been 5 days. And she says that at first, they stayed in the throne room as they had promised. But then, after a while, NPCs from the Empire started walking around, and he thinks this was when he defeated the Demon King on the 12th floor. And so the Inquisitor says that the NPCs thought they were invaders, who were invading the Imperial Palace, and the Empire's knights and elite soldiers came to capture them, and he thinks it really gave him chills. But Viper says that guy has several tricks, and he first surrendered them. Then he escaped from prison, saying that he is awesome. But the Inquisitor says it wasn't even that fun. After all, how could they have known that there was a passage? A secret in the dungeons beneath the prison brings back memories of his childhood days, and they continue to talk about it. The witch then reveals that she knows they all lived incredible lives in the outside world, mentioning that Khanda was born in a very poor village in India. Viper's parents were gang leaders, and the paladin faced hardships in Venezuela. And then, she agrees that they were all considered trash in the outside world. She adds that this isn't something they should be discussing there, implying that even the King of Death is one of them. Then, she reveals that they probably don't know, but the King of Death made crucial contributions to their success in conquering the tower. They didn't lose a single hunter on this raid, and common hunting ground, telling him that he must follow the rules, asking if he doesn't realize that they already claimed that place, and saying that, a few days ago, some high-rank guys, even on the 11th floor, where numerous hunters fought together, they managed to escape without any casualties. She then declares her intention to transform this man into the hero who will represent her tower, and it says that the Countess revealed much of her wealth, and the Inquisitor killed many people, while the Paladin hates receiving attention. As for Viper, she simply says he's very ugly. Man, oh man, my god, what is going on? She just insulted the guy out of nowhere, leaving him speechless. And as for the Sword Saint, as everyone knows, he is an old man, crazy about the sword. As for her, she often has to act covertly, so it can't be him either. On the other hand, the public still doesn't have any impression of the King of Death. The Inquisitor says that it's true that they are already figures from the past, so that presence has really lost its strength. They continue to print magazines containing updates on the Breathless Hunter's activities, but sales in the outside world are decreasing significantly. He even tells the protagonist that Gong is already a little short, but it's okay. And as you can see from his example, the photos will cover everything. He says he's only asking to be sure, but then questions if he's currently seeing anyone, and the protagonist says no. He replies that this means he isn't. He doesn't have to worry about scandals, which is even better, and mentions he's been analyzing them closely. The King of Death has a very mystical aura when he smiles. Then, he will choose the concept. Mysterious, but it's bad that he's never dated before, saying that they need a scandal. And with that, they begin organizing everything, and the protagonist becomes completely awkward, until he tries to talk to the witch, mentioning that she spoke about the mysterious concept, and that he didn't think they would need a designer. She replies that it's only for today, using her charm to convince the Jun, got into a fight with the Sword Saint in the 9th floor's hunting grounds. Then, he says that this is strange, as he has never heard of anything like that. And the guy starts mocking him, saying he thinks, boy, saying that the whole world wants to know about him, and that first, they will take a photo and show it to everyone, adorning the protagonist, and placing him in front of the white background, to take a photo. With that, the Emperor starts laughing at him, and he says he won't do it anymore, stating that hunters must climb the tower fearlessly, and asks, who cares, for the media image or photo shoot, saying that because these useless things have occupied their minds, they all together haven't even been able to complete the 10th floor for several years, but they actually like it, saying that this speech was great, and they start talking about the article they're going to write about it, but he says that he came there to talk about the 20th floor, and says he will grant the rights to all the floors from the 11th to the 19th for them, so they should make sure the 20th floor is theirs. Meanwhile, Prota is desperate because they are ignoring his opinion. Marcos tells him to give up, saying that the same thing happened to him when he became the top ranker, and saying that this was something they wanted to show to the outside world. They are also living a honorable life. That's kind of an inferiority complex. And he says that they abandoned everything in the outside world and came to the tower, asking what's so pathetic about that, and calls him to leave, saying that this will never end if he stays there. At that moment, the two run off and the witch calls him, saying that they're going to have a press conference tomorrow and tells him to come back there tomorrow morning, if he can, saying that he cannot be seen by the others. So, if he wants to escape, he should go through the roof, telling the boy to be careful. And with that, he climbs up to the top of a tower with Marcos. But then, a paladin soldier arrives, talking to him, and he asks if he can have 5 minutes alone. Then, he notices, looking to the side, that enemies with a badass pose. And as for our supposed protagonist, he's just an extra, who couldn't even be a supporting character. But in the midst of this, while the protagonist is ranting, he hears the interviewer, that he needs to clean his ears or buy a hearing aid, and that, looking at his face, he bets that the grandchildren he left behind also have terrible personalities. That's the King of Death, and, probably saying that it's incredible, takes something out of her bag and says that this is the only role she has now, asking if Jonando could give her an autograph. Sandra, then she asks what his name is. He replies that he didn't get a nickname, and asks if he can get the King of Death's autograph too. The King of Death says he's never given an autograph before, and she says that this is her life's dream, but the autograph that the Sword Saint gives is just him writing his name in cursive, which is kind of underwhelming, and the King of Death does the same thing, but that person just leaves there completely happy, saying they will treasure it like an inheritance. And after they leave, Prota talks to the Sword Saint, and Marcos talks to him. However, Prota starts by saying that he must look like he's killed a huge number of people, but if he looks in the mirror, he'll also see a mass murderer who has killed many people. However, it's obvious that he won't punish himself for it, and that's because he has a clear standard for punishing people, which is to punish those who have hurt many people. And then, clear, and that's why he did what he did. His principle is to punish those who have hurt many people. Then he tells the Sword Saints that they are following the same path, but Marcos says that he doesn't need to try to justify himself. He claims he is different from the other hunters and all the other high rankers who are like children and have suffered greatly in the outside world, but he is different, and he never lacked anything and lived a good life. But then he began to wonder if his success really came from his own abilities, questioning whether everything he achieved was only because he was born into a good family, but he thinks that can't be the only reason. And even though he was born into a good family, he was obviously proud of his achievements, but, thus, the Holy Sword broke in half. They then question if he's claiming the Holy Sword committed murder, asking whether he belongs to a large guild, or is just. He wanted to prove that his pride wasn't an illusion, so Prota thinks that's why he went to the tower, but he says that it seems like he unconsciously let his guard down. And so, a letter from the ability is revealed to the Prota. He admits he was a fool, having decided to trust his eyes and hands, but before he realized it, he was trusting in things called ability, and he says he's going to ask him one last time, questioning if he has ever taken any innocent lives. And the Prota replies that's why he said he didn't need to try to justify himself, saying that lies only serve to deceive the mind. Then, he remembers the tower instructing him to respond with his heart and not his mind. So he says no, stating that he never did that for Santa da Espada, nor will he ever do that in the future. And with that, he simply and completely denies his ability and says he believes in his own eyes, adding that he fought quite a bit over the last 5 days, thanking him for putting up with that old man's stubbornness. And maybe it's too late to say this, but it was a very pleasant experience being with him from the 12th to the plain 19th floor. And Marcos tells the boy to get plenty of rest today because, as soon as the press conference ends tomorrow, the 21st floor will open. He's looking forward to seeing him on the next floor. With that, he leaves, and the protagonist is left wondering if the Sword Saint just acknowledged him, and the Emperor says that it seems so. The boy falls to the floor due to all that pressure, thinking that everything is really over, and he's happy that Veg, now also his guildmaster, will handle the press, and he thinks it's all over. But then the Emperor asks, "What do you mean?" Because it seems like he completed the 40th floor or something. But then the Goddess of Protection speaks to the boy, saying that she is impressed with his achievements, and she recognizes them all, finding him worthy, spreading rumors. But that person tells him to think whatever he wants, because he only wanted to share what happened so everyone knows. And, in any case, if he doesn't want to die, he shouldn't speak. Enough to be considered one of her apostles. And the protagonist asks, "What is this?" And so she allows him to use her name in the future. He continues to question himself, not understanding anything. Then, the Goddess of Protection asks him to look down, urging him to look a little further to the left. And he sees the sword, remembering when it was said that the Goddess of Protection wielded her last power. He notices that the goddess was a sword, and she confirms his question. And then, after some time, in a news report, the presenter says, "What you are watching now is a video. Incredible." And he invites viewers to take a good look at the footage that they just received from BBS, asking if they can see the Black Witch holding hands with that other hunter, presuming that the other person is the King of Death. Then Prota kills that 11th floor boss with a single attack, and he says that if that video wasn't faked, it means that the King of Death defeated the 11th floor boss with a single blow. But he also says that, until now, there was no one who had managed to defeat a boss with a single attack. Then, as he reads, in the next video, Proas hangs up, and the Emperor, who was having a blast, asks why he turned off the TV. Proas replies that he's so ashamed he feels like he's going to die. And the Emperor asks why he doesn't just kill himself, since he's not going to die anyway. Proas says he doesn't want to. Then, he complains that it sucks and tells him to change the channel, saying that all the channels are talking about him. Then the goddess of protection points out that this is because his achievement was so unusual, and fame is like a price that heroes have to pay. And the goddess of protection recommends that he get used to it, but he says he was so tired yesterday that he couldn't even speak properly, and asks the goddess if she isn't overestimating him too much about the Sword Saint's grandchildren in front of him. And the protagonist thinks about this. Then, the old man continues talking to himself, and the protagonist thinks he has to test this out. And so, the old man simply leaves, leaving the overestimating him too much. And she says he is the light. And the goddess of protection clearly remembers what the day was like when he climbed the Empire's castle and made a passionate speech. And the boy gets more and more. Once again, Red tells her to stop, saying that he only did it because he was completely worked up. And she says she will entrust the Empire to him from now on. And in that sense, her trust is very attractive. He asks her to stop, wondering if this sword is perhaps an obsessed fan of his, and she says she's happy to serve a second master like him. And Protas questions if anyone has ever praised him so much in his entire life, so he becomes embarrassed. And Protas says that she was the one who started it, and the goddess feels threatened by him, so he puts her in the middle of the clothes. And so, she even shuts up, and Prota thinks that she is finally silent, and I think he polished her. Then, he asks if she is saying that she is a constellation, but asks why she is in a sword, questioning if she has been possessing that sword from the beginning, saying that the constellations are like administrators of each stage of the tower, as he has already seen a case in which monsters eventually became constellations, but an item becoming a constellation is going too far. She simply shakes her head, commenting that it's actually quite convenient to understand. A constellation is something that represents the world, and she says that, originally, she was a holy spirit revered as a god. However, the founder of the empire, Elephanta Eguim, divided her into certain 5 swords and sealed her away, and he is the possessor of the first sacred sword, Idol. He's surprised that's the sword's name, and the first is idol, the second is piety, the third is prayer, the fourth sacrifice, and the fifth salvation. And she says that if he gathers all 5 sister swords, she will be able to recover the original powers she possessed. And he thinks that, in short, she, bar behind, and everyone who is silent and tense with him there becomes more relaxed, now that he's finally gone. One of the guys wonders if he has Alzheimer's, and why he is just a fragment of the sword, meaning he needs to obtain the other 4 to regain all of her powers. And he finds this interesting, asking where the other swords are located. Sisters, but she doesn't say anything. Then, he asks again, clarifying that he's wondering where her sisters are, but she remains silent. So, he wonders if she doesn't know, and she exercises her right to stay silent. And so he realizes that she really doesn't know, and she argues that she can feel the presence of the others if they are nearby. But then he says that he's not in a hurry to find them, and anyway, she only has a 5th of her original powers. Wondering what she can do with that, she says she can obtain absolute support from the citizens of the Regim Empire. He says he knows this better than anyone, asking if there's anything else. And then she shines, boasting that she is confident in emitting light. He says he's seen enough to know very well that, with his eyes all watering from that flashbang, asking what else she can do besides getting the people's support and shining. She says she has a lot of confidence in manipulating monsters, also adding that he is confident in manipulating humans, but it's not very productive. Just then, someone knocks on the door, asking what all the racket is about and if something is happening there, and he says that everything is all right. Then, the witch asks if he's sure and informs him that the press conference starts in 5 minutes, and once it's over, the 21st floor will be opened, and after they respond to the reporters appropriately, they will head there, and he agrees. She thinks that his response was quite lively and asks him, please, not to be late. As he leaves, he talks to the sword again, arguing with it not to do anything flashy or manly, and she says that she is protesting against his unfair opinions, and he says that from mumbling to himself so much, thinking that this guy really knows how to kill the mood, and the protagonist also thanks him for his beer, running out of there, and thinking that he now needs to find out where, now on he's going to call her Berlinho, saying that she doesn't deserve names like Goddess of Protection or Holy Sword, and the sword, even though it's just a sword, is shocked by this, and he says that too. To begin with, she couldn't even protect her nation, and still claims she's too noisy. He's already losing his mind because of the Sword Emperor, so he will, starting to go crazy. And from now on, she shouldn't speak to him unless it's absolutely necessary. So, she remains silent, not even responding. He commands the sword not to make him have to return her to the Empire, asking if she understood, and so she responds, speaking as little as possible. And now at the press conference, there's 1 hour and 31 minutes left. They express their gratitude for arriving there, and the protagonist is seeing that many fans. He thinks that the Black Witch has overwhelming popularity, but she doesn't even talk to her fans, and gets straight to the point, saying that, as you all know, they completed all the floors, from the 11th to the 20th, and, as indicated by various media outlets, this was an incredible feat. They've been considering how to deliver this good news, but it seems they didn't have to worry about it, because they publicized the news very effectively, and were grateful to have reduced their public relations expenses. But, she says that there is one thing that made them proud this time, and it's not the fact that the long-awaited successful raid on the 10th floor finally happened, and it's also not about the fact that they cleared the 20th floor at an unimaginable speed. She mentions the 0 casualties, no deaths were reported, and of all things, this is what makes them happiest, asking everyone to look down for a moment and observe the ground of Babylon Square, where they are standing, because they will see a name engraved in. Rank 1 is missing. He wonders where he went, since he followed right after he left. He couldn't have gone far, until he spots a really flashy guy with a hat and a suit. Every stone. And these are the names of the warriors who have perished up until now. These are the names of the veterans who dedicated their lives to clearing the tower. And when they raided the 2nd and 3rd, in on days, several names were engraved on that floor. And she is truly happy to be able to say this in front of all those people, because on this day, no new names will be engraved in this square. Everyone boos the Black Witch, and she announces that, from now on, they will begin taking questions from reporters, 1 minute per question, and the protagonist thinks he doesn't have to get involved in this. In this situation, thinking that being around the right people is very important, and while she continues answering all the questions, the boy just wants the interview to end quickly so he can go to the 21st floor. Reporter John Evans, from the Babylonia Diario, says he has a direct question for the King of Death, the new top 3 in the rankings, and the protagonist is shocked by this. And Evans says that much has been said about the King of Death's rapid rise in the rankings. One particular rumor is gaining traction, suggesting that he is the major rookie that the big guilds have been training for a long time. And if that's true, it means the Death King is a hero intentionally created by the major guilds. Specifically, he's heard the Death King will receive absolute rights, absolute authority over the 20th floor. There's also concern that the major guilds might be joining forces to monopolize floors 11 through 20. So, the witch tells the protagonist that she is trying to provoke him, telling him not to worry because she'll take care of it, but he refuses, saying people like that will always appear, and he has to assert his position once and for all. She even tries to argue against it, but he says it's all right, explaining he has a way to put an end to it. Wow, my boy took responsibility, faced it head on, and is going to. He stood out in the middle of the crowd. The protagonist thinks that since he's the only one dressed like that in Babylon, it'll be easy to find him, and wonders what kind of skill he has. Go all in. Enceladus agrees, but asks him not to lose control and blurt out anything, because most mistakes can be covered up, but if he says too much, nonsense. Not even she will be able to contain the media. And he claims there is no one in this world as humble as him, saying that she knows he is a prophet in the end, and so he greets everyone, saying that the hunter nicknamed the King of Death says it's a pleasure to meet them and inquires about Avons. But as soon as the protector responds, he imagines that there is only one way to respond to that look. He says that, in his opinion, all of this is just worry stemming from his own failures. He thinks that he will definitely be different from the Flame Emperor, and he says he's going to say it again because, in his opinion, all these are just worries that originate from his failure. and he says he doesn't have the same charisma or experience as the Black Witch, but he knows something others don't. Interviews with the world's most reckless hunter, and he remembers the Flame Emperor cursing everyone, saying that they only managed to complete the 20th floor due to his greed. He pushed himself too hard to conquer the tower, claiming that everything he achieved there was rightfully his, and if he didn't take the items for himself, so who else would get them? Asking if it would be the reporter's father, and the protagonist mentions that this was his father's infamous case back then. Even though the Black Witch had attempted to intervene, Yosara had already ignited a fire that was impossible to extinguish, and every imaginable insult was hurled at him, and the recording of that scene was broadcast across all TV stations, and he thinks that, in order to be the best, he just needs to do the opposite of what the worst person did. Then, he says that he knows that public opinion is ecstatic because of him, but that it's all a bit of an overreaction. And, since the Flame Emperor had an X-rank return skill, what would Holy Sword, who was even more successful than the Flame Emperor, possess? If it hadn't been for the help of the Black Witch and the Sword Saint there, he would never have been able to clear the 20th floor on his own. And he says that, of course, he also did his best to finish without any death, but he doesn't believe it can be considered his sacrifice, and thinks it was the right thing to do, both as a hunter and as a human being. Therefore, he doesn't intend to claim his rights, which is why he delegated all the floors from the 11th to the 19th to the guild leaders. And the 20th floor will be a kind of green zone, where the tower residents who lived there will be able to live, and he would simply be happy in the role of administrator of that floor. And so he tells Evans that's all, asking if he has any other questions, and Evans says no, sitting down, completely frustrated, and he keeps remembering all the rude things the Flame Emperor did. So he thanks them, saying that if anyone else has any questions, he will respond shortly. And then everyone starts asking questions and talking about the lessons they learned from his strategies, which is incredible, and he is the man who will always be their compass. So, he starts piloting the airship and continues onward, but as he does, time begins to run out. The witch then says that she understands they are very eager to learn about their new hero, but unfortunately, time is running short. They will conclude today's break at this point to refocus on completing the tower, requesting that everyone continue to follow along with immense interest and support. And this time, they will also do their best to complete the raid with 0 deaths. But at that moment, another person speaks to the witch, inquiring about the nature of her relationship with the King of Death, and so, she gives a mysterious look and discusses the relationship, stating that it is something more than friendship, more like combat companions. But then, they ask if they are more than. He wonders if he has an even more overpowered skill than Return, thinking that this skill will be his, he just needs a little luck. But while he is thinking too much, friends. But she clarifies that it's a relationship that goes beyond friendship, more akin to combat companions, and hopes it won't be misunderstood. And with that, the press conference concludes, thanking everyone again for their interest and support. They keep asking questions, but then they call Prota to hurry up and ask if they are really leaving, after such a hot topic came up like that. She says she's a girl who likes to watch dramas, and ultimately, you need to ignite some flames if you want to leave an impression. Deep. He notices that she really is the guild leader who reigns over the tower, and backstage, she tells him that he was perfect, grabbing his hand and saying that his humble attitude was really an incredibly valuable asset. And people like heroes, but they like heroes who humbly bow their heads even more. But the balance of his actions was perfect. She didn't know that he had such a talent for dealing with the press, asking what on earth he had been doing all this time to only appear now. Yeah, it's complicated, isn't it? Just do what that guy did. Then, on the contrary, it's an example of what not to do. And so, she says that if there's anything else he wants, just tell her. Money, fame, powers, a lover. She'll give him anything he wants in the tower. Then he says that everything is fine, but asks what she meant by more than friends and combat companions, since she surprised him, and she replies that it was nothing. It was nothing, and that she just threw up a smokescreen on purpose, so the media will be looking for a scandal that doesn't even exist. Therefore, it's safer to keep their attention focused on the two of them. He asks if that's really the case, and she tells him not to worry, because she has been dealing with the press for years, and he can completely trust her when it comes to this matter. And then, this is cinema, folks. Rest assured, you know I only bring you the best of the best, so, you're going to enjoy this continuation. And if you haven't seen this work until now, I highly recommend you watch it all the way too. Asking if he can ask the Flame Emperor to say something to the audience at home, and the boy immediately perks up at this, and mentions that there are many openings to become a hunter. the old man turns around, saying that this place must be suitable, which catches the boy's attention. Then, he says that the boy might appear, and the protagonist realizes that he knew his location. The countdown begins until, once again, that hologram appears, saying that those who wish to ascend must say yes. So the Emperor orders the zombie not to lower his guard, and he wonders if this wasn't the time for a celebration with everyone in a festive mood, since floor 21 will be a completely different stage. And the angel says that they could stay on the first floor of the tower forever, and that this is a refuge for those who fled in exchange for giving up on overcoming the challenges. They could have chosen to live a simple life, but they all decided to complete floors 10 through 20 and witness the end of this tower. And, in this case, the right thing to do is to comply with their wishes. Then, they begin to be teleported, and everyone wonders what is going on, as they didn't even mention a transfer. So, they notice that this is a forced transfer, and it says that those who are determined to climb the tower, those who are willing to receive a new name and become warriors of the tower, from now on, only the chosen warriors will carry out this noble duty. And so they head to a library, where a young boy greets the warriors climbing the tower. Anne had been patiently awaiting this day, which felt like it took 3 years to arrive. Welcoming them to the great library of all things, he says that life begins and ends with meetings and partings, questioning the meaning of life. It's not just about meeting new people, because waiting is like a spice that sweetens life. The protagonist looks at him and recognizes him as the librarian, Bangu Sok, who welcomes everyone. He says that once again, he wants to express his respect, welcoming them to the great library of all things. Everyone is left wondering what this place is, while a guy suddenly appears, taking immediately. Then, the old man says that no one will know what happened there, and the boy reveals himself and apologizes for his bad manners, saying that he only wanted to ask the Sword Saint a favor, bath completely naked right there. Then, Bangu comments that it seems this librarian didn't have much consideration, placing the book on top of the guy, and the protagonist thinks, thank God, the embarrassment ended there. Then the witch asks him who he is and what this place is. He replies that he's just an extra managing this library, which is a bit larger than normal, and says that compared to her, he is an almost insignificant existence, ordering her to treat him as if he were unimportant. However, she questions his description of the library as just a little bigger than normal, because this place is colossal, and from what they can see, they think you could even call it the world of libraries. So Bangu likes that definition and moves on to the protagonist, surprised that he is the king of death, and tells him not to be so on guard, as he simply wanted to welcome him. To him, they are all like the heroes of epic stories, and Viper is surprised by this, and he places a book in his hand, saying that reading books is his hobby, but the books gathered in his library are by no means ordinary writings, and these are tales that tell the story of the worlds where the tower was constructed. He knows they must be wondering why they were chosen from among so many warriors, and the reason is simple. It's because in their world, they are the only characters who possess a name, and the 302 individuals gathered there are all warriors who bear a title, and everyone is surprised that only hunters with titles were summoned, and they inquire about the others. Then the witch asks if he's implying that they will be the only ones to attack the tower. So, Pangu tells them not to worry, since they defended the Igwim Empire with only 3 people, and 300 people is 100 times that number. Therefore, they will be able to pass through the stages he prepared without much difficulty. But at that moment, but then the old man starts laughing in a very sinister way, which frightens the protagonist. Then he hesitates to talk about the favor, asking if he didn't carelessly follow him with the purpose of being noticed. Asks the librarian to speak quickly, acknowledging that he is excited to find living people, but they want to continue climbing the tower as soon as possible. And with that, he says he understands, but he was so excited, even though he didn't even give them their mission. However, he's not one to explain things with words, so he brings several books, asking what type of project suits them best, and saying that the apocalypse he caught is so boring, and its destruction happened in such a peaceful way, saying that another one is better. And he says he's going to warn them in advance that this is just a preview of what's to come, so they shouldn't be too surprised. And with that, they are taken to a different world. And Bangu says that he is the librarian, but as he mentioned, also, the files gathered in his library aren't ordinary books or novels, and their size is a bit larger than normal. And the Great Library of All Things, as the name suggests, is a library that contains records from various worlds. And that's the world they attacked, and the other one is the world where they're going to stay. These books are known by various names. Some call them epic stories, others call them chronicles, some annals or sagas. However, there's another expression he prefers, apocalypse, and their apocalypse is still ongoing. Serialization, and after a lengthy prologue, you could say that's where the reading fun truly begins, but not all apocalypses are serialized like his world, and, thus, that world begins to face extinction. And Vanu mentions that there are still some apocalypses that have been cancelled, and his isn't the only world, stating that many others exist, and if the cause of cancellation of one apocalypse was stones, was the cause of cancellation of another water, and he thinks what's happening is a tragedy, because the characters in that apocalypse were purpose for him to notice him, and asks why he is asking favors from an old man like him in such a frightened manner. The protagonist doesn't think this is normal, as he believes he, alive, just like them. However, before they could reach a proper conclusion, before they could achieve an epic ending, everything ended for unfair reasons. And even though he calls it serialization, cancelled, for him it would simply be called destruction, and everyone there starts vomiting from what they just witnessed. The Emperor thinks there's no reason for them to be vomiting, since he has seen much worse things that ordinary humans couldn't withstand. At that moment, Bangu says that the missions he will give them are simple, and that they must choose 8 series from the cancelled apocalypses. He says he wants them to finish reading the cancelled apocalypse, wanting them to continue reading the tales of the destroyed world, and he says that they will enter the 8 books of the apocalypse and save the apocalypses from the cancellation crisis. The protagonist stares intently at him while pondering this. Bangu says that this is the mission he will give them and that they need to rebuild the world, and the difficulty level is yet to be determined. The point is that, as there are countless worlds, there are also countless destructions. The constellation, Librarian Bangu describes this as a cancelled serialization and desires to give worlds cancelled for unfair reasons the chance to continue their stories. Their stories again. First, they must choose one of the apocalypses, and if they manage to save the world, it will be registered as their 22nd floor. However, if the mission fails, the 22nd floor will not be opened. With that, Bangu is excited for them to begin choosing. My friend, they are seriously screwed. Things are very screwed up. He just discovered that his world is about to end, you know? It's already there. Look, it's already in the hot seat. And he also discovered that he will have to enter worlds that are ending. I want to see where this goes. And if you want the continuation, misunderstood the reasons why he allowed him to perceive his location, and thinks he doesn't have any weapons or anything of the sort on him. But he's holding a sword, almost as if he were about to. Don't forget to leave a like, because this is getting better and better. The like is very important, comments are also very important, and that hype too. And let's go. Let's go to reach our goal. We're getting closer. Out of 100 subscribers. I'll see you all in the next video. Attack him. He thinks that even if all he has done is follow him, that is already going too far, and he thinks it's a very convenient situation for him, but he questions what the reason is. So, the old man says that he's a great actor, as one would expect from a first-class assassin, and the boy doesn't quite grasp the situation, wondering how he, an F rank, could be such an assassin. Then, he congratulates himself, because he's going to die without even having insulted his grandchildren. And the protagonist apologizes, saying he doesn't understand what's happening. And the old man says that he is disingenuous, pretending at this moment, but insists that he cannot deceive his eyes. At that point, the boy starts begging him to stop, saying he's asking because he doesn't know what he's talking about or how he could possibly seem like a first-class assassin, since he actually takes great pride in looking like an ordinary person. But then the old man draws his sword, unsheathing it. Thanks to the inspiration from the hunter Yosa, he mentions that his abilities awakened as soon as he entered the tower in his early 22nds, and within a month, he defeated a boss that hadn't been defeated in 10 years, telling the boy to shut up, boasting that he has several abilities, including one that reveals how many times someone has committed murder, and the protagonist finally realizes what's going on. Rolando. Because, as explained, murder is murder. He may have known that the person he killed would become a monster, but there's no way to explain that to him in this timeline. He bets that Espada Santa can see the number 1 on his head. So, he says that he understands, but follows up by saying that, even though it sounds like he's making excuses, he asks him to listen, stating that he committed this act for a good reason, and swears to God to Espada Santa. And then he starts taking off his hat, saying that the boy disgusts him, and Espada Santa is surprised by what he's saying, retorting that a demon like him, who has killed countless people, now wants to invent reasons. He says that he also hasn't lived a particularly honest life, but at least he didn't commit mass murder like him, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything, questioning these murders, and saying that in his entire life the only person he killed was just one person. But, so the man says that he continues to lie shamelessly, claiming that the number of people he has killed so far is 40,091. He can clearly see the number on his head, and the protagonist finally understands what's going on, realizing that he killed Yosoa once, but he killed himself 40,090 times to travel to the past, and things definitely went south. Then the old man asks if it was the Black Dragon Witch who sent him, and the protagonist realizes that currently, in the old man's eyes, he is a serial killer who has murdered 40,091 people. The protagonist then thinks that this is no longer about whether or not to copy some skill, and so the old man asks if he's not going to answer him as the protagonist runs away from there. He thinks that as long as the Sword Saint has this ability, it doesn't matter. This truly makes him a legendary hunter, and he wonders if he can share the secret of his success with those who aspire to become hunters. He pauses for a moment, then agrees to speak, saying, when he finds him, the Sword Saint will always try to kill him. Then he says it's okay, claiming that it wasn't an important question, and declares that he will kill him with all his strength, calling demon protagonist, ending yet another one of his lives. However, the boy isn't hit by the blow, and his neck isn't cut. It passes very close, but doesn't kill him. So, the old man is surprised that he managed to dodge his blade, saying that this is actually expected of a first-class assassin. However, Prota thinks that this old man must be deaf, but at that moment, the Prota ends up tripping over a rock and rolling backwards, completely sprawled out, and he thinks he won't make it, because the first time was pure luck, and he won't dodge again. And so, the old man raises his sword while Prota is lying down, and tells someone to shut up, talking to that person he keeps talking to as part of his schizophrenia, and asks if he wants to interrogate the tense demon. Imagine, man, you're running for your life, and the old man is talking to himself in front of you. And Prota, but then, the old man asks if he didn't say he would take care of it, and tells him to stop interfering with everything he does. And the protagonist thinks this conversation is too well articulated for it to be schizophrenia, so he wonders if it's part of his own abilities, because there's just no way. That's telepathy. And the protagonist says he's heard rumors that abilities like that actually exist. Then he wonders if he's talking about him to someone who's seeing the number of his deaths. And the protagonist gets even more scared, because he could be telling someone that he's with a person who committed 4,091 murders. He thinks that this way, he will become a man, wanted by the Hunter Association, and will be hunted by the major guilds and top bounty hunters until he is publicly executed on the first floor of the tower. Well, in theory, that he will only say this once, instructing everyone to pay close attention and stating that, ultimately, those who are destined for success will achieve it. But even if they die, and everyone will forget about it, right? Like, it won't be a big deal unless you run away for a long time. Then you'll have to keep dying, until you get to the day you meet the old man, run away. Seriously, go to another country, climb the tower, especially since you already know how to climb. And the protagonist thinks he's about to die. Before 24 hours have passed, he talks to the old man, and the old man is talking to his schizophrenic ghost, Gasparzinho, telling him not to even try, because he has already made his decision, and even if he's just a teacher, he will still carry on with what he wants to do. But the protagonist asks if his grandchildren are okay, and mentions that he heard that he was from a good family in Northern Europe, and he asks if he knows how things are with that kind of family, saying that the outside world is dangerous. And if they discover that he is the Holy Sword, what does he think will happen then? But then, the protagonist starts to see everything upside down, and the old man's sword is already raised, and the protagonist wonders if the moon has always been upside down. He ends up seeing his decapitated body, and he thinks this is amazing, because he couldn't even see his last attack, wondering how he could reach that level, and he says he wants to be like him, that he's jealous, and wants to have that attack too. Then, Prota dies. At that moment, his skill activates and creates 6 skill cards, and he thinks he will obtain the skills of 2 rank 1 hunters, and he wonders where the golden card is, saying that he will take it like he did with the Flame Emperor. But he finds it strange, as there isn't a single golden card among them. And he is surprised by this, because, unlike the Flame Emperor, the Holy Sword legend Marcos Calenbury evolved without a single S-rank skill. He thinks that not even fair is real. There has to be some overpowered ability among those successful. They must not seek trouble with him, or they will die. After saying this, he departs, leaving all the reporters behind. One of them then, silver cards, there just has to be. he notices that there are 3 bronze cards and 4 silver cards. Ignoring the bad cards, his chances are 1 in 4. So, he thinks that the ability to counting murders must also be among those, but he doesn't want it. So, he continues to desire a stolen skill, and says he'll never ask for anything else again, taking a silver one. He says he has, that it must be the skill behind the Holy Sword's success. Then, he copies the skill, and goes back in time 24 hours, returning to his home. Then, he opens the hunter status window, asking if he obtained the Sword Saint's main skill, and sees that it is Throne of the Sword, a ranked passive skill. And he thinks that at least it's one more skill, and doesn't seem to be the murder counter, but he is surprised that it's another passive skill. He thinks he just wanted a really cool skill, like martial arts or aura awakening, but thinks he can't complain about having one more. So, he opens that skill card and realizes he can't tell what it does just from the name. But then, he hears someone talking. Asking what that noise is, he looks to the side, startled, and that person speaks to the old man, saying he's told him before that if he wants to train in the middle of the night, he should go outside, saying that they should respect each other more. And the protagonist finds it very strange that there's a somewhat translucent guy floating next to him, and at that moment, that ghost says he will be pulled toward him if he moves too far away, and he already told him that he doesn't need to wake him up. And the protagonist talks to that thing, asking who he is, and when that guy turns his back, looking at the boy there, he asks if he can see him, and the protagonist says yes. Then the guy asks if he can hear him. He says yes. After all, they are talking. He is surprised by this, wonders what he meant by that. But, with this intense atmosphere, they conclude their special report for their audience. They even attempt to add something more, but the protagonist cuts them off. Because it's strange, this shouldn't be happening. Asking where the hell he is and why it's so small there. Asking where Marcos is. He asks if he is Marcos Calambury. Asking if he's talking about the Holy Sword. And then he confirms, saying that although the title is an exaggeration for a beginner like himself, yes, he is talking about that old man who wields it. Asking where he is, as he should be somewhere nearby. And so the protagonist is even more impressed that he calls the Holy Sword a beginner, and that guy from Tekken says that he can't see anything through that tiny window. And the protagonist is surprised, because the effect of the Sword Throne is that, in another world, he completed the first 99 stages of the tower, but failed on the 100th. Dissatisfied, he was unable to detach himself from his earthly desires, and became a spirit. He cannot physically affect anything, but he is able to communicate with the skill user. He's likely shocked by this ability, and asks him for advice, and only the user of the ability can sense his presence. And the ability was copied from Maru's Calambury, and the protagonist is surprised that he comes from another world, noticing that he is a ghost, and asks him if he was the guardian spirit of the Holy Sword. So he even says that who thinks so. The boy then reveals that he thinks he accidentally cloned him, and his ghost is scared to death by what happened, begging him to return him to the old man now, asking if he said he copied him with his skill, saying that he can also cancel it then, asking if he doesn't know how to make him original, saying that nowadays everything should be reversible, but the protagonist has already said that this is impossible. It is something he cannot control, and at that, the ghost throws a tantrum, telling Marcos that he was a useless disciple, saying that his master was kidnapped. He closes the notebook to stop watching and starts crying while thinking about what the Flame Emperor said, remarking that he makes him furious, questioning if he thinks that just because he's successful, by a loser kid. But the protagonist asks if he can stop crying upside down, because he's going to have a heart attack soon. And at that moment, the ghost says that this happened because the stupid disciple didn't respect him enough, even though he warned him to follow the same path he had walked. But the protagonist thinks they can live in silence, but the ghost questions the boy, because he is already dead. And the protagonist doesn't even ask if he can remain silent even in death, please. But then the ghost starts complaining that he has never been so disrespected in his entire life, asking everyone to witness that bastard mistreating the dead, and it's not enough that he only died once. Then the protagonist remembers when Marcos was telling someone to shut up, saying that he was interfering too much in what was happening, because not only does he have to hide from Espada Santa, but he also managed to get that piece of crap ability. Then the ghost questions why he's hiding from the old man, asking why he would do that, because he says he doesn't look like it, but he's actually a nice guy, saying that as long as he doesn't talk of his grandchildren, he will be fine. But the protagonist says he already knew that. He asks if he knows that one of his abilities is seeing someone's kill count. Then he notices that it's the detective's eye, asking what's the matter with it, saying that it's just a useless skill that helps him figure out who is a killer and who isn't. And the protagonist says that the number of deaths is 4,091, saying, that's the number in his head. So the martial artist is surprised by this, asking if he has gone crazy, because he is a total amateur, an amateur among amateurs, and he probably doesn't even know how to use his aura, asking how he could have killed 4,091 people. But the protagonist says that it turns out he didn't kill all those people. In fact, he only killed one, who would become a tyrant. And he can belittle others, because it seemed like he was there belittling him and not the reporter. And if he had any talent like the Flame Emperor, then he wouldn't. 4,090 is the number of times he has killed himself. He went back in time 11 years to kill that guy, and he has an ability that copies a random ability from anyone he kills, and he receives to go back in time to the moment he was killed by that guy. So, upon death, he reverts 24 hours from the time of his demise, making him technically immortal. He mentions that he wanted to get revenge, but he was an S rank, making him unkillable due to his resurrection ability. Then, he went back to the time before his abilities had awakened, and the ghost is surprised to hear the boy saying that, went back in time to get revenge on someone, belittling himself for 11 years, and the boy simply agrees. Then, the ghost asks him his name, and he replies that it's King Gong, and the ghost asks him why he decided to mess with the old man, and why he stole his ability immediately after achieving his revenge. And the protagonist says it was because he was number one, and the quickest, rapid way to become strong is by taking the abilities of the strongest. And Van also inquires whether the reason he's being so honest is because the ability's information told him that no one else, he can feel his presence, and has no way to tell anyone else about it. The boy replies, that's exactly why he's here. Then, the ghost tells him to get up, saying that he has a lot of perseverance. His body would look great with a little exercise. Plus, he's also ambitious. The boy starts to find this conversation a bit strange. Then, the ghost tells Gongija that he wants him to hunt some monsters. They actually go to the hunting grounds, and the boy asks if he just wants him to kill them. The ghost says yes, and the boy goes after them with his little knife, trying to kill the slimes that are coming at him. He even manages to kill a few. The ghost thinks that this was something he already knew, and the boy asks what? Have to live in that tiny apartment, or be treated like a shitty F-rank hunter with absolutely no skills. So he continues to get more and more irritated and freaked out, saying that he knew. The ghost says that when he was alive, he was known as the Sword Emperor. He was born in a different world, and a tower appeared, which he quickly climbed to the top, to die, but he didn't. And this is very important, because he needs to possess this courage in order to wield the sword. Then, the ghost tells him that he will give him a test. If he passes, he will teach him how to use the sword. And so, Gong begins to think that he has nothing to lose, so he agrees to take the test. The ghost tells him that he will give him 3 days, and within these 3 days, he has to kill a monster on the upper floor. And so, Gong asks which monster he has to kill. The ghost says that he has to kill the steel wolf. Consequently, Gong becomes a little desperate, saying that he has no chance against the steel wolf. The ghost says that he will not give him any weapons, nor will he teach him any techniques. He has to fend for himself. And so, Gong becomes completely desperate, saying that, fighting, but it's the opposite for him, and this fear probably disappeared after dying more than 4,000 times. So, the boy asks if this can be considered a talent, and the ghost speaks. Yes, because talent isn't something a person is born with. Anyone can acquire a talent during their lifetime, and one of the hardest things to have is overcoming the fear of death, saying that the kid is incredible, and the protagonist thinks that no one has ever said anything like that to him, nor has he been able to say it to himself. He says he just couldn't stand being treated like an insect by the Flame Emperor. He couldn't bear it, to the point of killing himself 4,090 times, and he thinks that death became his talent. Then, the ghost asks him to answer something, asking if he died for the... He wants to become like the Flame Emperor, expressing that he is very jealous, because he also wants to achieve success with his own strength. Or at least, he wonders how cool the Flame Emperor's old man, and questions what he was thinking at that moment. And the boy is even a little shy, but says he thought that it was beautiful, and the ghost starts to laugh, saying that he is interesting. Very interesting indeed. And remember the boy he said his ability would be copying? So, Marcos has another self as a spiritual guardian, and now he wants to see which of them will become the best hunter, saying that he will help Gong until he manages to beat the old man, or until he reigns above him, and says that they will finish off this tower. But the next day, the ghost is shouting, Gong, now, asking for him, who hasn't woken up yet, and the boy asks for another 5 minutes. But the ghost tells him to stop being lazy, because that old man must be completing the 10th floor, and he wants 5 more minutes. Then the boy starts to cover his ears, and the ghost asks if he's going to do that, saying he's going to sing a song from his homeland to him, to wake up. And just so he knows, he learned while he was alive that he could decapitate 30 heads with a single verse. And the boy really regrets getting this skill, as the phantom asks if he even knows what time it is. And then he asks what time it is, and says it's still 4 inches the morning, calling that ghost a fucking crazy person. And the ghost says that even the bugs start crawling at 4 a.m., and since he's weaker than an insect, he should wake up even earlier. But then the kid says that just because he can't sleep doesn't mean that he might die from lack of sleep, and says he always wondered why Espada Santa trained every day at this hour, and apparently it wasn't because he wanted to, but because he didn't let him sleep. Then the ghost says he's right, explaining that he woke him up because he was bored, asking if the boy is satisfied, and says that, thanks to that, he can wake up early and train. The end. So grab that popcorn, smash the like button, because I know you'll forget. If you don't like it, at the end of the video, you can remove the like from down below, but I have. Abilities would be if they were his. While he is desperate, a light shines in front of him, and he finds it strange, wondering what it is. He thinks he has seen this before. Then he should be grateful, ordering the boy to kneel and thank him. But Gong immediately says he wants to kill him, but the ghost says he's already dead, so he can't kill him, and adds that if he's annoyed, why doesn't he just leave? Seriously, it's like he couldn't die even if he wanted to, calling him a zombie, an illiterate, and declaring that from now on, his name will be Zumbiquin. And the boy gets increasingly irritated with that thing, and runs off with the ghost. So that spirit keeps talking to the kid, saying it's going to remind him of one thing, saying that, besides his perseverance, he has no other talent. So the ghost would rather start teaching him the basics, but he is still inferior to even that. Somehow, his level is below even the basics. And Prota says that it has been 4 days since he copied the skill of the Throne of the Holy Sword, and he says that he killed Yosa once again, and avoided the Holy Sword as much as possible. And the ghost says that, in terms of potential, he is like a limitless black hole, and says that this is really cool, and he is jealous of the boy, but he asks him, please, not to distract him. While running, the protagonist is currently following the training routine the guardian spirit created specifically for him. Then, Phantoma explains that this is the reason he claims he needs it. To get this special assistance, he will need to pay for high-level tutoring, and she says they will win the lottery. So, the protagonist recalls that there's a guild called Sunan Run, and he explains that its official name is the Merchants Union, and the guildmaster is the rank 3 hunter, the Countess. She is the only one with the ability to conduct exchanges with the outside world. Thanks to this ability, the Sunan Guild has a monopoly on the tower's economy. Then, a guy with a cat's head, mouth, eyes, nose, and ears cheerfully greets them. Watched the video thousands of times, wondering if it's a skill card, and a golden card appears before him, triggered by an incessant surge of envy. And the boy doesn't quite understand, thanking them for coming to San Ron and asking how they can help them. The protagonist replies that San Ron has become the only place in all of Babylon where it is possible to bet on the lottery, and that's why he came, to collect his lottery winnings. And here, the ghost says that Prota won the Joy Lottery, congratulating him. But then the ghost mentions he's always been curious, asking if Prota knows, because he always wears cat ears. And Prota says he heard that the guildmaster is a cat woman. So the ghost thinks she likes cats so much that she forces normal people to wear those ears, saying that she is definitely a pervert. But then that attendant guy asks if Prota checked the date, explaining that it is not possible to collect a prize from a ticket bought 2 years ago. Prota thinks that this was the first thing he did after getting the guardian spirit, but he says it's okay because he bought it just last week. Then Prota says that the spirit of the Holy Sword told him he would need some starting capital, so he tried to win the lottery at least once. And so, the attendant goes to look at his ticket, and is surprised that the protagonist won first place, and everyone is frightened. And the ghost thinks that making money is quite easy for him, and the cat says that he has confirmed his number, asking if he can have a second, saying that he's going to call the manager right now, and so the protagonist tells him to relax. Then the ghost asks what happens if he gets mugged in an alley, or something like that. But the boy says that, before returning to this time, Yosor had already used this ability to win the lottery a few times, and because of that, he was able to learn a few things. And it's not something he can hide, even if he tries to. And, if it's revealed, the best thing to do is explain everything. And, if a winner is attacked, then the Sunan Rion Guild will suffer the worst of the... Well, What exactly is happening? Then the system announces that the tower is impressed by his envy and has granted him an ability. We're off to a great start. I can't believe that consequences. And so another older guy, but with a cat head, goes there, thanking the protagonist for waiting, saying he is Arthur Taylor's manager, also known as Vault Keeper, asking him to feel free to call him by his nickname. And Prota introduces himself as Gongija, mentioning that his nickname suits that guild, and he says that if having a nickname means he's at least a rank 300 hunter. The Vault Keeper responds that he always hears that, telling him to follow him to the upper floors, and Prota says that normally, an F rank like himself could never associate with someone of high rank, but today is different because he is a client worth 50,000 gold, and the ghost thinks he's getting impressed too easily because he's never received this kind of treatment, adding that he even got emotional when he talked about his talent last night, and he feels a little bad about it. And the Prota asks if he can't just shut his mouth, and the ghost says that he shouldn't be so easily influenced because he should see him as an example and believe that everyone in the world, they exist only to be trampled on by him. And the protagonist wonders if everyone with Emperor in their name is a psychopath, saying that he will never want to be like them. And so the Guardian asks if there is a problem with him. The protagonist says that it was nothing, and that he just lost focus for a moment. He says it's a relief, because he seemed to be worried, wondering if anyone had treated him badly before he got there. And the boy starts to wonder if he is an angel, while the ghost continues to see him as an idiot. And so the Guardian says it's the VIP room, and this is the prize he won, 53,000 real golds. Then he says that, where he came from, this gold is equivalent to $5 million. He thinks that with all this money he will be able to live. I'm watching a protagonist gain a cheat skill simply because of pure envy. And the boy still doesn't quite understand, because he remembers that when he appeared before another girl, it said that comfortably, as the goal was to succeed, which he already achieved, but he decided to reign in this tower as a hunter. So getting money was just a small step. After all, he saw a much more beautiful gold than the one he had, and says that he will keep it in the Sunryon vault. The Guardian then says that it would be a wise choice, as it is what he recommends all winners do, and he says that he understands that they might want to take the money with them, but there are bad people out there, among other things. But the protagonist interrupts him, saying that he wants to purchase an honorary membership from the guild, Sunryon. He mentions that it costs 10,000 my gold to become an honorary second-class member, and states that he will pay in advance. Then the Guardian asks if he is already part of no guild, and the protagonist says that he isn't. And so the ghost says that he is smarter than he thought, because a guild is not just a group of friends or hunters. And the biggest reason why people join guilds is because they want to be protected, so he is indeed quite smart. The protagonist thinks that there are the guards and the Hunters Association, but the city is far too wild for them, trusting these two organizations, which is evident in how the Flame Emperor and the Holy Sword treated him. The Flame Emperor has never affiliated himself with a guild, and has always taken pride in his freedom. He's won the lottery twice, but likely never paid protection money to anyone, and someone of his caliber refusing to join guilds really irritated the others. So, he believes that's why he was almost poisoned. He doesn't need to worsen his situation by getting involved with big guilds. He won't be foolish like the Flame Emperor. He says he has one more request for the Guardian, who replies that it can be anything, and the protagonist asks for a cheap, single room and will pay the rent up front, wondering if he can find a decent place. Tower is touched by her will, or that the tower rewards him for his intermittent training, and the tower praises his achievements. But in his case, this is completely different from the ability awakening videos he's seen before, to stay. Furthermore, the boy requests that if any newspaper inquires about the first prize winner, they should say it was an anonymous honorary member of the Sunri 1 Guild. And so, that old man is surprised by the boy's requests, commenting that he is indeed well prepared, and the ghost notices the old man's expression and says that he probably thought he was a fool, and the boy agrees that he is, because the world is a dangerous place, and they must be prepared, asking the ghost who had just called him a fool. He questions whether he said that, because he doesn't remember, and then the old man agrees that he is right. He observes that that idiotic emperor is really something else, and the ghost comments that he is managing very well, all by himself, and he thought that he would need to change his diapers, and the protagonist says that he would hate him a little less if he would just stay silent, but the ghost replies that he seems to be quite happy with it. He says, of course, because this is just the beginning, 4,000 deaths or going back 4,000 days in time, not to mention the power he couldn't enjoy because he was so focused on his revenge. The time has finally come when he will be able to enjoy it. Then, the ghost continues to pester Prota, reminding him that he's already said tutorials are the most important part of his lessons, and that now he has plenty to pay for them. So, he asks Prota what he thinks the next step will be. Prota thinks it would be to find a competent teacher, but the ghost says that there's already one standing right in front of him, and the most are. Prota says he's very shameless. And so, the ghost explains that the books and scrolls are there to teach him martial arts or how to make potions to improve his physical abilities, but he says that, at his current level, he won't be able to learn anything beyond the scrolls. So, the only things he can acquire are extremely good potions, and Prota asks just how good they have. But he thinks he's in no position to question those words, because this is the moment he has been longing for ever since he arrived. To be. And the ghost says that they used to call that place the Alchemy Castle because it was full of healers and alchemists, and he needs something made by the best person there, he knows, from an online store where you can get it. But the protagonist asks if those things aren't incredibly expensive. He replies, of course, asking if the boy wants to know the price, and as he whispers in his ear, Dong becomes increasingly scared, asking what it is, since he could only afford about 4 vials with his entire fortune. Then the phantom says that he could probably get 5 if he makes a good bargain, and if he thinks it's bad, he should blame himself for not having any talent. So now he needs to shut his mouth and follow, and so he starts begging the ghost to slow down, but he ends up tripping when he sees the ghost standing still. He questions why he stopped so suddenly. Then he asks Gedge to hide and says he forgot to warn him, but the problem is already right in front of him, and the protagonist senses it when he sees that little shoe with that mismatched outfit, and he says, this is the store where the old man buys potions. The old man is also there. So, the protagonist questions why he didn't say this earlier, since he was going to have to tell him these things from the beginning anyway. The old man keeps glancing to the side, seeing the ghost there. He's there, but he can't see the ghost, and the protagonist hides just before he can be seen. Gong is already wondering what to do, because it will be a problem if the old man catches him there, but the old man simply turns around and leaves, and the boy is absolutely terrified. He complains that, out of all the places to hide, they had to pick a trash can, and the ghost thinks this is terrible, because the old man is there, so he probably came to buy all the potions. Then, he asks Gyar to quickly follow him to see what he's doing, and thinks that this can't be happening, because they arrived too late. There's a golden letter. Upon picking it up, he believes it grants an even better skill than those of S rank. The letter then creates a skill, I want to become like you. Too late. Wondering what they are going to do, since that is the best store in the area. And the protagonist thought for a moment, figuring that it would be too risky to use the same store as Espada Santa. But he notices when looking at the hunter rankings that the person he's searching for isn't in the top 20, nor the top 100, and not even the top 300. They aren't there at all. Then the phantom asks who isn't there, and who would be so lucky to be his target. He says no, explaining that it's actually kind of the opposite, saying that he doesn't think he needs to spend as much money as he mentioned. The ghost is surprised, and the protagonist says that they can get those potions really cheap, because he knows a great alchemist. So, he heads towards the slum area, and the ghost asks if he realizes he's getting himself into a rather strange place. The protagonist ends up going to that place alone, surrounded by those shady-looking people, and he ventures deeper and deeper into that horrible area. The ghost then asks if a decent alchemist lives in a place like this, and he replies that she's not just decent, she's a once-in-a-generation genius. At this point, the ghost tells him to stop talking nonsense, and asks, because a genius would live in a place like this, and the protagonist tells him he can believe it, if he wants to. As he walks around, he sees some people who don't seem happy to see him, and notices that they were trying to figure out if robbing him would be worth it, but they gave up when they saw him talking to himself and assumed he was crazy, and he wonders what they would say if they knew how much money he has in his pocket. And the ghost calls the boy again, asking if he knows how to get to that person's house, but they quickly hear a voice begging them not to take their equipment. Then the person asks if she knows how many times they've told her this, and the protagonist thinks it seems like they've come to the right place, and that guy tells the girl that she owes more than 6 months of S+ rank. Its effect is automatic activation upon being killed by an enemy. He copies one of the skills of the enemy who killed him and acquires it for himself. However, you can't copy rent, so he tells her to pay her bills, but she says that if they take this equipment, she won't even be able to survive, and he says that he doesn't care because she'll never win the loft. Enough money to be able to pay him, and orders them to take everything they can find. And she asks for just 1 more week, begging them to give her a few more days. But the guy says that last time, this week, turned into a month, and now it's been more than 6, and she says that she still has some potions that she hasn't been able to complete, and the guy gets more and more irritated, wondering why they put him to work on the case of that crazy alchemist, throwing the girl away along with her cart, telling her that if she wants some advice, she should work on something else, and she's left behind as the people around start to comment, saying that they already figured this store would go bankrupt soon since the prices were so high, asking what kind of strength potion costs 40 gold, saying that these young people nowadays don't know how to manage businesses, but she says that they weren't high at all, as she could barely make any profit from them, and that it's impossible to find potions with the same quality and price throughout Bona, telling them that they should be grateful that she opened her store in that location. So, everyone starts to think the girl is crazy and wants to leave because she thinks too highly of herself, and she asks them to wait, inquiring if they wouldn't like to buy a special strength potion since they are already there, but they reiterate that they said they won't buy anything. However, the ghost speaks to Prota, asking if that loser is the genius of the generation he had mentioned. Then he asks if it's really her, and the ghost asks if Prota is blind, speaking ill of the girl who is there, dejected on the floor, and begins to cry. And Prota goes to her, asking if her store is still open. And the girl with green hair, green eyes, all in green, twice from the same opponent, and the copied ability is selected randomly, but he will die nonetheless. He's surprised by this description, wondering what it is, because he is the one he defends, saying that obviously that woman is neither a crazy alchemist nor a loser, and he says that if that store is still open, he would like to make a purchase. Well, honey, she's the master alchemist, or at least an alchemist who will reach level 5 in the future and become the leader of the alchemy castle, and the girl is all happy, saying, of course, would do it, saying that she can make anything he needs, but she asks about the value of the product he wants to buy. He says he's not sure, but maybe it's around 20,000 gold, and the girl almost has a heart attack. And Prota says that if he can form connections with high-level rankers before he reaches the top, it could be very good, as she will be his golden goose. He asks what's wrong, questioning if she won't accept his order, and says that he will become her #1 customer. Wow, the rascal won the lottery and is snatching up talent. The little guy wants everything, doesn't he? Greedy. The little guy is greedy. And she gets ready to take him to her hideout, saying that it's a bit messy, but asks him to come in. And as soon as they enter the place, there's a mess with things thrown all over the place, and an unsanitary situation inside, and they think it's excessively messy. And even the ghost himself is frightened by it, because that place looks like a garbage dump, asking if he really wants potions made by her, and he starts to get a little apprehensive, and the girl goes behind the counter asking if he's really going to pay her 20,000 gold, and he says that if she doesn't believe him, he should pay in advance, but she says that she doesn't need to do that, saying that's not true, and that, if possible, an advance payment would actually be good, and the notices that she is so broke that she can't even afford good manners, and he tells her to take as much money as she needs from his safe, saying that he will let Sunanrio know about it beforehand, so she will still die while wondering what the hell kind of skill this is, completely disgusted by his luck. It is said that the tower suddenly appeared in their world, visible to everyone on the GAN, surprised that he told her to take what she needs, and he says, of course, but asks her not to try to stray too far from the original budget of 20,000, as his resources are not unlimited. Then, she asks which potions he wants to buy, and says that if he intends to pay to make illicit drugs, she will have to refuse, because that is the only thing she doesn't do. And the protagonist thinks, even though her shop has just closed, she still has the courage to refuse thousands of gold, because, despite being crazy, she fits the role of master alchemist very well, and he tells her she doesn't need to worry because it's not drugs, he swears, and she is relieved, then asks what kind of potion he wants to order, and so the ghost says that, okay, he says that she doesn't seem that skilled, but he will give her the recipe, telling her to listen very carefully because he will only explain it once, mentioning the liver of a rabbit pig, apart from the eyes of a balloon cat, the skin of a giant desert worm, the tail of a mud lizard, totaling 23 ingredients, and he thinks that these are all of them, saying that now, in terms of production varies depending on the alchemist's skills. So, he's surprised she voiced exactly what he was thinking, since those ingredients combined create a potion. To increase your reaction time, it's an extremely high-level recipe, and to create it, you have to mix all the ingredients at once instead of refining them individually. And he mentions that, that's right. Then, she says of course, pleased that the skin of a giant desert worm usually contains a small amount of venom, and one way to neutralize that venom is by consuming liver from a pig rabbit. However, Depending on how you consume it, the effects could be even worse. On the other hand, if it's refined with other things, she starts to, no doubt that you won't do that. Also, leave a comment requesting the next part. And if you're watching on your cell phone, click the hype button down below, because it really helps the channel. So, without further ado, Horizon, no matter where they were, those who had nothing to lose were the first to set foot inside to see what awaited them. Each floor of the tower was filled with monsters from another. Explain everything in front of them. They remark that she's the kind of expert who only appears once in a very long time, and she continues traveling, analyzing the recipe, and Proto asks how long. It will take some time to prepare this, and she mentions it will be 4 days. She says as long as she has enough money, she can get it done in 4 days, and normally, she could do even more. Quickly, but she'll have to buy all her equipment back. Proto then remembers the past, when people would wait for over a year just to ask her for a recipe. Thinking that 4 days is nothing, the girl is weirded out by the way he's glowing. Then, the ghost, after he leaves, says that he still hasn't approved of her, questioning if he even knows. How many people are out there who are silver-tongued, but have horrible skills? He says that these types of people become big-time swindlers in the future, and that they just spent a good chunk of change. But then he asks where the ghost learned that recipe, and he says it was a potion he made himself, the best recipe he's ever created. Managed to create it after drinking all sorts of potions. And so, he mentions that she praised the recipe as being top-notch. He himself witnessed that she was able to recognize the recipe's value right away. So, he should try to trust her, because even in his current state, she will become the head of the alchemy castle in 10 years. And he pauses to think, asking them to remember his words carefully, saying he bets she'll take his money and run away with it. And so, after a while, she apologizes, saying she wanted to give it to him as soon as possible, but it took longer than necessary to try to combine the most varied ingredients. And so, 4 days later, the girl is already completely settled into the protagonist's residence, provided by Sun Ron. And he, world, and skills manifested for the select few visitors chosen by the tower itself. And those who heard the news gathered at the tower and began hunting the monsters. He asks if he hadn't already warned her that it would take 4 days, and says that everything is fine. And she hands over 3 boxes, each containing 30 potions. He says that this must be worth 30 days of work and mentions that this was 15 times more efficient than buying from the store recommended by the guardian spirit, and he declares that this is the proper way to spend money. Then, F asks if he was secretly cursing at him in his thoughts, and the girl attempts to speak with Gongja, and he allows her to. She says it might be odd to ask, questioning why he would make such a valuable request to an alchemist, unknown like herself. Because, even though she is confident in her abilities just from looking at the recipe, she believes that only 2 people in all of Babylon are capable of making it. But the people treat her like she's crazy, and the protagonist ponders the reason, figuring it's because the pharmacist in front of him is the genius of this generation, but he complains, saying, that is the only reason, remembering how she acted when the area was unsafe amidst the fire caused by the Emperor himself, with her insisting that there might be survivors inside. He thinks that the one who rushed to the city faster than anyone else when the fire broke out was her. It was during that time that she was there, and she is also someone who hadn't been deceived by the Flame Emperor, and she is very skilled, kind, and possesses a good sense of judgment. He wonders if it wouldn't be a great loss if he didn't get closer to someone like her. Then, he says it's because she seemed kind, and the girl doesn't quite understand. And he says he helped her because she seems kind, but he also confesses that he thinks she would achieve success even without his help, and says that he thinks good hunters like them need to be successful so that they can help each other even more in the future, and says that it is frustrating to only see they were the first generation. And so, someone recounts once seeing the Flame Emperor fighting in the hunting fields, and that man says he wielded a flaming spear and appeared to be crazy psychopaths being successful, and he just wants the best for both of them, and says that everything he said now is true, and he doesn't think he could be more honest than that, and she thinks that he is, truthfully, saying that they need to become successful in order to change the world, and adding that, if he has any more requests to make, he should let him know at any time, as he will always prioritize them. Prioritize your requests. And he says he couldn't be happier about that. Then, as she leaves, the ghost asks, what do you mean, good hunters like them? He says he already knows that. He said something shameful, but immediately calls the ghost to train. So, the next day, he moves to the 3rd floor hunting ground, and, upon arriving, he thinks that those guys are kind of too strong for him at the moment. So, he wonders what he should do, and the ghost tells him to drink the potion first. and when he shakes it and chugs it down, he thinks the flavor is pretty normal and has a hint of lemon. He thinks he tasted a little honey, but then his heart starts to race, and he wonders what is happening. And he really gets. Understanding exactly what is happening in reality, he almost feels lost, and the ghost happily appears by his side, thinking that this is impressive, since her skills were indeed good. Then, he asks what he is saying, telling the ghost that he doesn't need to repeat it because his head feels like it's about to explode, and Fant asks what it feels like, as it seems, that he can count every single strand of hair on his head, already turning upside down next to the boy, saying that probably even the sweat falling down his face seems to be alive, and says that these are the effects of the potion, and it increases his perception of reality, asking if the boy can't feel it, already completely under the effect. Here, you ask what the ghost is. Dancing. It was like Nataraja, an incarnation of Shiva, who is also considered the god of dance in Hinduism. Then, the protagonist speaks with the manager at the place he's eating, wondering if they're talking about, but the boy has a breakdown along with that demon next to him, and says that this thing, squeezing his heart, is the aura that the boy is finally feeling. And he freezes up. The potion, he says, exists within every hunter who enters the tower, though most aren't even aware of it. The deciding factor will be how freely he can control that aura. The boy begins to feel increasingly pressured by it, while the ghost explains that normally, one could sense the flow through meditation in this state, but that would take too long, and if he doesn't have talent, he at least needs to work hard, and he's placed in that situation in front of an ogre that's nearly killing him. So the ghost orders the protagonist to run if he doesn't want to. Die. This is really it. It's a real fight. Yes, you'll improve. Trust me. And he says that if the boy doesn't want to become scrap metal, he'd better release his aura. Because someone like him needs practical, first-hand training. The boy then starts cursing at the ghost, who appears behind him, saying he can't understand what he's saying because he's a loser who can't even use aura, and asks if he's feeling pain, saying if he doesn't like it, he should just kill himself. He adds that even if he does kill himself, the kill count would just go up again, and he bets the old man would be very happy to see him. Then the protagonist sees the ogre moving very slowly and thinks it's the effect of the potion. But even before he can even see the attack, he wonders why his body isn't responding correctly, and he still feels sick, and the ghost tells him that he can dodge, so he shouldn't give up, because the orcs, there are many of them, they're low level, and their attack patterns are very simple, so it will be easy to deal with them once he recognizes those patterns. Now he has to gather aura in his legs, but the protagonist thinks that can watch something else. But the manager questions him. Why? Now that it's starting to get good, he wants to change it, asking if the boy doesn't like the Flame Emperor. But at that moment, it's easy to say, because he can dodge if he just takes one more step, and he starts begging his legs to keep moving, and his heart actually ends up sending the aura from there to his legs. He manages to escape by using this pressure, and finally realizes that he has dodged it, and the ghost tells him that it's more difficult than he expected, saying that's because he doesn't have the dayload, the necessary channels for his aura to flow through his body. Metaphorically speaking, his body is like a small mountain path. He needs to transform it into an avenue so that the aura can flow smoothly, and the boy can now feel the aura thanks to the potion, since normally he would just be a loser anyway. And he thinks that girl might have questionable sanitary habits, but her skills are very good, and the orc continues to chase after the protagonist, wanting to kill him. Then the boy asks what will happen once he turns this little path into an avenue. He thinks this makes him frustrated, but the guardian is right. He continues to force his aura to flow with all his strength, and thinks that an abandoned path, covered in rubble, is a metaphor that fits him very well these days. But what if he can overcome it? He asks what the consequences might be, and the ghost reveals that the old man severed his head. Marcos, unable to do anything in response. He thinks this is it, remembering how he saw the world upside down as his head was thrown to the wind, and the ghost says that era, a skill that can be seen in just about anyone. He thinks that even a strike as beautiful as that one is simple, and the ghost says that the old man still has a long way to go, and that he doesn't. There's no need to even comment on it, and the boy then begins to have a little more hope, dodging another attack from the orc. Now he lifts his head, turning to face him, preparing to. Man in the report says that, despite reaching first place in the rankings, he hasn't changed at all, and it's good to see someone truly courageous. And the protagonist says, it's not that he dislikes the Emperor of do something, and the ghost is surprised by the boy's decision. Now, using the aura as he wishes, he comments that this was quite creative. Then he takes the small knife out from his back and he uses the aura on his leg to jump close to the orc's head, stabbing his sword into the monster's chest. Then, the ghost orders him not to lower his guard until the end, because orcs have hard skin. He should concentrate his aura at the tip of his blade, thinking that this might be too difficult for him, but he should still try to transfer all of his aura to the tip of the sword. So, the boy screams, demanding the orc die somehow, and finally manages to actually kill it. Then, Vand asks if it hurts, saying that it probably hurts a lot, betting that it hurts like hell. He didn't even create a decent channel for it, and yet he kept using the aura like that, betting that he feels like he's going to die because of his weak body. And he ruined his whole body trying to take down a simple orc, and the protagonist keeps cursing that ghost, but he thinks that the movement of compressing aura, like a jet, what he did at the end of the battle was really cool. I have to give him props for that, because a hunter should always use their head in a battle, and then the boy collapses to the ground, thinking about something like that. It doesn't make him happy, and he starts vomiting because of the effects of that hallucinogenic potion. Then the ghost asks if he really thinks he's going to die, and the boy asks if he's blind, but the ghost says that everything will be okay if he dies, which the boy doesn't really understand. And the ghost explains that, if it weren't for his return ability, he wouldn't even suggest this training method, because the old Marcos also meditates after taking that potion. He doesn't use his own body as carelessly as the protagonist does, and the protagonist just keeps cursing at that ghost, but he says that there are people out there living lives that are too good, wondering why their own life is such a mess, and so the owner begins to notice that this penguin is annoying as hell. But the protagonist says that if the boy dies, he can just return, and asks if that isn't the best thing ever, because no matter how hard his training is, his body will always return to normal, and they envy the boy for talking to the zombie, saying that since his death counter increases every time he kills himself, they will use that method to prevent it from happening again, and the method involves 3, is behind the boy. Then the ghost says that he already understands how to use the aura from the first try, and that way, only about 100 more deaths will be enough, and the journey begins with a pass for 100 deaths, starting with the first one, and in this first death, he goes to the boy, who ends up crushed to death. When he wakes up, he thinks his head is hurting and finds himself in the middle of that selection screen, with nothing around. But the phantom is also there, asking what this is, and the prota notices that he's there too, wondering if he will return with him. He says, this is the place where he stays right after dying and says that, for the time being, he will call that place purgatory, and the ghost thinks that's really cool, and Gong immediately says that, after a while, he will hear the message, you will return 24 hours back in time, and after being killed by the Flame Emperor and the Holy Sword, he acquired a skill, and the system states the conditions for activating the skill were fulfilled upon his death, and announces that it will copy a random ability from an orc, and both of them are surprised, since monsters also possess abilities, and the ghost asks, what the hell is this? Because his ability is so overpowered, and at that moment, the system prompts him to choose an ability card. Then the ghost starts complaining that he also wants an overpowered ability like that, and the ghost asks, who the hell is supervising this tower? Why would they give such an overpowered ability to a loser like him, and not to a great hunter like myself? He listens, saying that yesterday, he received an S+ rank skill, but asks what kind of crappy skill kills you when you use it, and says that he didn't even report it to the association. Own? And he thinks that this will mess up all the established norms for hunters. And the protagonist comments on the ability originating from a monster. So he says he'll take any of them, but then the ghost asking him to wait and questioning if he's really going to pick that one. But he questions why it matters, since it's not like he cares much which skill he chooses. But the ghost asks if he shouldn't. Wouldn't it be better for him to take the best option while he has the chance? But he says there's no way to know which ability is best, since they both have crappy colors, and it's just a game of luck. But he asks what he means by not being able to tell which skill is the best. And the boy says that, seriously, he doesn't understand what he's saying, stating that the colors of the cards are the same. He can only see the backs of them, asking how he could possibly tell which skill is better. But the ghost says that he can see them, and he can see what's written on the front of them. And the boy is very surprised by this, because the skill cards always move in such a way that the back is facing him. They stay like that, even when he tries to turn his head to see them. Taking a look, he wonders if he can even read the content. He figures the spirit can fly around freely, so it must be able to see both sides of the cards. And then he says, of course, he can. He tells him to look and asks if he doesn't trust his eyes, saying that he's always been known for having great vision since childhood. Prota is very surprised by this. Then Fanta is asked if he's lost his fear of dying, all because the boy screamed like that out of nowhere, so he tells him to just tell him what the skills are. He says he's only going to read it once, telling the boy to pay attention. And card 1 is, well, it's a card with several antics, which is the blessing of reproduction, which makes them reproduce a lot, but he'll be fiery all year round. And card 2 also, of hunters, asking if he knows, but then he almost vomits, and says it's because he's ashamed to tell anyone that his skill is trash, and starts crying there in the bar. Is rubbish that I'm not even going to read, but there's this one. And Vant asks the boy if he saw that, because if he hadn't stopped him, he could have grabbed that one. Since he's a man, he asks if he doesn't think it would be good to obtain the vitality of an orc, and the protagonist says that he's just talking nonsense and that both cards are horrible, but if he had to choose, whichever one he had to choose, it would be Twick Twick. The ghost says that he thinks his thoughts and words aren't matching up. He figures that, anyway, he thinks he's right and that Twick Twick is better than the blessing of reproduction, but asks the protagonist to wait and think a little more. And the protagonist says it looks like he's thinking the same thing, and chooses that skill. So he shouts to the boy who throws himself into that place, and he thinks that's it, because bleeding is nothing like staying in a nice place to rest your body and mind. In this moment, he wakes up peacefully, and the ghost gets all irritated. The protagonist asks who on earth would pick the blessing of reproduction, telling him to stop complaining already and go hunting. Then, he opens the status window. With 4 skills already, he sees no problem, but then the ghost asks Gong to think about it, because he believes it's better to train sitting in the lotus position, and dying is painful. Too much, saying he'll take it easy and train in the lotus style, asking if he's okay, so much so that it will allow him to achieve aura mastery in just half a year. But then, the boy goes to the hunting field on the 3rd floor, and the ghost asks if he's listening, but the boy ignores him once again. He asks the Sword Emperor Lord, questioning if he knew, and the ghost immediately asks what he's talking about, and if he wants to train in the lotus position. And the protagonist says that he calls him a zombie when he has the advantage, and uses Gonge jar when he braided. Then the owner tells him to vomit outside, and as soon as the protagonist leaves the bar, he sees the daily ranking of hunters. And the first is the Flame Emperor, the second is the Black Dragon Witch, and the fifth is at a disadvantage. And just now he called him Gonge jar, saying that he's just warning him to correct his habit, and the boy goes after that orc, who finds it strange. It's rising, and the protagonist thinks, predictably, that his movements are slow once again. So, when he attacks, he activates the Twick ability, which allows him to talk to that orc, and when the orc finds it strange that the boy is speaking in his language, he seizes the opportunity to kill him, and as he does, he falls peacefully to the ground, and the ghost says that he is a shitty little thief, and knew this was going to happen, asking if the boy is happy to deceive a poor orc like that, wondering if he hasn't stopped to consider his feelings, saying that the innocent orcs of that world are being hurt by human bastards like the boy. But he just uses goblin language to talk to the ghost, and he gets very angry, saying that he wants to beat him to a pulp. Beating, asking the Great Tower why it gave such an overpowered skill to a piece of shit like the kid. He tells him to quickly stop this war, because they have to complete the 4th floor. And, a week later, the protagonist stands before the boss of the 5th floor. The Goblin King looks completely different, now with a fully activated aura and a slightly more badass outfit, and the name of the skill is Gorok. Then he uses the high society skill, Honkef. And so, when he says Gorok, the king finds it strange that he's saying it. The Goblin King wonders how someone outside of himself can speak with such perfection the king's language, and the protagonist manages to kill him with a single attack. He says that he was the strongest enemy he's faced this week, telling him to rest in peace, his honorable opponent. Honorable. But the ghost tells him he's a damn liar, asking why he's so emotional after defeating a single monster, and the protagonist curses at him, saying that he only managed to. Let's get to the Manhwa and its continuation. And at the beginning of everything, they're talking about news in Babylon, because the Black Dragon Guild has started the raid on the 4th floor of the tower, and the reporters. Third is the Viper. Then, while he's completely drunk in the street, he notices that it feels like his head is about to explode. But then he hears a scream. A woman's scream draws his defeat him after using 6 coins, and he asks if he's not allowed to be emotional about that. Each of those coins represents a life, and the ghost says he's just stating the facts, and furthermore, he asks if he can really call it an honorable battle, and the protagonist doesn't have much to say in response, instead, telling him to look at the situation since he fought fairly using that skill, which cost him 5 life coins, referring to him as a high society goblin. The effect is that the Goblin King was lost in thought, realizing his goblin culture is not at all sophisticated, with all the words, end in Kirarok, How can he possibly display his royal authority like that? It was then that the Goblin King's naivety was revealed. That's right. From now on, he will speak only Gorok instead of Karok. And he continues speaking Gorok, saying that this word fits his noble essence very well. But the fights between the tribes would only worsen. He managed to copy that ability, and he thinks it's kind of amazing that even goblins care about such useless things. At that moment, the ghost remarks that's why they're goblins. Aren't humans the same? Different. And the boy doesn't quite understand what he's saying, but the ghost replies that he's just talking to himself. He asks what he means by that. But then the system indicates that his existence is becoming more defined, and when it appears beside them both, they are surprised. He levels up, changing completely, and he realizes that finally, his skill slots were increased and now he is a rank hunter, and the protagonist is happy that luck is finally on his side. Then the ghost asks if those were sparks or drops of blood, commenting that this was confusing, but he explains that it's the effect of leveling up, and the ghost confirms. He adds that it wasn't just to make him look pretty, saying it was some kind of day, and the protagonist, pay attention, he heads over there. The Flame Emperor is harassing a woman, who demands he step aside, questioning why he's doing this out of the blue. Questions him about this, and the ghost explains that it's possible to discover the shape of the aura he will possess, according to the effects that appear when leveling up. For example, that Emperor of the flames he struck with, he believes his own were fire. He even mentioned sparks. Apparently, a hunter's aura takes shape following some kind of trauma, and well, it's not always a negative memory, but it's always based on a defining moment or event in their life. This is reflected in the shape of their aura. He believes it's an effect of the subconscious, and from what he's observed, his own aura resembles fire or blood. Then the protagonist inquires, what would the aura of the Sword Saint's sword be like? And the ghost replies that it's the light of the moon, explaining that when that old man was a boy, he became lost in the mountains. He didn't want to die, so he climbed to the summit of one of them, and he recounts that the moon in the illuminated sky was utterly beautiful, and the moon doesn't shine with its own light, but instead reflects the light of the sun. But even so, a life where you only receive can still be beautiful, and he simply wanted to shine like the moon, or at least that's what he thought when he was 12 years old, and has cherished that thought ever since. And the protagonist is surprised that the boy was only 12 years old, remarking that he was definitely not normal. And the ghost says that they have now completed the 5th floor and want to move on to the 6th. But the boy asks if they can't just go straight to the boss on the 10th floor. Then the ghost asks what he is talking about, and if he doesn't think he's being too presumptuous, even as a newbie. Then, he says he swears to God that's not it. But at that moment, the ghost asks if he knows how many years several of the best hunters have wasted on the 10th floor, but the boy says that, if he doesn't manage to complete the 10th floor using only 2 lives, he promises to start calling him master. And the ghost is surprised that he is saying he will be able to defeat the boss after. Then, he tells her she's a great actress, saying that anyone watching them now would easily think she's the victim, calling her Holy Lady, and stating that she poisoned his drink, which surprises her. Just a single death, saying that he had to use 6 coins to defeat the Goblin King. He asks if he thinks he'll make it past the 10th floor with just 2 lives, saying it seems like you don't know this place, but even so, he won't take it easy. However, the protagonist says that it doesn't matter, but there is one condition. He will need to be honest and say what skills the boss on the 10th floor possesses. So, the ghost says that seems fair, but the boy says that, besides that, if he wins, he will have to call him Gongjanan in the most polite way possible, including the honorific added to respectfully serve someone. Then, the boy asks what's wrong, asking if the phantom wants to give up, and saying that it's okay if he does. So, he gives up, saying he's a total little shit, and asks if he really thinks he can get into a fight with the Great Sword Emperor just because he has a stolen skill, and tells the boy to be prepared to treat him like a master for the rest of his life, because he won't be able to defeat the boss on the 10th floor, and he says that it's true, since he can die, he will have to treat him as master forever. And the girl asks if he's going crazy, because he's the one who's supposed to be serving him, and they're both getting totally hyped up about it, getting face to face and laughing at each other. But for the people watching from a distance, he's just a crazy person talking to himself, staring into the wind, and laughing like a villain. Oh my god. Now that I've stopped to think about it, everything I've read, all his interactions on the street, it's all him talking to himself. Guys, how embarrassing must that be? And everyone thinks that guy is nuts. And later, a knight won't let the protagonist enter a certain place, and he asks why he can't go in. And then they ask if he wants to challenge the guy alone, saying that it would be an act of utter futility. He reveals that it's basilisk stomach acid, the very poison she intended to use on him. Then, he asks if she's serious, because if it weren't for his ability, things could have gone terribly wrong. Wondering if he hasn't seen the news, because the Black Dragon Guild went in there with their 34 best elite members, and they still failed. But the protagonist asks, so what if they did? Afterwards, the association rules state that any hunter can initiate a raid, but that guy says he's sorry, explaining that he has to keep records of everyone who enters, because his superiors will analyze them later. He'll be the heartless bastard who lets someone kill themselves, telling him that he needs to think about his position. And then Ghost asks, what the hell is this hunter association? The world didn't used to have anything like this, and Proto wonders what to do. He says that messing around with these shitty political games is the reason they're still stuck on the 10th floor. He tells the zombie to beat that guy up and hurry inside. And Proto tells the guard that he needs to work hard, and that what he's saying is true. And to be honest, he even wants to commit self-evisceration, and they both find that strange. And the boy says that he lost his loved one a year ago, and recently, the Alchemy Castle told him that he has an illness, incurable. They say he has a maximum of 6 months to live, but he can no longer live without his loved one. And even though he's in the lowest tier, he's still a hunter. And instead of spending the trapped in a bed in the Alchemy Castle, he wants to use the rest of his life to challenge a monster. And the hunter is moved by this, and the protagonist hands over the money that he saved for his treatment, and the hunter says that he can't accept it. But the protagonist says that, since he's going to disappear anyway, he wants to depart from this world without leaving anything behind. Back. And he asks the guard to please not make any reports about his entry, and says that this is his last request as a hunter. Then the guard says he understands, asking the boy to go, and he throws the poison away, shattering it on the floor. She claims it's a misunderstanding, saying she only wanted to go on a tower raid with him as a teammate, ahead, and that he saw nothing. And the ghost thinks that they are both idiots, wondering if they happen to be filming a movie and everyone is already under some kind of special effect, modifying their art. And the boy finally enters, stating that since reaching the 10th floor, the methods no longer matter. Once inside, he declares that this is a floor that should have been cleared by the Flame Emperor, and he proclaims that he will now write his own legend, one even greater than the Flame Emperor's. He enters the place, which resembles a house with various toys and dolls scattered all around, and begins to laugh upon seeing him, ask if he has come to play. Fire engulfs the area, and those things ask if he will play with them, questioning what they should play, and suggesting what if they played statues? But perhaps the statues would melt, so they suggest playing hide and seek instead. Then they agree that's it, ordering him to play with them, and the protagonist activates his aura skill, in the middle of it all. It's then revealed that the challenger is just one person, the hunter, King Gong. He responds that he is right and will play with those things, and the system wishes him luck. Be by the boy's side, and an interview begins, with a Black Dragon Guardian stating that her guild has secured its position as the strongest since the opening of the tower. Unfortunately, they reached their 30th failure on the hidden stage. She asks what they think caused yet another failure, and she says there's nothing wrong with their skills, they just had a bit of bad luck. But then, the Flame Emperor appears, asking who said that, pointing out that he was the one who completed the 10th floor alone. He says that luck is also a skill. And this is the interview that became known as the Loser's Declaration, and therein lies the problem, surpassing all the great hunters. And he asks why the Flame Emperor was the only one who managed to complete the 10th floor. And the boss? He says that's what he thought too, but he was mistaken, and she starts begging them to resolve the issue through dialogue, saying that, on that floor are the Hell Dolls, asking if he wants to play with them, wondering if he promises it will be fun. He says that completing the 10th floor is relatively simple. He says, hidden somewhere in the mansion, you need to find and destroy the real doll. But then the ghost says that these aren't just ordinary flames, but hellfire, created with aura. And Proto says that no matter how much someone protects themselves with their aura, 10 minutes is the time limit anyone can withstand these flames. But this would have no effect on hunters with the uncle's aura because of the fire, and that Flame Emperor started breaking the dolls one by one, and Proto notes that this is why he was able to complete the task safely and still had the ability to say that luck is also a skill. However, the ghost reminds him that he is a zombie who survives by luck too, and so Proto asks what he means by surviving by luck, and says, to that, saying that he can barely withstand it even with his aura. But the ghost says that he will reach his limit in a minute, and says that just so he knows, Old Man Marcos can withstand these flames for 30 minutes. He's overtraining to extend that time to an hour before challenging the boss, unlike someone who went in without a plan. And the protagonist says he's very happy to hear that. The ghost asks what he's going to do now that he only has 2 lives, and the protagonist questions what he means by that, saying he'll die first, and then think of something. But the assistant's ghost says that his aura will expand exponentially if he dies there, explaining that there are only 2 ways to clear that area. The first is finding the right doll immediately, which is a 1 in a million chance, or becoming so skilled with his aura that he can last long enough to find the right doll. He adds that even then, it's just a misunderstanding, and the protagonist is watching from afar, wondering what's going on between them, and questioning if those 2 might actually be dating, wondering if the rumors are true. Only bet 2 coins like an idiot. The ghost says the boy obviously won't make it, but the protagonist points out that he's forgetting option 3, saying he'll see who wins after he dies, and Prota thinks his time will run out in 10 seconds. He wonders why he doesn't just pick one of them at random, looking at one who quickly turns to face him. The boy catches her trying to blow that thing up, which starts melting in his hand, and she says it's not her. The protagonist has 3 seconds left and wonders if they really had to go this far. Then, he asks how anyone could understand the Great Tower, saying that she is a psychopath who gives a stolen ability to a piece of shit like him, and the boy wonders if the ghost even needs to even talk like that. With 1 second left, his aura barrier crumbles, and he begins to burn with that infernal fire. Then the ghost tells him that time is up, and the boy continues to burn. Then the ghost notices that he is a pervert who is trying to deceive the tower, so the protagonist asks it to kill him as quickly as possible. But the ghost tells the boy that it doesn't. It doesn't matter how good of a hunter he wants to be if he creates a plan where he aims to die willingly. He has to recognize that the boy really is a psychopath, and Gong already realizes that. He needs to go faster, dying and losing yet another one. But in Limbo, the conditions for activating his ability were completed, and the random ability of the infernal dolls is copied, and he orders him not to forget his promise. And so the ghost tells him not to worry, asking the boy if he looks like a loser who would break a promise. Then he says that golden card is incredible and is the S-rank Hellfire barrier, saying that it has to be that one. He doesn't need to say anything, just take it, and it's the only S-rank skill. He wonders what kind of couple has a conversation like that, and he considers intervening, as it seems like the right thing to do, thinking it would be very chivalrous of him, but instead, he grabs her neck, that this boss actually has, and he says that whenever he wants, the hellish fire from just now will appear. But he asks why the boy is acting like this, questioning if something is wrong. But the protagonist disagrees, saying it's not that, but rather that he doesn't know why, but he feels like something is wrong. He wonders what it is and thinks that it's definitely a great skill. But there's something that doesn't seem right to him. He says that, in any case, the ghost should read the other skills as well. He says he can't quite understand the boy, but agrees, and he has the Labyrinth Architect skill at rank A-, Puppet Master at rank B, Remote Control at rank B-, Trap Installation at rank C, and the last one is the most important, until the ghost is surprised, and Gong immediately says that it's exactly what he thought. But then the ghost asks him to wait, but the boy says it's okay, he already understands what kind of skill it is, that one. And so the ghost tells him to look at that golden card, which is very epic, and if he picks this one, infernal barriers will appear, making a good, and no matter who it is, this ability will attract anyone. But the protagonist says no, and this is the letter he really wanted, which mentions that he thought there was something strange, and among her tens of thousands of dolls, there is only one, truth, and the real one wouldn't burn since it possesses the aura of fire. But he wonders why the fake dolls weren't burning either, and there's only one answer: only you can prevent the fire. And it says that his entire house could be burned, but he doesn't need to worry anymore, because any object or life form chosen by him gains immunity to fire and can no longer be burned, and the owner should enjoy his new life, safe from the fear of fire. However, damage from sources of water or ice are amplified by 300%. And the protagonist thinks that he thought there would be an ability that, from the girl, declaring that he will decide the rules of this conversation, and the protagonist realizes that it's a fight between someone who wants to kill and someone who doesn't want to be killed, leaving him unsure of what to do. Then the Emperor of would help those selected by the summoner to not burn, and so he selects that skill, and the ghost thinks this is one hell of a shitty game, and so the boy starts to order him, repeats with Gong Janim, and when he dies, he goes back in time 24 hours and thinks that now he can go back there and take a very calm tour of the mansion until he finds the real doll. And he He asks what he should do now, because it's become too easy. He receives a penalty for his skill, and in doing so, he recreates the trauma of an opponent he killed. He is surprised by this, and wonders, what is going on? And the system initiates his penalty, recreating the trauma of the Hell's Dolls monster, appearing in front of a very luxurious mansion. And at that time, a begging child knocked on the door of that mansion, telling the man there that he was very hungry, and asking if he could give him a piece of bread, even if it was just the crumbs. But that guy asks why. He has to see these homeless children first thing in the morning, slamming the door in that kid's face. So he continues asking for just a piece of bread, and at that point, everyone wonders if there aren't many children begging for shelter in the neighborhood lately. And the boy keeps asking for bread, saying it's okay even if it's moldy. And the locals are saying that food has also been scarce in recent days. And the boy continues to feel very hungry, telling everyone, while they think those children are too annoying, he keeps asking for just a piece. But then, the people there wonder where they are coming from, wondering if no one can take them away, or something. At that moment, a man who appears to be a nobleman steps in front of the boy, causing the boy to bump into him. He says he's very sorry. And that man caresses his hair, asking if he's not at peace, and says that he seems to be very hungry, and that his body is also. Flames says that he's the one who will ask the questions, and she just needs to respond by shaking or nodding her head. And he says he has a lie detection ability, so she shouldn't try to lie to him, hurting. And the boy, crying, sees hope in that man, and he asks the boy to go with him, saying that he's a doctor and has lots of friends to play with at home, and that he will help him feel better, taking the boy to that mansion. And with that, the boy thanks the kind gentleman. However, he is then imprisoned inside, asking when he can go out to play, and complaining that he is very hungry. But that man was not a kind soul. He simply starts to smile after imprisoning the boy, telling him to be patient, and saying that only animals succumb to their desires, wishes, saying that just because he was born of a beast doesn't mean he needs to be raised like one, and that he knows orphans like him very well. Then, he pulls the boy out of there, using those chains, picks up a dagger, and says that the children don't work, that they are too young for that, and that they spread diseases from village to village. So, he begins planning to do something bad to the boy. He says that he is a good man who has a duty to get rid of children like him, and orders the boy to repent as he cuts his hair. Then, he takes those children into captivity. Standing before some people who also don't seem very virtuous, he claims that the hunger they are currently experiencing was caused by those orphans, and announces that they will sacrifice them to the gods in order to save that land. And they actually begin the sacrifices, all while the white-haired boy is terrified, and everyone demands the boy's death, as if they were delighted by it, ordering all of those orphans to be killed. They really commence that massacre, and the boy begins to pray to his benevolent lord, at which point they announce that the number of sacrifices is decreasing. They need to find a few more of them for the next ritual, and the boy remains right there until the very end, with only him and a small handful of others remaining. He wonders where that man is taking his. I wonder if they didn't say that this time they were going to show what one of the best guilds was capable of, but unfortunately, they came back empty-handed once again. And the Black Dragon, because if she is honest during the conversation, he might consider giving her the antidote, demanding that she answer who asked her to kill him, and wondering aloud if it was the Dragon Witch. Friends, and several bloody tools are scattered across the floor of the place. He wonders why he continues to hurt them. He endures being inside that place, witnessing the situation that those kids are standing there, wondering why this is happening, and the ghost wonders what the hell is going on, and then the protagonist asks if he can see it too, and he says he's been there since the beginning, and I didn't know he was there as well. He thinks the two of them are like spirits now, but the ghost says that's not so important, wondering what kind of crap this is and who he's with, ordering them to repent. And then the protagonist thinks that this is probably the origin of the 10th floor boss, and says that he had no idea that monsters used to be human. But the ghost says not all monsters, usually just the bosses, and they are based on real-life events from different worlds, and are all heroes and life forms from other worlds, and this becomes more and more frequent from the 11th floor onward. Then he asks why he didn't tell him this before, but the ghost says he never asked, but this is the first time he's seen the origin, and so the boy keeps saying he's hungry, asking if there's anyone around, and the ghost says he knew they were from another world, but he had no way to figure out exactly what had happened, and it's different to see it with your own eyes, but he thinks it's all just a load of crap. Then, while the butler was walking around, he ended up dropping a candle, and the protagonist begins to wonder if things like this happen everywhere in the world. and that candle set the whole place on fire, and everyone started running away. And the protagonist tells them to wait and asks if they think that even though now is the time to run away, the kids are still in the basement, but they didn't care, and the fire consumed that child. Then he notices that even more cruelty will black, and as the protagonist observes that conversation, he remembers someone in the report saying that even though he reached rank 1, he's still the same, and it's good to see someone truly brave, but the happened to them. The boy kept screaming, but ended up being reduced to ashes. They didn't do anything wrong and just wanted to avoid starving and to play with their friends. All he wanted, play a little bit more. And with that, the recreation of the trauma is complete, and he finishes the penalty and the 4th floor completely saddened. And the ghost doesn't even say anything, just that he knows it's a terrible situation, but they can't do anything about it right now. And so, Proto asks if that's really the first thing he's going to say, and the ghost says yes, adding that he has a personality of shit. But what does he expect him to do? He says that's how the real world works. I said that those boys are now just a monster, and those children from the origin are now dead and have been like that for a long time. And he asks what he can possibly do about it. Or, if it had happened in that tower, then he could have killed himself to save them. But that happened in another world. Nobody can do anything over there. He must find the real doll and kill her. Then proceed to the 11th floor, 20th, 3rd, and 4th. That is what he needs to do now, who decided to climb the tower. And if he wants to reach the top, he'll have to do these things on his own. That's probably what the Flame Emperor was thinking too. And the protagonist thinks that Yosa, she would definitely find the real doll that would kill her. I would do it without hesitation, even if I had seen her trauma. But the ghost asks, so what? And the boy says he doesn't want to be like that bastard. But then the ghost asks what he's going to do. And then he asks if he's going to act like a child and refuse to complete the floor, just to avoid being like him. And he says that the boy has to get rid of the boss if he wants to complete the floor, calling him an idiot zombie. But then the boy asks who told him that, and says that the ghost was too stupid. The woman in his grasp, her neck being squeezed, ends up feeling it. He says that's what he thought, because the witch must have ordered him to kill him after all. And the protagonist continues thinking about what, and the ghost asks what he's talking about. Then he says that he's saying that the ghost is stupid too, because everything was right under his nose and he didn't even notice. And he asks if the ghost remembers the rank S skill he wanted him to choose. Then, the ghost questions who he thinks he is, retorting that, of course he remembers. He talks about grudges, resentment, and regret, and his never-ending rancor, his unheard resentment, and his never-fulfilled desires. He must burn everything, and as long as he desires a hellish hour of fire, it will appear within a 2 kilometers radius, and no one will be able to leave this hell without his permission, no matter who they are. So, he asks if he doesn't think there's something wrong, and the ghost asks what the boy is talking about, questioning what's wrong with the skill, and he says, it's the final part. No one can leave this hell without his permission, no matter who it is. Then, he asks how the Black Dragon Guild managed to escape without killing the boss. So, the ghost says he's not sure, but the boy says there's only one possibility. It was the boss who allowed them to leave. And the protagonist is contemplating the uncompleted floor that humanity has yet to conquer. As he enters, the dolls ignite in flames, and he realizes there's only one thing he can do. The boss wants from his visitors, and he affirms that he's correct, announcing to everyone that he's going to play a game, activating his unique ability to prevent the fire. Consequently, they observe that man isn't being burned, wondering if he doesn't feel the heat, and he asks if he can play with them. The boy agrees, inviting them to play hide and seek, ordering them to get ready, because he has never lost a game in his entire life. Consequently, they think that guy is strange, instructing them to hide well, and they all actually do so. And the protagonist thinks that that person in the report said about him being the kind of hero humanity needs right now. Anyway, then the Flame Emperor starts using his fire magic on his arm to burn the game of hide and seek with children who are unable to go anywhere is something he can definitely handle. So he announces, ready or not, here I come. And at that moment, they all begin to melt, and he take them one by one. He says it's more difficult than he imagined. Then, he picks up each of the children, who melt as he passes, and so, the ghost asks him if he is appeasing their spirits. The protagonist goes to each of those dolls in that house, freeing the spirits of those children, until he arrives at the exact place where the last boy died, and became the boss. So, he asks if he's going to play with them, and the protagonist says he caught him, saying that he is the boss. And so, that doll thanks the protagonist, thanking that kind and gentle man. and, falling apart, thanking him for playing with him. With this, he finally completes the secret stage, the boss stage. I'm crying, man. Seriously, man. What the fuck? Bro, what a story. Disgraceful. It hadn't been long, it had been a while, I cried. Calm down, I'll be right back. Wow, bro, what a miserable chapter. I just cried, but I'm back. And so, the system says that the floor was cleared by a single person, the Hunter Gong. Completion rewards are being calculated, and will be available 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. Outside, the two stare at each other, and the ghost asks why the boy is making that face. He says that clearing the secret stadium is something he barely managed to do himself, but the boy accomplished it on his first try, and he'll probably receive great rewards. Just imagine. The boy replies that the Heart of Stone wouldn't understand, and says he just feels like the world is awful, and that the scene they witnessed, on the boss floor, things like that happen no matter what world you're in. So the Phantom agrees with him, saying, that's just how life is, and the two get super depressed. But the VV, Saint Isabelle's head, and she begins to roast in his hand, and the protagonist watches as she is charred at the end of the Flame Emperor's arm. He questions. Ghost can't stay down for long, because it doesn't really matter to him. This kind of situation doesn't suit his personality, and he says that, by the way, he's very impressed with the boy, because he managed to complete that floor on his own, which was a compliment to him. But then, Prada says he doesn't know if he believes it, but the ghost tells him that he knows how to recognize a great hunter when he sees one, and that he completed that floor with pure skill, without luck, and furthermore, they are partners. He must be happy for the boy. Then, fireworks begin to echo across the sky, announcing a public service announcement. The 10th floor has been completed, and the 11th will open in 24 hours, and everyone is surprised, wondering what happened, and because of all the fireworks. And they ask if the fireworks are on all the floors, or just the first. He's on the 3rd, and there are fireworks there too. They question whether anyone saw the announcement of the completion of the 10th floor, and a countdown appears in the sky, and the ghost says that it's finally time for him to write his story, because he's already seen something like this in his past life. But the protagonist says that this is also his second time seeing this. Someone mentions it wasn't the Black Dragon, as the Black Dragon's best hunters run a cafe on the 1st floor. He's in the temple right now, and it wasn't the Inquisitor either. And they go on to list each location of the top rankers to confirm that none of them were responsible, revealing that they possess knowledge that others don't. Still, who completed it? And the ghost asks, what's it like being promoted from a nobody to the main character? And the boy replies that it's overwhelmingly incredible. He says that it feels like the world is his, and the ghost thinks that's exactly right, but tells him not to get too excited, because all he's done is complete the 10th floor, but he's the closest person to the Mexus. About that person being a hero, wondering if that guy really is one, and thinking that he's just a murderer, a psychopath, and he runs away from there vomiting, thinking that he needs to escape from there now. Then the boy says he's aware of that, because all he needs to do now is get there. But then someone rushes towards him, and it's the hunter who stole the protagonist's money, asking if he was the one who did it. And the boy says he doesn't know what he's talking about, but then he starts talking about completing the 10th floor, mentioning that he was the only one who entered the raid that day, and adds that his bosses, they are going crazy, they want to know what's going on. But then the boy asks, what if it had been him? And he says he just wanted to know his name, but the pro asks himself, even though he gave you 100 gold, and tells him to at least tell him his nickname, but the boy says he doesn't have one. But then the ghost is shocked by that guard's face, saying that he did a good job, because this is how you become better known, and he should hide his identity and make them work hard to discover it. But the pro says he thinks he realized something, and the Phantom asks what it was. He says that, because he was cursing him a moment ago, he realized something, and reminds him that he will have to address him with greater respect from now on, having completed it with only 2 coins, and he wonders if it isn't insane that he actually managed to do it. And the ghost remembers this, saying that they are partners, and telling him to think about that. Their partners must be at the same level, and they are both at the same level. He, someone who finished 99th, is his partner, the person who is likely to finish 100th, and is a friend of Faith, a fellow brother, saying that this is beautiful. But the protagonist goes to the 1st floor, not caring about what the ghost is saying. He tells him to use the appropriate suffix if he wants to talk to him from now on, forever. And at the shoppy Starbucks, they are wondering who completed the 10th floor with them, saying that they are constantly checking the news, but nothing appears, and they are wondering if, but as he runs, he ends up breaking some bottles along the way, because he can't see where he's going. And when he realizes he's made a noise, The Flame Emperor appears right behind him with a... They think that Black Dragon is hiding the fact that they completed it, but they say no, since they are saying that it was Holy Sword. And the protagonist asks what the Sword Emperor thinks about it, asking if victory isn't sweet at all. He's loving every second of it. He wonders if his headphones broke, because he isn't hearing any response, and he speaks to the Emperor once more, addressing him, calling him a psychopath and a madman. Then, facing the wall, he answers the boy, saying he can finally hear him, as he thought he had gone deaf, and asks if he has forgotten that he must call him the magnificent Lord, Gong Janim. He adds that, besides that, he can talk to him informally, even calling him Little Sword, saying that it would be strange for him to keep using honorifics while he calls him Lord Gong, and he begs the boy to kill him quickly, asking him to hurry up and copy a new skill to replace the sword throne, saying he wants to return to Marcos. But the protagonist thinks this is a joke, questioning if they weren't partners for life, and says that they will be together, stuck with each other, forever and ever. He remembers that it has been almost an hour, it was noon, it's almost time, and he gets a shock because a cat appeared out of nowhere. He can't believe someone of such a high rank would come there in person, and thinks no one knows about this cat yet. He thinks he's going to pretend he doesn't know anything, so he picks up the kitten, but the kitten got lost and just wants to play with him, and the kitten is very docile. He thinks he heard that she was obsessed with cats, but that's a bit of an exaggeration. Then they arrive to talk to Prota, asking for his permission while surrounded by several fully armed people in front of the boy. He was wondering how long it would take, and it was only an hour and a half. And then everyone starts talking on the phone, saying they found him at the coffee shop across the street from the bank, and one of them tells psychopathic gaze fixed on the protagonist, and he says he thought he had gotten rid of all the rats in the area, but notices that it seems like there's still one left, and the protagonist is terrified, realizing that his superior not to worry, as he won't let the other guilds get to him, and says that it's a pleasure to meet him, introducing himself as the director of the Civil Militia Guild, saying that if he goes to their guild, or whatever, but the protagonist says it was easy to interfere, telling them to listen to his rules first, and says that, firstly, they shouldn't reveal his name to the media. And one of them asks how long this will last, because the reporters are going crazy. They can't hide everything forever, but the protagonist says, not for long. He says it's only until that clock reaches 0. He just doesn't want to have to deal with reporters when he's trying to get to the first floor. They say that if that's all it is, it's fine, but according to him, he says that this is a public place, and, therefore, they should respect the other customers. But then, that kid in green acts quickly, saying that they are from the Hunters Association, asking how much it would cost to rent that cafe for an hour, and the other one asks him to order some drinks too, one for each person. And that martial arts guy keeps trying to get to him, recruit, and they want to begin negotiations, asking them to make an offer. So, the civilian militia states that they are willing to pay 10,000 gold if they choose to join them. But the guy dressed as Dracula says that the militia is nearly bankrupt and out of money, suggesting that he join the Adventurers Guild, as they will give him 20,000 gold and a position as an executive. However, the Martial Arts Guild says they will give him a trainer position and 25,000 gold. But the guy from the church says that the trainer position is a drag, and if he goes to the Omnipotent Gods Guild, Omnipotent, he will give him an honorary position. But then, the boy in green asks him to join the Hunters Association so he can be their ambassador. And the protagonist thinks that everyone, that's the look of a killer. And, with the Flame Emperor ready to turn him into a barbecue, the protagonist wonders if the saint was his first murder, questioning, is desperate because of the lone wolf holy sword, mainly because he is a solitary rank, one who doesn't belong to any guild, and such an existence makes people question the importance of guilds. He thinks that if someone of his caliber appears out of nowhere, it's not a good thing. But then, the cat on the protagonist's lap says that Song will give 500,000 gold, transforming in front of everyone right then and there. He also says that he'll give her the position of guild vice leader, asking what he thinks, and mentions that she is rank 3 inches the merchants union. The guild master starts, and the protagonist takes off his headset, saying that this times is what he calls an offer. And she says that the protagonist is quite brave, since he doesn't seem surprised by the fact that a cat would transform into a woman. He replies that he's used to strange things, and has even seen dead people. She then says that, on top of everything else, he's funny. So, the protagonist thinks that he can't believe that she's already over 40 years old, because she must have found a fountain of youth with all the money she has. At that moment, Luro asks for permission to speak, but questions whether 500,000 gold and the vice leader position isn't a little exaggerated, and she mentions knowing he was the first to clear the 10th floor, but they're unaware of his abilities. But while looking at him, he's so muscular that he silences her. Then she asks if he's finished, and instructs them to speak with their leaders before requesting permission from him again, since they aren't yet, or at his level, unless someone there can offer more than 500,000 gold. And so they all leave, saying that she really is a damned, wretched cat. And so she says, they arrived along with all the leaders of the established guilds, and Viper, the leader of the martial arts guild, arrives and speaks to Ryunju, telling her to go to hell. And the rank 4 Inquisitor, leader of the how many people he has killed so far, 12, 100, or even more, but he is struck and falls to the ground. Then, he sees his foot a short distance from his body, and is surprised by this, screaming in pain. And the Guild of the Almighty God says that he was one step ahead and figures it was because he was being lazy. The vice leader paladin of the Civil Militia Guild, Ilian rank 8, arrives there as well, says that they weren't lazy, but their workload is too much for the hunters on the front lines, and it turns out that Runju is ridiculously fast, and the Black Dragon Guild leader's ranking has arrived. They're there too, with all their mirrors, and the Countess says that it's about time for them to appear, and the PR person is surprised that they are the best hunters in the tower, and she says that it's been a while since they've seen each other. They haven't met, as it seems like it was only yesterday that they completed the 2nd floor together, and it looks like they're getting old. But Viper tells her to shut up before he clogs her mouth with cat food, and he asks about the 500,000 gold, not to mention the position of vice leader of the guild, saying that he knows that spending money is her hobby, but the position of vice leader of the guild is a bit much. Too much. And so the Inquisitor asks him to wait, as they have to order coffee first, saying that it's rude to go to a store and not buy anything. They have to set a good example. To the rest of the hunters, he says he thinks he'll have an espresso, asking the others what they want, and they each place their orders. But then Viper says the entire tower is in chaos, because someone cleared the 10th floor. They just want to drink coffee, wondering if their brains only function with caffeine. And the Inquisitor, looking all cute, asks if he'd like a strong espresso, telling them to leave it to him. Then they say they want to place an order, but Viper continues freaking out by himself, and the attendant, poor thing, is scared to death of that crazy bunch. But then he remembers that Proto was also there, asking what he wants. And so he notices that they really planned everything. And all the guild leaders gets yet another failure in the first world, the future of guilds. And so, having put an end to the Black Dragon's desires, that's today's protagonist, the rank 1 hunter, the Emperor of Flames. Flame Emperor is holding his fire spear, and the protagonist is desperate as the Emperor approaches him, stepping on the protagonist's foot. Then, the boy begs him to spare his life. Came after the executives left. And this is no coincidence. They coordinated this to confuse him, and the ghost tells him not to be scared, because they're just trying to intimidate him. He says he knows, because it's nothing compared to being burned alive. What he needs to show them now is composure. So he asks the attendant, asking if he can see the menu, and mentions he just drank the macchiato. So he figures he won't drink coffee now, and asks if he can get a hot chocolate instead. And he is surprised, saying of course. And the protagonist thinks that if anything were really scaring him, he could just kill himself and go back in time. The Inquisitor says it's quite incredible that he didn't have any notable achievements before completing the 10th floor, wondering if something might have changed. And the ghost says that killing himself when something goes wrong is his greatest strength. Wrong. The protagonist thanks him for the support, but reminds him mentally that he shouldn't forget his part of the promise. And then Konda says that he has already achieved something, and this young man recently won his guild's lottery. He's lucky, brave, and probably has some skill too. A young man possessing these 3 qualities is bound to succeed, regardless of the circumstances. Viper asks, if they really think someone cleared the 10th floor, it has to be some newbie. I warned them they should stop dragging their feet and recruit him soon. They can't afford to waste any more time. And the witch asks them to stop talking nonsense, saying they can discuss it another time, and asks Gija which guild he's interested in joining. And if he doesn't plan on joining a guild, he should let them know as well, since they need time to prepare their media announcement. But he questions, what if did Times plan to join? His life is in danger. But the Emperor retorts that he shouldn't have run, and the protagonist continues to beg him to spare his life, pleading for mercy. But then the Emperor asks if he witnessed something, turning to the boy. 1. Then she says, a bidding war will begin, since they wasted too much time on that floor. But thanks to him, they have a reason to warn the rest of the outside world once again, regarding the tower's value. It's an opportunity to unite people from all corners of the globe, and it serves as motivation for the hunters stuck on the first floor, leading her to wonder what lies beyond the 11th floor, since curiosity is a powerful motivator. And he believes that, in that case, the food supply would be depleted rapidly, to which she agrees, noting that they are nearing the limit of food that can be acquired up to the 9th floor. Therefore, she explains that even maintaining a constant external connection route isn't sufficient. They require new products and must encourage hunters to venture into the new world, inspiring them to explore and discover valuable resources there. They need something to appeal to the masses outside. Tower, an icon that embodies the revolutionary era, and he recognizes that this is similar to what happened with the Flame Emperor. Then the protagonist asks her if she's suggesting that if someone, it's him, and the Black Dragon tried to kill this icon, and he thinks he doesn't know why, but if they were enemies, he'll probably get along well with the leader of the Black Dragon. He says he understands, and then says that the guild he recruits will represent the new generation of hunters, and the other guilds won't be able to do anything about it. He says he would feel bad if that happened, so he wants to do the following. Pulling out a deck of cards, he calls for a game of poker, and he will join the guild of whoever wins. He doesn't need to give them money or a high-ranking position, executive position. However, if he wins, he will join all the guilds at the same time, and to people outside, he will appear to be a regular guild member, but he will receive the same treatment as them. And, crying and trembling, he insists that he didn't see anything. But then the emperor questions him, asking what exactly he didn't see. Furthermore, reminding him that he called him the Flame Emperor he was in. So the countess talks about it, noting that he wants to be treated the same as them, after having completed only a single floor, saying that it's okay with her. And the inquisitor speaks, that if there's no trickery involved, that's fine with him as well. And Viper says that they should therefore prohibit the use of skills, otherwise they will have too much of an advantage. If they are caught using skills, they will automatically be out of the game. Then, the paladin says that her guild is too poor for the betting war, so she's in, and the witch says that they accept the condition, and he asks the Sword Emperor if he really doesn't want to call him in an honorable way, and says that he will allow him to stop as soon as that game is over. And he is surprised that he might actually be able to stop, but in return, he asks him to tell him all the cards the others have, and he thinks that's a great deal, and says he's as graceful as the ocean, while shamelessly drooling over the protagonist. But that guy is cunning. Even without using skills, he and the ghost can see everything at all times. What a sly guy. Then, the ghost goes to the countess, says that she has a straight in her hand, and it's better to give up on that round. And the protagonist plays the cards, goes to Viper saying that he is bluffing with only a pair, and says that it is pathetic, ordering him to accept the bluff, and the protagonist manages to win. And so he says that that guy is trying to get a full house, but he shouldn't worry, because he managed to stick his head between the cards to see what the next ones will be, and he won't make it. He just needs to trust him. They will be able to beat him. And Ain's protagonist is managing to beat everyone at the table, asking what the fuck this is, because it can only be cheating, saying that there's no way this is statistically possible, as they've already played more than 30 rounds, and he hasn't lost even once, saying that the right place, at the right time, and saw absolutely nothing, stating that this is hardly convincing. If he were a complete idiot, he might have believed him, but then the protagonist promises he won't. He can't even bluff. That guy is definitely cheating. And the protagonist asks if Viper is sure about this. He says he must be a poker genius, and he doesn't like being accused without proof. And Viper immediately thinks that this is some kind of unbalanced insight, saying that there's no way this guy is F rank. But then he asks how he knew he wasn't F rank, mentioning that he hasn't notified the association yet, but he ranked up to E rank yesterday. So, he says this, sounding somewhat surprised, and the protagonist thanks him for the compliment, saying that, by the way, it looks like he's run out of chips. And then, the Inquisitor, who had already left the table, calls out to the martial arts master, saying that it was about time for him to join the loser's table. He mentions that he ordered an extra espresso for him. He says he already told him that he doesn't want to drink anything, but the Inquisitor says he knows, saying he has to overcome his desires. He begins to curse that believer, and thus, there are only 3 left in the table. The paladin ends up losing and says he was confident in his poker face, but he wonders if the protagonist can read minds or something like that. He says that maybe, or just maybe, he can see through the table. The paladin ends up losing and says he was confident in his poker face, but he wonders if the protagonist can read minds or something like that. He says that maybe, or just maybe, he can see through the letters, asking if he's going to try and guess. He says it's too difficult to deal with young people these days. And then, Viper asks why he gave up so easily, calling him a loser, saying that he should have tried to go all the way, and asking if he's really going to let that thief win. But then, Palladino asks her not to call his new hero a thief. He says that he's using a skill, and he can guarantee it. Palladino says that everyone already knew that from the beginning, and says that it would be really strange if they didn't know, asking if he thought the same, that the rookie could challenge them in a game of luck. And so, the Countess says that she will distribute the cards. He says he basically said that he's confident enough to tell anyone, begging him to please release him. But then the Emperor declares that if he doesn't want to see the saint destroyed, he must answer truthfully, and the protagonist begins to think that this guy is win without revealing his abilities. They accepted this challenge, and Viper is completely surprised to learn about it. And Palladino says that he knows Viper likes to exercise, but he should use your head once in a while. He says that they had nothing to lose in this game, because winning would be great, but losing is okay too. But, going against his pride, he wonders, because how can they let the newbie be on the same level as them? But the paladin says that pride won't help him advance in the tower, and the Inquisitor tells him to drink his espresso, saying that he forgot to finish it, and throws that hot thing into the guy's mouth. And then the witch says she is happy, and the protagonist asks about what, and she says that at least he's a sensitive person, because she originally came from Ukraine, and to be more exact, she is from a place that used to be called Ukraine, and after she lost her family in the Civil War, she became a wanderer, and living alone sucks, whether inside or outside the tower. And the protagonist thinks that's really it, and the girl is making a call, which is what she's trying to say. He says that everyone who came to the tower, especially the first generation, has a very sad history. He's also just an orphan living in the tower. And the ghost continues dealing the card, insisting that it's a diamond flush. And she says that the tower is basically her home. And there, nobody asks you where you're from. That was all thanks to them. And even if he's from Korea, she's from Ukraine, or Viper is from China, none of that matters within the tower. They can still understand each other because of the tower's blessings. They are all challengers on equal footing. At least it's fairer than the world outside. And she says that people outside treat the tower like a garbage dump, but just because several people say it doesn't make it true. And she talks to Kongja, saying that when that counter reaches 0, the Soph, a demon, demanding to know who sent him and if he's also affiliated with the Black Dragon. At this point, the protagonist begins to contemplate something, realizing that both he and the world have become obsessed with someone as crazy as this man. Media won't stop asking about him, and his life will completely change, and she trusts that he'll handle it all wisely. And he says that sounds good enough to him and says he likes it. He wants to be the center of attention and wants everyone to admire and respect him, nothing more. She says that he is very honest, the complete opposite of Espada Santa, and Prota thinks that she is still in love with him. He's at a disadvantage now, but he confidently states that he's going to make something else very clear. He doesn't expect to be treated this way just because he managed to clear the 10th floor, and he will still complete the 20th, the 30th, and even the 100th floor, and no matter how long it takes, he will conquer that tower. He respects that they have strong feelings for her, and also doesn't have the intention of fighting with them. He wonders who will be the first to climb the entire tower, and who will be worthy of being called a hero, but he says that he will consider her as his rival, and his objective is not to see the world inside the tower, but rather a world beyond it. And honestly, he has no idea about the hunger or refugee problems there, and she should feel free to use your name whenever you want to resolve these problems. However, he wants her help to climb the tower, saying he has to experience that feeling of supremacy again. And so, she thinks a little, saying that she was wrong, and that he is exactly like Holy Sword. He wonders if that was a compliment, and she says no, clarifying that the comparison only highlights his greed. And so, the Contessa speaks, that the Black Dragon Master made a flush, the protagonist made a full house, and he ended up winning. He takes it as a compliment, thanking her, and says he's looking forward to that treatment, the equality that was promised to him. So, he wonders if they can expect him to maintain the same level of responsibility as well, and questions whether a hunter's responsibility isn't. Then, he talks about the lie detection ability that belongs to the Flame Emperor himself, mentioning he heard the Emperor possesses it, and that if he uses it, he'll know the boy is innocent. But the look, climb the tower, saying that, in that regard, they don't need to worry. She thinks he's very confident for a rookie. Then, the ghost agrees, saying he's ashamed of himself. If it were a skill, he would probably reach S rank in it, and he says that, thank God, he can breathe again. vowing to never treat him honorably again, calling him a poor little damned zombie, saying that he had never realized the beauty of that word. And the protagonist questions if this guy is the same person they call the Sword Emperor, saying he is pathetic. So the dragon asks him if he's leaving already. He says yes, explaining that the 11th floor will open soon. He has to prepare so he doesn't fall behind. She asks how he will prepare, considering he doesn't even know what's there. And the protagonist just smiles and talks about role-playing, saying that this is the theme of floors 11 through 20, and they are all very surprised. He says that he received an extra hint upon completing the 10th floor. That's all he knows. And she gets increasingly irritated, saying that they will make sure to return this favor later. And with 17 hours and 42 minutes left, the protagonist leaves that coffee shop. Sometime later, someone inquires whether the official announcement regarding the clearing of the 10th floor has been released, and the girl asks if he watched the Espada video. Santa claims it wasn't him, explaining that he was very angry when he said that. The media also hasn't released any information, but it seems someone spotted all the major guild leaders somewhere yesterday. They're asking who cleared the 10th floor. Meanwhile, the protagonist is just standing there, completely calm, until they look up and notice there are only 11 seconds left until the next floor is unlocked. Seconds until the next floor is cleared, and everyone is excited. And so they start a countdown while Proto remains perfectly calm, looking at his cell phone and initiating a search that he'd already prepared. The Emperor's gaze turns unfavorable, indicating that what he said was a lie. And Proto says that he killed her without any certainty, claiming it was just because she was a little suspicious. So the Emperor, he already had queued up. And then he sees the news has dropped that he was the one who cleared the 10th floor, King On. And then he sees that the floor is actually opening, and the system announces that this is the public announcement, and from that moment on, the tutorial is finished. Repeating, the tutorial is over, the 11th floor is open, and a blonde woman appears in the sky, speaking on behalf of those warriors, saying that those who wish to continue climbing the tower are to be congratulated for completing the infernal mansion. And everyone is left wondering if she is a goddess or even an angel. But then the ghost says, "Of course not, that's not a goddess," and the protagonist understands very well, stating that it is just part of the system that explains the quests, and he questions if it is, like an NPC. And the NPC tells everyone that there is a world in great need of their help, a world suffering under the Demon King's regime. And so the ghost says that even if there is a goddess, that is nothing more than a recording, and that being says that now they will be summoned there to save humanity from extinction. And the protagonist asks how the ghost knows from that, and he's surprised by the boy's question, while NBC says that if they want to accept that fate, they must say transfer. But at that moment, a person flies away, and it's the holy sword splits that woman in half in the sky, trying to cut her, but when he falls to the other side, nothing happens, and the recording rewinds as if nothing had happened. Then, she goes back to saying that if they wish to accept, they must say transfer. They notice that it's just a hologram, and become disappointed, and Proto, in turn, looks at the holy sword, who also looks at him, and the ghost says it's because that guy did the exact same thing before, and so, the holy sword transfers, and everyone stares at him, while the Inquisitor says that, asks how he dares to speak such harsh words, questioning who he thinks he is, and throwing the boy to the ground. He says that the saint really tried to kill him, and that, if he hadn't killed her now, he lost first place again, and that's an incredible day, and everyone is surprised to see him there. And he says, "I hope I can see all of them on the 11th floor transferring from there, and everyone, go after it." And so, the NPC continues to recite her pre-programmed lines, while the protagonist watches everything being transferred. She adds that, in the process, they will find an answer from the 11th to the 20th floor, their faith will be tested, serving as a reminder of who they truly are. This is how they are meant to learn more about themselves, and the protagonist looks on in amazement, and Panadina arrives, saying, "It's a pity." He asks what's a pity, and she tells him to think about it for a bit, as she's not sure which existence she created, that tower, but it seems like a great deal of effort went into building it, and it was a message left for them by the creators, but no one is giving a damn about it, and normally, they should be looking at it with admiration, because the tower's existence, the abilities, all of it is already a miracle in itself, but they've already grown accustomed to everything they found in the first 10 floors. Then he notices that she's more emotional than he thought, and she says she used to study music before going there, asking what happened and if she looks prettier now. Who knows about her artistic gifts? And he says it seems like a difficult field to get a job in, and she says that hurts her. Then the ghost speaks to Zumbia, telling him to be careful because that human is a bit suspicious, He asks why, but just then, other people arrive calling for Gongija, and the paladin says that he must have attracted their attention because of her, and apologizes, but he says that he's going to the 11th floor anyway, and Prota stays behind, surrounded by a bunch of reporters asking if that's why he came to talk to him, if he is Gonja. And so, been poisoned tomorrow. But then he asks how he knew this, and the Flame Emperor says that he simply knows, claiming he has those kinds of contacts. Besides, he is already talking about the genre. Paladin says she has a good eye for perceiving people's sincerity. That's why she wanted to see what kind of person he is. Then he asks what kind of person she thinks he is, and she says that the answer lies within her heart. It's simply transferring. He wonders if she will really run away, and the ghost says he warned them she was a suspect. While all the reporters continue to hound the protagonist, they say they're from Ron News, asking if he could answer a few questions, wondering if it's true that he cleared the 10th floor alone, and everyone is curious, which guild he intends to join. And the protagonist says he has to go to the 11th floor soon, wondering what he should say to them. He thinks for a moment, but just turns to the reporters, saying that the 20th floor will also be cleared by him, and he tells everyone to work hard and simply leaves, while everyone is completely bewildered. And so, already on the 11th floor, an absurd war is taking place. Absurd, and the first one to get there, Espada Santa, doesn't quite understand what's going on, wondering where they are, and they are in the middle of a war with humans, demanding the people who have just arrived are trying to stop the demonic army invading the Aegon kingdom, and amidst that chaotic war against the demons, the humans order them not to retreat, declaring that their empire will be destroyed if they lose any more territory. But the soldiers tell their lord that they can't hold out any longer, because the enemies greatly outnumber them. But at that moment, everyone, the newly arrived humans, wonder, what the hell kind of monsters are these? What's going on? Then, flashes of light strike them and nearly kill everyone. And the protagonist calmly passes. It's quiet there, and he's surprised that they're asking what's going on, because the tutorial is already over, and situations like this have become commonplace on the higher floors, that the Flames, who defeated the boss alone again, and they ask how the Emperor of Flames is doing that day. He says it's good to deal with, and the reporter says he set another record that day, lie detector, and thinks that the boy is actually innocent, and so the boy thanks him for believing in his words. But then, the Flame Emperor begins to use his power on. The commander comes running to all the hunters who have just arrived, telling them that they are heroes who have come to save their kingdom, and begging them to help. Their mission is to defend humanity, raising his sword. He explains that the port is the only location with an open trade route, and without it, his kingdom will be unable to sustain itself. The ghost observes as the protagonist continues to watch, notes that he has greatly improved his use of senses like vision and hearing through aura. Then, that commander asks the heroes from another world to bestow their blessings upon Aegon, and everyone receives a blessing. Quest: defend the port, with a difficulty ranging from F to A. The objective states that a disaster has befallen the Aegon Empire. The legendary Demon King has gathered his army to defeat the Empire, and the forting Demon King is cunning, cruel, and powerful. He intends to cut off the city's supply routes, and they must protect the port. This is the first step towards saving the Empire, and the 12th floor will not open if they lose the battle. Everyone is surprised that there's already a demon quest, and they begin asking where the Empire is located. But at that moment, the other adventurers notice that the monsters are not. Stop watching, and asks those goblins to at least let him read the quest, questioning how they will be able to complete it like this. But Espada Santa says he doesn't know for sure details, but he thinks they just have to kill them all, and so they all decide to follow the Sword Saint. They go after those goblins, as they have already killed hundreds of them in the last 6 years, asking them to destroy those things. However, the protagonist simply passes by calmly, and the system welcomes King Gong, and the ghost is surprised as something changes in the front of the boy, and he receives rewards from the 10th floor. And it is said that the reward for the normal stage is that he is blessed by the goddess of war, receiving access to the maps of floors. Prota's head says that he has seen too much, burning Prota to death while declaring that, because he has seen too much, he will have to die. He says his name is Yosha, Donade Deus, by Prota, 11 to 20, and Fant asks, what the fuck is this? Because he knew it was going to be crazy, and he should focus on training and not rely on those stolen skills. But in this, the boy also receives the secret stage reward, being blessed by the goddess of humanity. He gains access to the locations of NPCs on floors 11 through 20, in addition to another reward from the secret stage, which terrifies the ghost even more. He is blessed by the goddess of merchants and can now obtain an item that exists between floors 11 and 20, and the protagonist is amazed by everything he has gained, remarking that this is a taste of true talent. This is also mentioned regarding the themes, as each section of the tower has a theme, with the theme for floors 1 to 10 being was the tutorial, a city designed for beginners to familiarize themselves with the tower. Each floor had designated hunting areas, and the theme for floors 11 through 20 is the hero kingdom. And so, he thinks that there are only two ways to defeat the demonic army now. He either needs to be strong enough to destroy an army single-handedly, or possess the leadership spirit to lead the Mao army into battle. So, Fant asks if he will choose the second option, inquiring whether he has any experience with it, and if he has ever led anything before. But the protagonist, he says, of course not, but he's quite confident that he can learn, and his skills are completely maxed out. Then, he speaks with the Sword Emperor, asking him if he was complaining about his luck, and he confirms, saying the boy is all luck, and Gong immediately declares that he will show why this game is about skill and not luck. Then, he sees the position of all the NPCs, locating them, and requests to display only those on the 11th floor, and only the NPCs in the top 100 inches level and skill. But at that moment, the ghost asks him to wait, saying, in this moment, the boy remembers his name, King Gongjia, and the director of the daycare center where he studied says that, since his name is Gongjia, he should do well in Confucianism, as Gongjia is the name, that it doesn't have to be like that, suggesting he fight them one at a time to get stronger. He knows he has no shame, but this is too much, asking if he isn't ashamed of having. He was named after comfort, but he says he isn't ashamed at all, asking to only see NPCs with leadership skills. And so, he sees the top three, starting with Rohan Pansaba, who holds the position of leader of the Pansaba Cavalry, Saras Ieg Egan, with the position of leader of the Color Defense, and Jesuaman, with another high-ranking position. And he asks to put those guys on the map, and also add their locations. Then, he asks the ghost what he thinks, questioning if it isn't a game of pure skill, since he transformed his rewards, which were already good and incredible, all thanks to his skill. And the ghost asks if he calls that a skill, because to him, it's just a hack. He says it doesn't matter, since it's also part of these skills. My friend, it's in the game, it's there to be used. If you're going to cry, send an audio message. And he says that the closest blue dot to him on the map is that NPC right there. He calls General Oagim. So, he asks how he can help that hero from another world, and Prota thinks his mustache is completely incredible when he takes off his helmet and mentions the ability. His must be as amazing as that mustache. He says he has a request to make of the general. He says that, as long as it is within his power, he will do everything possible, but the boy simply asks the general to kill him, leaving him scared and questioning what the boy said. He says he has one last secret weapon, but the ghost denies it, refusing to allow it, turning to stop the boy's madness. He says that when his heart stops beating, the goddess of war will bless the battlefield. In short, it is self-destruction. And if they can activate, Korean for Confucius. And so the boy agrees with his director, but continues thinking that he doesn't want to die like that, and the system announces that he died, and he appears out of nowhere in the middle of an empty place. This blessing, they will be able to win the battle. And the general says that he wouldn't be able to take his life. But then Prota speaks to General Sarbas and Egwene, telling them to consider what's at stake. I'll play along, because if he doesn't kill him, he plans to end his own life right then and there. And because he believes this is the best way to help his kingdom, that's why he's asking him to kill him. And the general is completely stunned by this request. The protagonist explains that he is the general responsible for the battle at that port, and instead of dying by his own hand or in the clutches of the enemies, he wants to entrust his life to him, an honorable general who is risking his own life to protect the kingdom. And the ghost can't stand this damn lie any longer. He says that they aren't ordering the general to rush, but the general replies that no matter what's happening, the thought of having to take the life of a hero from another world is too much to bear. And so, Ghost asks if he's really going to fall for this, and the general asks what kind of wretched world they live in, because after being attacked by the supposedly legendary Demon King, now he has to take a life. That hero's strength is overwhelming. And so the Phantom begins to notice that he believes that unfortunate person only possesses his intelligence. Then, the general starts talking to God, asking him to forgive his sins, saying he will make it a quick and painless act. And the protagonist says that he has his sincere gratitude. And so the general asks him to tell him his name, and the protagonist asks if he will partake in communion. And the general then thanks him for his sacrifice, raising his sword, saying that he is a true hero. The protagonist is pierced through, and he says there's a saying about a person who flies above a person who runs, and so he starts copying the NPC's random skill. So, he returns once again to that same scene he already experienced, thinking that there is also empty, lying down and all bruised. Then he questions why he had to die like that, but then he wonders why he had to live like that. So the system announces that the conditions for another saying about a hunter who commands soldiers alongside hunters who wield swords. So, the protagonist is already on the same horse as the general. They wonder who that hunter is, riding alongside them? And the protagonist mentions that this was said by Gong Jianan himself. Plus, he already has an incredible sword sheathed. He obtained the Battle Knowledge Rank B skill. The effect grants him the qualities of an exceptional general. It's an ability that provides knowledge about everything happening on the battlefield. With it, he can instinctively tell if his allies are at an advantage or disadvantage, and what the weak point is in the enemy's line of defense. He believes this is the skill he copied, and he tells the general, if you continue going straight and then turn right, you'll find the general of the demonic army, and there are some monsters nearby, but it'll be fine, just take care of them. And the general agrees with this, saying that the goddess's hero will protect them along with their knights. And the protagonist mentions an ability that allows him to pretend to be an expert in military arts, which he gained the general's trust. So, they finish off those shitty goblins. He keeps telling the general what to do, asking him to turn right, saying, of course, that this ability is super efficient thanks to the minimap, as well as his knowledge from having lived through this same day multiple times. And he thinks about that goblin that took off at light speed that day as well. He says that his skills aren't everything. He also has the sacred sword of Lefanta's protection, Egwin, which is of legendary rarity, and when he raises it, it emits a light said to be the light of the goddess. It's that holy sword of the founder, and legend says that a goddess gifted it to the founder of the Im Empire, and before becoming a legend in activation of his ability have been completed by his death, and Prota starts to think that he could have lived a little better, and the system says that he is copying a random skill. History, the founder disappeared, and the sacred sword disappeared with him, leaving behind only a prophecy that stated that when the destined day arrives, the one who wields the sacred sword will appear, and the one who possesses the sacred sword will receive the protection, trust, and absolute support of the people of the Egwim Empire, and everyone who sees it recognizes it as the founder's sacred sword, thinking that the gods have not abandoned the empire, and they salute both the empire and its hero, and the protagonist is quite happy with this situation, even asking them to attack, saying that this is very good, and it was worth completing that secret state to be able to have this view. But that sword is shining right in the ghost's face, who asks how it could be worth it, since he exchanged it for just an item. That's pretty bad, just a shiny sword, when there were several epic items there, asking why he would choose that one in particular. And the ghost was disappointed with the boy's choice of that thing. He says that it has high durability and is brilliant, making all the NPCs from the 11th to the 20th floor go crazy for it. And he asks if the ghost understands now, because the NPCs, they aren't just tools to give you quests. They are also entities that must be used to complete those same quests. And so, they ask the hero to take care of them all. But in this, the other hunters wonder why Prota is the only general, because with his appearance, he seems to be an ordinary hunter, and Prota, seeing this, hears the sound of envy, delighting in that situation. And the ghost says that he taught him how to use the aura, but instead of improving his swordsmanship with it, he is using it to amplify his hearing and listen to others gossiping. But Prota just says that if they think it's bad, they should sue him, and he says that the wing of the demonic army has been annihilated, telling them not to stop now, but to continue advancing towards the bird. From the hunter Yosora, then, he creates a skill card, and the protagonist believes he deserves to live a better life, noticing a golden card amongst all the others, and their main forces, commanding all NPCs with his sword, and he claims that they can win because Espada Santa is part of it, along with Prota and the soldiers on the other side, Minquisitor and all. The top 10 are doing great until the goblins gather around their leader. He notices that this is the general of the demonic army, but then realizes it's just the boss of the 11th floor, the Goblin Emperor, and starts ordering all his soldiers to stop the protagonist. But he jumps away from there, using his speech ability to communicate with the monster, and shouting in the high society language of the goblins, finally killing it. And so they defeat the evil monsters, and the goddess's hero helped them defeat the leader of the enemies. They really believe that. The remaining goblins begin to flee, but all the hunters prepare to kill them, saying that isolated hunting is their specialty, and they all go after the goblins that are left. And so the stage is completed, and the 11th floor is cleared. And they are extremely happy that they managed to complete the 11th floor in a single day. And so, their performance is analyzed. Hide participants. The analysis is complete, and the maximum number of participants has been exceeded. And so, they announce the top 10 participants, with the first being King Kong already, second is Holy Sword, third is Inquisitor, fourth is Viper, fifth is Paladin, sixth is Black Witch, and seventh is Countess. And so, they notice that first place doesn't have a nickname. Outside, after Holy Sword came in second place, they notice that King Kong is the same guy who cleared the 10th floor, wondering if he's some kind of hidden master. At this, the ghost doesn't like this at all. Nickname, because he's not a master of anything, he's just a clever cheater abusing hacks. But the protagonist asks if he'll finally admit that this is a game of skill, but he refuses. The system prompts him to choose a skill card. The boy thinks that if he were given just one more chance, he would make the most of it. As he raises his hand, he nearly grabs refuses to accept it, and the protagonist thinks that this ghost is a bit emotional, and notices that he really values technique over skills, and promises that he will practice his technique, fencing before he reached the 20th floor, telling him to stop crying and whining, and the ghost asks if he's serious, and the protagonist says, of course, asking if he really thinks he would lose his opportunity to learn from the Sword Emperor. In fact, he should be begging him to teach him his swordsmanship techniques. So he gets all happy, saying that the zombie, finally, recognized his worth. And the protagonist thinks that he's too easy to please. And it really is too easy to make that ghost happy. And so the commander goes to the protagonist, saying that they managed to achieve victory thanks to him. He will be eternally grateful to the boy. But he says it was nothing much. They won thanks to everyone's hard work. And so he thinks with Syl that he is the way he seems. He was worried for nothing. And the protagonist, well, then the commander says that a long time ago, there was a prophecy that one day the demonic army would arrive, but they shouldn't fear, because that heroes from another world would also be summoned. However, he says he was somewhat skeptical about it, wondering if these heroes would fight with all their might for a world that wasn't even their own, and it seems those worries of the old man were unfounded. He says he wants to thank him properly, extending his hand for a handshake between the two. And, despite them being from different worlds, the act of shaking hands still holds the same meaning. He wonders if it's because, regardless of the world they come from, humans still have two hands. So, the general says he has great expectations for the boy, and the boy replies that he will try his best. And so the rewards for the completion are analyzed, the analysis is finalized, and they reward golden card, and the system announces that his selection is complete, copying that skill. Then, he returns to his room once again, waking up to the Bionlon news report. He wakes up, hides greatest contributors. The greatest contributors received early access to the 12th floor, and they all depart. And until the greatest contributors receive their rewards, other players are prohibited from accessing the 12th floor. And so, the general declares that the fate of his empire rests in Gong Jija's hands. But as the protagonist is being taken to the 12th floor, the ghost, he is surprised by this, because old man Marcos will also be there, and he asks what the boy intends to do, because if Marcos sees him, he will try to attack him like a madman, and the protagonist tells him not to worry about it, because the worst that could happen to him is being killed. Then Vant asks if he is serious, and he replies that he's saying it's okay because he has a plan, and the transfer is complete. When he arrives, he realizes that it is the Empire's palace, and everyone is surprised. And the witch is even more surprised that they were summoned to a place like that. And so, the Inquisitor approaches Gong Jija, saying that he was incredible, and the protagonist is surprised by how happy he is, noticing that he became even younger after using the Priestess, his own skill. He mentions that he was impressed with his performance on the 11th floor and that it was a great way to utilize the NP6, and he adds that the boy was wielding a very peculiar sword, asking if she happens to be a reward from the 10th floor. The boy confirms that she is. The Inquisitor remarks that, just as he suspected, he was using the reward from the 10th floor to overcome the 11th floor, and is captivated by how efficiently he utilizes everything available to him. However, the protagonist begins to downplay his achievement, saying it wasn't that incredible, but during that tense atmosphere, the Emperor of the Sword arrives, employing the sacred technique God in the flesh to attack the protagonist. But the Inquisitor halts the attack mid-motion. Then they express that Espada Santa's actions were quite a surprise. In front of his notebook, which is playing the same news report he already saw, and he wonders what happened and why he is there watching the Emperor of Flames giving an interview after, asking him since when he became an assassin, and the protagonist is terrified because he didn't even see the attack coming, so he simply orders them to get out of the way because he intends to kill that man. And so he inquired about that man, referring to the hunter Gong. He confirms that's exactly who he means, warning that if he doesn't step aside immediately, he'll cut off both his arms in the process. And the Inquisitor replies, that would be a nuisance, as he has a lot of use for his arms. Furthermore, if they allow Hunter King Gong to die, the reputation of the 5 great guilds will be ruined. He wonders if he could at least know the reason he's being targeted, but the madman Marcos says he has absolutely no obligation to tell him anything. Then the Inquisitor realizes that this means he is unwilling to back down. Activating his sacred technique, God of Teleportation, he brings Viper and the Paladin there to stop that madman. The two of them attack him, but he calls them insignificant worms and throws them away. Viper then asks, what the hell does that old man eat to be so healthy? That age? He says that real young people would hate him if they knew. Besides, Viper is also an old man over 40. He says that old age is nothing, because life begins at 40, asking if he doesn't know that already. And so the Inquisitor says that the doctor from the Martial Arts Guild is really old, telling him to look at his face. He simply tells that crazy guy to stay on his side and not be against him. And so the Paladin tells them to concentrate on the fight ahead, already with a cut on her face, as they are at a disadvantage, and all three are very apprehensive about fighting against him, saying that it's true. So the Inquisitor simply raises his hand, asking the Countess for 10,000 gold, and she says that there will be 15% compound interest, as there is no. Dayan says that, since the appearance of the tower, he, the Emperor of Flames, has been the only one who managed to defeat the boss alone. But then he takes the microphone from the reporter's hand, and he himself, defeating the boss alone again. He wonders what is happening, and seeing that he has returned home, he questions when he arrived there. He starts looking around, seeing all the interest if the loan is paid in full within 3 months. This seems like a reasonable deal to her, but he says she understood him wrong, saying he's not talking about a loan, and he questions her actions, asking if he's asking for charity from a businesswoman, and he replies yes, because the money is indeed dirty, and donating it to the temple might send him to paradise. And she notices that the guy is an even bigger thief than she is, and as a result, she withdraws 10,000 gold, throwing it at him, and he simply thanks her for the payment, using that money to activate his skill. And, my friends, what artistry! This art is no joke. He uses the sacred technique, God of Bestawal, and sacred attributes, reinforcing his body structure, buffing the targets, Paladin and Viper, and the buff's duration is 300 seconds, wishing the gold could strengthen his hands, completing the sacred technique, and so the protagonist notices that the gold coins have disappeared, and the Inquisitor says that, starting now with a duration of 300 seconds, Paladin and Viper will be completely different, and even if it were Holy Sword himself, he would have no difficulty dealing with the two of them, he and the Countess, together. So he says that, regardless of what happens, he still has a lot of gold to spend, and if they prefer, they can test what will happen before his death or her bankruptcy. And she asks why he had to involve his money in all of this. But then the witch also appears, saying that she has advice for Marcos, stating that their opponents will not just be the 4 of them, and she will make sure to participate in this fight as well, since Gong has already made an official agreement with the 5 guilds yesterday. He asks about this agreement, and she says, yes, because currently the hunter King Gong has already joined the 5 guilds with a status equivalent to that of John, a master. Therefore, pointing a sword at him would be the same as pointing it at everyone. Messages he's already read and what he was replying to online. He also watches the Flame Emperor losing it in an interview, and the boy can't believe it, wondering why everyone is so there, asking if he really thinks he can face them. And so Prada thinks that this was his plan from the beginning, and the old man becomes increasingly irritated, and the pro asks Ghost if he remembers the words he said on the 11th floor, but the ghost doesn't recall. And the protagonist mentions that there are 2 ways to fight a strong opponent: to have enough strength to defeat an entire army alone, or to raise and command your own army. An isolated and useless player against a hunter and a powerful alliance is simply disadvantageous. And the protagonist goes to Espada Santa, asking to speak with him. Marcos inquires about this, and the protagonist says that, honestly, he is very shocked by everything that is happening, saying that he doesn't know why he's attacking him, and this might be the first time he's seen him, but he's been a big fan of his for a long time, and the protagonist notices that he doesn't believe him. And the Espada Santa still probably thinks he's an assassin sent by the Black Dragon. He remembers when he first encountered the Espada Santa and ended up dead, and the ghost says that, from the point of view of, as an outsider, he's more than a little strange. In the old man's eyes, he looks more like a top-tier assassin raised by one of the major guilds than just a mere novice hunter with 4,093 kills. In other words, he thinks that, from Marcos's perspective, this is a complete setup. With the situation so unfavorable, Marcos starts to think that the outside world and Babylon aren't all that different, and ever since he entered the tower, they've been pressuring him daily to join a guild. However, he firmly rejected their offers, asking if they even know why. He immediately points to the witch, explaining that he wanted to prove to everyone that in this tower, it's possible to reach the top alone. Lineage, the world is saying the same things they said yesterday. Then he realizes that, just a moment ago, he was dead. He opens the skill card, noticing that he now has 2 skills, and mentions that one is the blood, nationality, affiliations. Unlike the outside world, which is tangled up in such pointless things, a person can become the best there with just a single sword, and it's possible to have. Success comes only with talent and effort. He wanted to give people that hope, but instead, he asks them what they've been doing. They've all become mud, stagnant in the Offit world. But the witch doesn't like this at all, asking how he, of all people, dares to say that, since he managed to survive on his own because he only cared about himself and, if he had helped more, many other hunters might have survived. And Viper shouts that he was the only one who didn't help with the raid on the 5th floor, or the 7th, or even the 9th, and the mark. Losses they suffered could have been cut in half if he had helped them. Then the Countess says that if he had used his influence in the outside world, the current lack of food wouldn't be so severe. Not only that, but the tower's current society could have been stabilized much more securely. And she asks him if they are stagnant in the world, because if that's the case, then he's just a child with no sense of responsibility. And the witch says that if he's ranked number 1, then he needs to take on the responsibilities that come with being number 1. But, at that point, he tells everyone to be quiet, saying that they're all adults, and yet they're standing there crying, asking if they actually think he's their grandfather or something, telling them to stop talking nonsense, and if they want to fight, then they should use their swords. And the ghost, seeing that the old man is saying something that definitely sounds like it came from one of his disciples, becomes overjoyed, saying that this is truly what he expects from his true disciple. But then the protagonist tells everyone there that they still fight even with only 10 people nearby, and he remembers everything that happened on the battlefield, worst skill of the century, but realizes he has another one, since there's no way he could have the Flame Emperor's skill that he copied when he died. It's the Returner's Clock, a rank of battle, and he says that even the NPCs from the 11th floor came together to save their own country. But then the witch speaks to Gong, immediately saying that this has nothing to do with him. Seriously, it's a much more serious matter, and he says that he truly understands, but as hunters, he asks if they shouldn't focus on clearing the 12th floor first, instead of staying put, pointing fingers at each other and holding grudges, asking if they shouldn't be better than NPCs, instead of worse. And he tells Marcos that they are asking for his help, even if they are just NPCs, stating that their nation is on the brink of collapse. He remembers what the general said to him, leaving the fate of their empire in the boy's hands. He asks how they, the summoned heroes, could leave the empire in the background, questioning if that's really what it means to be a hero, since he solves problems that others cannot, then he is a hero. But Marcos calls the boy insolent. However, the protagonist calls on him to focus on completing the rest of the floors, just as they did with the 11th. And so the paladin thinks that Gong, it is already decided, and he is surprised by it, and she says that it's difficult to understand why Holy Sword attacked Gong so suddenly, but it's clear that this is not the time for them to be fighting one another. She says she will make a small sacrifice by drawing power from her hand. Then she asks everyone to witness her lie detection skill rank. And the effect is that he is able to tell whether someone is telling lies or not. And this effect doesn't just apply to players, but also to NPCs and monsters. However, something the target believes to be true may be false, and if they believe it, suspect. After all, the choice is always hers. However, there is no guarantee that others will believe her words, and she says that, as they can see, she has an ability that allows her to know if rank X ability, and the effect is automatically activated upon his death, meaning he will go back in time 24 hours to the moment he died, and his memories and experiences are preserved upon someone is lying. And it is no exaggeration to say that this skill was what allowed her to obtain the position of vice captain in the civil militia, And she asks Espada Sagrada and Gungija as well, because if two people trust her, she guarantees that she will validate their statements, because suspicion is something that corrodes people, and the truth is the antidote. And the protagonist soon begins to think that this is the perfect opportunity. Perfect. And she says that they can't do anything about the distrust that has built up until now, but that they can at least cooperate on the 12th floor. And the protagonist thinks that this arrangement is perfect for him. Remove suspicion from one skill by using another skill. For him, this is acceptable. And so Marcos talks to the paladin, saying that she is the only one there who has never hurt another human being, and he says that he will also put his faith in her. And so, she says that, as the two have agreed, she will proceed and asks the sacred sword to question King Gongija, as she will put her honor, as well as the honor of the militia, at risk to validate their answers fairly. He then sheathes his sword, looking at the boy, and points his finger at Gongija, asking him if he murdered him. More than 4,000 people are asking if this is true, and the boy confirms it. Then, he asks if they saw him cursing at everyone there, accusing them of using a man as a murderer. Who knows why, but the paladin simply declares that it's a lie. Marcos is surprised, and she explains that Gong had already answered the question, and that his answer was a lie. In other words, he did not kill more than 4,000 people. Then, she questions if Marcos has another question, and he is completely at a loss for what to do. She thinks Marcos's choice of question is very strange, wondering if someone can even kill that many people. He starts to freak out, saying that it's because he was raised to be an elite assassin. Then, the protagonist speaks, returning. However, there will be a penalty equivalent to his rank and a skill copied from Ura. Then he notices that he is automatically returned to the day before his death, except that confirming that is exactly what he is, an elite assassin. But she continues to say that it's all a lie. At that point, he confronts the paladin, questioning her judgment, was wrong and thought she would answer the questions truthfully. Then she asks if that wasn't her initial question, whether he truly trusted her, wondering if he might possibly go back on his word. With his word now, and he becomes increasingly desperate, so she asks him to wait, because it's impossible that he hasn't killed anyone, and he says he killed someone. Yes, and that is true. But it was exactly one person, and she says that this is true, and he says that, of course, murder is murder, but that bastard deserved it, and she repeats that this is true. He not only tried to kill him before, but he was also a serial killer, undeniably. And so the paladin continues saying that all of that is true, and Marcos becomes more and more desperate with that situation. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor starts to laugh, saying that it's an interesting theory, as it would have been great if it were true, but unfortunately yesterday was the first day they had met. They've already met with Gong, and the ghost thinks he already told the old man that he's going to be screwed if he only depends on things like skill, and the protagonist says that he has already answered all of these questions, as it seems that there was a big misunderstanding on both sides. He says he is glad that it was just a simple misunderstanding, but if the guild leaders hadn't protected him, he probably would have died for something completely wrong. And he says he thinks he deserves to receive an apology from Marcos, asking what Marcos thinks, cornering him, the old man completely against the wall. And with Marcos cornered, the paladin even says that this is completely true, as he was totally wrong, telling Marcos to apologize immediately. His memories and experiences are preserved. He realizes this is the secret to becoming a legendary hunter, and believes it's why he killed the saint, and he thinks he's the only one who knows this because he possesses. To King Gong, he starts to stutter, unable to say what he should say to Gong, and the protagonist wonders how he will act, because despite her reputation for being a pure person, the paladin still. Part of the 5 great guilds are wondering if he'll accuse her of lying. Gong can already picture him starting to freak out, claiming everyone is conspiring to deceive him. He wonders if he'll reveal his ability to explain his actions because, even though it doesn't fit his image, it would be perfect evidence. Then, he questions if the boy confirmed that his name was Gonguha, and the protagonist replies yes. The protagonist then thinks he might try to silence him by killing him, just like the Flame Emperor did. Then, Marcos slightly draws his sword, looking at himself, and the protagonist thinks with Seago that sometimes when people are wrong, they tend to make excuses or distrust others, just like the Flame Emperor did when revealing his evil nature by trying to silence him. And he says that the Holy Sword will decide its own personality based on the choices made there. So, the Holy Sword says that if he never massacred people, innocent indeed. So please, he asks for a second chance, offering his sincere apologies. And so, he says that he was wrong and thought too lightly of the situation, which is why he made presumptions. mistakes that almost led him to kill someone for absolutely no reason. And until now, based on his own judgment, he has always believed that anyone who deserves to be purged from this world should die as soon as possible, and he killed others according to his own beliefs. However, from now on, this will no longer happen, and the protagonist thinks of that old swordsman, because instead of doubting the paladin and making excuses about her skill, or even killing her to silence her, he decided to accept his guilt. Holy Sword says that isolated words are useless, and his connections. However, the boy realizes it's because he was poisoned by the saint the following day. Moreover, even he, who was innocent, ultimately died because of it, and he continued listening to interviews. If there is anything he desires, he will do it, and at the very least, it would be the most gentlemanly thing to do, he said. However, he begs the boy to spare him from having to take his own life, imploring him, asking him to please forgive the old man's actions so that he can live and reach the top of the tower. And Kong realizes that he begged a novice hunter, without hesitation, "I'm sorry, and I might be wrong about this." And from now on, he will never kill anyone because of his ability. He wants to live, asking for forgiveness. And the protagonist looks at the paladin, who can only sense him, and the boy calls Holy Sword, asking him to please teach him swordsmanship. Well, to be more honest, from now on he must accept Holy Sword's duel requests whenever he asks. He managed to find a teacher, but he doesn't actually have anyone to duel against. And the protagonist says that he will keep his promise to that spirit and try to become Holy Sword's partner. Santa. This will be great for improving his performance and growth, and if Holy Sword could be his duel partner, that would be ideal. But at that thought, the protagonist stops, telling him, please, allow him to try this one more time. And to be honest, he can forgive him without receiving anything in return. However, he would feel ashamed for appearing to be someone so superior. In fact, he's not that impressive at all. For him, it would be enough if someone as great as the Sword Saint didn't see him as an enemy. He mentions that the swords have already been crossed, so he feels a little embarrassed about having to apologize as if he were superior, and therefore, he wants him to teach him his best swordsmanship technique. And Fraud asks, "What the hell is this?" But he feels too embarrassed, wondering why the little bird had to reveal his feelings in such a way. So, the paladin thinks it's unbelievable, because, from the Flame Emperor, who stated that even if people achieve success, they shouldn't seek trouble with him, or they will face death. And the protagonist contemplates dying, taking that all of that was true. And Viper asks if he's serious, because it would be okay for him not to ask for anything, but he's still going to ask for something because he's too embarrassed to act as someone superior and stronger. The witch is even more impressed because, after seeing so many boys acting immaturely and only caring about their own gain, it's surprising to see someone like Gongja after such a long time. The Inquisitor really likes this, saying that the scene is very beautiful because someone sincerely apologizes and someone accepts the apology. Sincerely. Humans are always fighting relentlessly, and this scene is like a divine miracle. He keeps rambling nonsense, so they tell him to shut up and leave, and the Countess says that she hates to say it after such a happy ending, but that means all her money was spent in vain, and so Marcos becomes increasingly sad. But, in reality, he is saddened by Gongja's actions. Of Gongja, already wondering how he could have misjudged someone so kind, and Prota asks what he means. Then he asks if he wants a cut of the duels, saying it will be he is happy to do it and is ready whenever the boy wants. Prota is surprised by Espada Sagrada's attitude and asks to call him Grandpa Marcos, which Prota doesn't understand. Nothing. Marcos asks how old the boy is, guessing that he can't be more than 30. He mentions that in the outside world, he has a very kind granddaughter, and if she ever comes to the tower, he promises he will make sure she falls for his charms, and Prota says that's fine. But then, Marcos starts to freak out again, questioning if Prota is perhaps a dwarf who has no interest in his granddaughter, and Prota doesn't really change the subject, just saying that it was his mistake, as he isn't interested in dating anyone. But then, the old man freaks out again, calling him a liar, because his skill and wondering who will die this time. Just then, he hears someone setting a fire, and a commotion erupts outside as everyone rushes to do something and extinguish it. The prime of youth is filled with the sweet smell of love, and when you're in love, you can see things you haven't seen before, like his depravity. He asks if Prota knows how important it is. Recognize his depravity, because when he was 16, he starts a really messed up story. Then, the ghost asks what he said, saying that this guy is a boring old geezer. Boring, to the point of never listening to others. And, to be honest, he's so annoying that he might even end up becoming the god of boredom. So, He continues to pester the protagonist. He says that he didn't know that and thinks he didn't want to find out, wondering if he should just kill himself and restart the day. But then they welcome Gongija, saying that he finished the 11th floor in first place, and they start giving completion rewards, while Marcos keeps asking if the protagonist is listening to him, but he's just looking back, because, since he finished in first place, your reward will be delivered first. He had already heard about the conditions for completing floors 12 through 20 before returning. He wonders, what kind of reward will this be? Then, the system instructs him to choose one of the following 2 rewards, presenting him with 2 statues. One of them is the statue of the Goddess of Protection, and the Empire's Goddess of Protection was deeply moved by his efforts, and the goddess decided to reserve an important position within the Empire for him. He could become the Grand Chancellor, the Grand General, or even the leader of the Empire's Knights. As soon as he chooses his position, he will receive corresponding skills and attributes. However, he cannot select the goddess's reward if he chooses the Demon King's reward, and the protagonist thinks that this is what he overheard. Since the theme of the floors is the role-playing of the heroes and the Demon King, hunters assume positions within the Empire and receive skills and attributes according to